Hold on.
Wait, hold on. We figured. I think we got it.
I'm live. I'm live.
Okay.
I think it's fucking working.
Yes. Okay, we're live.
Oh shit. You guys, what a graceful entrance that has just happened here. Please, if you can hear me, put in the chat that that's true. I'm waiting for confirmation from literally anyone. Yes, we have confirmation.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, you get an ad, of course.
Oh, what is that noise?
It's an ad.
But it's the noise. How?
I got you.
This is how the past hour has been. Let me just tell you, the Wi-Fi wasn't working. We couldn't get the stream working. Nothing was happening. But all of the dominoes are falling into place. And number one, let me introduce myself. I'm Grace Weinstein. I am the host, creator, mentally ill person behind the show What the Fuck America, which is how many of you might know me. For those of you who are here for the first time, I am so grateful that you have chosen to be here with me on this day. I know that it's a high anxiety moment for not just the people here, not just the people in this room, but everybody watching and waiting here at home. We're gonna get through it together. You know, I'm gonna be real with you. There's a lot that we don't know at this moment. There's a surprising amount that we do know, which we'll run over very quickly, but there's a lot that we don't know. And the only way that we're gonna be able to deal with that level of uncertainty is if we rely on each other right here, right now. So you tell me what you need from me in the chat. I'll do the best I can. And let me give you a little run through of what's gonna happen tonight. The first thing first though, I'm gonna give you a disclaimer. Like I said, this is my first time ever doing this. It might technically not be perfect. There might be a few glitches, hiccups, speed bumps here and there. Hopefully they are minimal, but no promises. So I thank you in advance for your patience and your willingness to be here with me, but let's move on to what you guys are all actually here for. The run of the show is gonna be this. You're gonna have me blabbing to you for the majority of the hour, every hour until 1 p.m., not till 1 p.m. tomorrow. Sorry, as much as you might want that, I'm not doing that. Till 1 a.m. tonight, Eastern time. We are going to have an unbelievable, not to like toot our own horn or anything, but like I feel like we're gonna have an unbelievable lineup of guests here tonight. Let me just name drop a couple, leave some more surprises along the way. In this hour right now, we are going to be joined by Mehdi Hasan. Many of you might know him from MSNBC. Many of you might know him from debates that he's gotten in with, or formerly MSNBC actually, with debates that he's gotten in with all kinds of different characters over the years, Piers Morgan, Ben Shapiro. He is a leading voice on what our country looks like as it faces off against fascism, against war and genocide and things going on abroad. He's a Brit, so expect an accent, and I'm really excited to talk to him. We've got sitting Congressman Eric Swalwell, who I'm dying to ask about all of the stuff that's gone on today with cyber threats coming from Russia in polling places, if you can believe it. He's gonna join us. We've got a whole slate, MAGA people, lefties. We're making sure everybody's pretty well represented here, and I'm so excited to talk to everybody. Aside from the guests, I'm gonna be doing my best mapology, cartography. I guess cartography would be like the right word, except I'm not actually drawing the map. I'm gonna be coloring things in. We're really gonna test my knowledge of this unlabeled map that I know where every state is. Let's make sure and pray that I get it right. If I get one wrong, please let me know and we'll course correct immediately. Like, I need you guys, I'm relying on you here with me today. First things first. Let me scroll on my little doc here. I'm gonna be bringing things up on screen to the best of my ability, but I'll phase that in due time. The thing that I want to go over first, though, is the polls have closed in 16 more states than it did. We had 6 p.m., 7 p.m., and now we are at 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got, I think, 1 or 2 at 8:30. But let's color some things in that we are already sure of. The first one, West Virginia. I know where that is, thankfully. That's here. We're old school, we're lo-fi. That's here, that's going red. No surprise to anybody. Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat, in quotation marks, was like, I'm over this. I don't want to do this anymore. So let me make way for a Republican to get elected to that Senate seat. I don't believe that Senate race has been called. When it does get called, inevitably for the former governor of West Virginia, Jim Justice, Jim Justice, is that his name? Well, I can't, Jim Jordan is who I get him confused with. Jim Justice, he has an adorable dog named Baby Dog. If you need a little break tonight, please go look up the best of Jim Justice and Baby Dog. That's our first one tonight. We have no surprise here, and shout out to my best friend who left me to go live in this state, and she waited over an hour in line to vote. Sammy, Missouri just went red. Really curious to see what happens in their Senate race. Also, incumbent Josh Hawley, who is not very popular member of our government, is up for grabs, but it's unlikely that he will be unseated. We'll also be watching what's going on with an abortion referendum there and in many other places across the country. So, okay. Should we sing a little Oklahoma here? I'm absolutely not going to subject you guys to that at all. That would be torture. Oklahoma. No surprise to anybody. I honestly don't have anything to say about that whatsoever. So moving on. MS is... My editor-in-chief, who handed me this note card for the record, is really testing the limits of my knowledge of all of the state abbreviations. But I think MS is Mississippi. Mississippi going red, that's no surprise. If these were up in the air or too close to call at this point in the night, things would be looking really bad for Donald Trump. So he's happy that these are rolling. The chips are falling the way they're supposed to be falling. Next, Tennessee. This is not a huge surprise to me either. Obviously, this could be one example of when you look at their biggest city. That is a pretty blue place to be, Nashville. But when you place it within the context of the state as a whole, within the context of all in which it lives and all that came before it, it's turning red, as it should, every time. Okay, I left these two for last before we move on to Harris's swag bag from the 8 o'clock hour. Let's get to Indiana first. Yes, this is Indiana. The Midwest states are where I get messed up, man, I'm telling you. Indiana has been called. I want to look at a couple really telling things out of Indiana, first and foremost. There's a county called Boone County. You're going to hear me talk about specific counties all night tonight. Try to bear with me on that, because I know that it seems untangible because you don't know what these counties are, how big they are, how small they are. Just bear with me, because I'm going to tell you exactly why they're important. Boone County in Indiana, for example, when I last looked at it, it had 91% reported. I'm actually going to pull this tweet up so we can test if I know what I'm doing on not me making a beautiful, clean transition. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. I literally don't. This I want to look at. Suburban Boone County of Indianapolis with 91% of the vote in. So this was at 7:04. I'm sure that's probably mostly reported by now. 2020, Trump won it by 18.5 points. We can think about this in sports terms. This is absolute points on the board. He scored 18.5 more points than Joe Biden did there in 2020. He won Boone County tonight, as far as we can tell, by 10.5 points. That is a big reduction in the margin of victory there. And that's going to be something we're going to come back to over and over again through the night. If he is seeing smaller margins of victory in these really, really red counties, he could be a little bit in trouble, or he would have to make up those points elsewhere. For him, that's going to be rural, and we'll get there later. But that's what I was looking at for, press my little button, that's what I was looking at for Indiana. The last state on the list, and I'm fascinated by this, may I say. Good old Florida, am I right? Florida men, I hope you're listening, because there's a lot to unpack here. I'm actually going to bring in the website that we're using for all of our election returns tonight as well. Oh my God, I love my little switchboard. Fantastic. Let's look at Florida. This is Decision Desk. When you hear news companies be like, we're looking for calls, how do we call such and such race? What are the things that we need to, what's the data that we need to interpret to figure out how we're going to say Kamala Harris won this or Donald Trump won this? Part of that is going to be looking at people who are compiling vote by vote data. For us, we as a newsroom, the Recount, use Decision Desk HQ. It's a great website. Big shout out to them. Really reliable, nice graphics, etc. But take a look at Florida. Let me remind you, and I actually meant to look this up. I did actually look this up. Florida has gone blue. It went blue in 2012 for Obama. It went blue in 2008 for Obama. It went blue, well, it didn't go blue in 2000, actually. Famously, that's what had it tipped to George Bush's favor. He ended up winning that. But Florida has had blue streaks throughout history. This was never a surprise to anybody. The way that Florida has become so red, has become a safe haven and a like sanctuary city for Republicans from other states, to be honest, and that's not just because they don't have sales tax, but it's because their political ideologies are accepted there. There was a belief kind of trickling a month or two ago where it was like, is Kamala Harris going to make a play at Florida? Their ground game there is really big. It's really strong. They're turning thousands of people out for rallies in the Villages. If you don't know the Villages, you got to look that shit up, girl. That's one of the nation's highest STD rates is in the Villages, which is a retirement community in Florida. I digress. Florida, look at this map tonight. That is basically, updating in real time, actually getting even redder than it was 2 seconds ago. He's pulling 55.7% of the vote, 43.4% for Kamala Harris. What I really want you to look at with me here as a tell of how red Florida has gotten is Miami-Dade County right there. Shout out Miami. We love Miami. This is crazy. Joe Biden won Miami-Dade County by 7 points. Again, think of it as sports. 7-point win over Donald Trump in 2020. In 4 years' time, Donald Trump has flipped that margin to 55-44. That is a huge reversal in just 4 years' time of where the biggest county in Florida lands on the ideological spectrum. It's a little bit wild. Definitely not what I expected. Probably what both camps did expect and prepared for. But he could probably, and his team is probably interpreting this as a really positive sign for how he might show up in communities. Perhaps he wasn't as damaged by the Puerto Rican comment from his Madison Square Garden rally as they expected if he's winning by such a large margin in Miami-Dade County. So those are our red counties on the map here. It's not beautiful. I can't say my artistic skills are really showing up for me in this moment, but maybe we'll do better when we have more time to kill later. I feel like I got a lot to tell you guys, to be honest. Let's start with Kamala Harris. Do I know where Maryland is? This is going to be the biggest question. I have been to Maryland. Lovely state. Really had a great time. I think it's this one. Ooh, this is a better marker. This is a good one. We have Maryland now. Why don't we go look at Maryland? Let's give you guys something to look at this entire time and to confirm that I'm in the right place. Okay, this is also Maryland. News to me. We're learning things in real time here. Kyle Hansen in the chat, I'm going to get to your question shortly. We've got Maryland here. It's blue, even though Decision Desk doesn't say it. A lot of different companies do. Thank you. I got my dinner brought to me. I got a grilled cheese. Like, how do people figure out what the hell to eat on election night? I was like, nothing sounds good. I want air, but I need to fuel myself to do this for the next 5 hours. Maryland, no surprise. We're also looking at that Senate race. Larry Hogan, the former governor, Republican, like kind of never Trumper, was like, F it. I'm going to run for Senate. And he very well might win. Next, Rhode Island. I know where that guy is. Rhode Island, no surprise here. Not carrying a ton of electoral power here. No shade to Rhode Island. Again, a very nice place. Went for the first time this year as well. Yeah, 0% of the voting of the results in here, but they're getting called, I guess, in other places. So we'll come back to this map as it's filled in. Weird, it still has Trump actually percent. Oh, this is the whole race, not just the state. So Decision Desk really has these odds moving up and down in real time, as you can see here. Harris 261, Trump 277, 270 to win. Y'all should know that by now. If you don't know that, you might be in the wrong place. DC, I think, is here. Blue. Anyway, Kyle Hansen, let me answer your question. I'm looking at AP's electoral map. It shows Penn 76% for Harris with 5% of the count in. It was supposed to be pretty tight. Do you expect that to end up being closer? This is the perfect moment to talk about something that is going to be essential tonight, which is what information is important for you to be serious about and take seriously and adopt into your file of information that's going to be with you when the decision arrives, and what information we can just be like, okay, good, that is a number that exists. It's a number that's on a screen. Let's just move past it. This is going to be one of those numbers. 5% of the count in, that is a massive, massive way to go. Why is that? Because Pennsylvania counts most of their votes are mailed in. They do mail-in ballots there by a heavy, heavy, heavy margin. The thing about mail-in ballots versus voting on election day that I want you to keep in mind also. I hope you're taking notes. I feel like I should be taking notes even though I'm the one saying this. But something to keep in mind is that election day voters typically trend Republican. Early voters and mail-in voters typically trended Democrat. That was never more true than in 2020 when people were like, what is the voting situation because of COVID? So we've been wondering, and it's one of the biggest questions that we have to answer tonight, or hope to answer tonight, is like, how much is that gonna stay true? Or are we gonna see a really big change where a lot of Republicans are voting early, which has happened because Donald Trump, unlike the last two elections that he ran in, has been saying like everybody should go vote early, get your vote in, get it done, whatever, even though he was very against early voting back in the day. So he was in major support of that. So that means a lot more Republicans are going to show up early. Does that now mean that more Democrats are going to show up on election day? The breakdown of when each party voted is going to be a really, really interesting thing to dissect because it alters how we view the votes that are coming in. So for Pennsylvania with 5% of the vote in, that's going to be a lot of people, early votes that they had already counted in Pennsylvania, reporting in now. So she's going to have that wide margin. As they count election day votes, that's going to lean more Republican, which means he will gain on her lead. That, my friends, another new term to throw at you, is called a mirage. And I'm like, for those of you in Brooklyn, fun place to party back in the day. In electoral terms, a blue mirage or a red mirage is something you really need to watch out for. And I want to talk about that, especially with Georgia and especially with North Carolina, which we are waiting on. A blue mirage is when you get a number that's like 75% of the votes at, 5% reporting are for Harris. We're going to go, oh my God, it's going blue. When in reality, people are still waiting in line to vote, and we're not anywhere near the cutoff point of knowing how those voters are going to break in either direction. So don't fall for the deceit of a mirage or a red mirage. A red mirage, for another example, we got that in Nevada where it looked really red, and then as the early votes started trickling in, the counting for those, it started to look a little more blue. So it's a mirage means it's a blue or red colored glasses instead of rose. So that's something to majorly be watching and keeping an eye on tonight. Let me turn this off actually. Let me come back here. Ooh, sorry. Those are my notes, if you can see. I feel like that's the state of the race right now. They would update me if anything else has changed, but I want to go over the things that I'm going to come back to as like my central principles and my place of interest throughout the night. That's going to start with the gender gap. The number one thing here tonight, here's my only prediction I'm going to throw out at you, is the gender gap is going to be the deciding factor in this election. We know that women are showing up. Women have been very clear that they're pissed the fuck off, to use the proper parlance there, based on the fall of Roe in 2022 and the rapid succession of abortion bans that have cascaded all around America since then. Many are up for a vote tonight. We'll obviously be talking about that. But their ascendance upon polling places around the country could be offset if men who are also angry and who are going through a really tough time right now emotionally, trying to figure themselves out and to figure out their place in society and how they feel with their emotions. If men show up and they are angry because they feel like they're being overlooked, that could be a problem for the big wave of women here. So how the gender gap ends up falling is going to be a huge deal for us. Another thing that I want to look at is the rural, suburban. Every time I say rural, I think of 30 Rock, the rural juror. I just watched that episode the other day and it's so good. But we're going to look at the rural, suburban cutoff and their little dance that they're doing there. A lot of people think that like the suburban wine moms of America are the ones who are going to go into the voting booth and be like, screw my dummy husband, I'm voting for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. That's been a big theme that you've probably heard like through the media up to today. I'm curious to see how that works, but if that happens and suburban counties start to flip more blue than they ever have been red, we're going to have a conversation about what kinds of numbers Donald Trump is going to need to put up in rural areas to be able to keep a pace with where he needs to be in the right places. And there's a whole lot of voter suppression stuff that factors into that, but we'll get there later, one thing at a time. The last thing I want to talk about, and this is before I bring my guest in at 8:30, 8:35, 8:40. I literally have a schedule in front of me. Okay, I have way more time. We're going to talk about chaos with this next guest, Mehdi Hasan. He seems to thrive not just in chaos on cable TV and on the internet and in the most like frustrating, heated discussions that we have in our culture right now. Not just thriving there, but like he thrives in chaos also just in terms of ideology. So he really has a good sense of how we can assess the moment that we're in, how we get out of this chaos. We'll talk to him about all of that. In the meantime, because I have 10 or so minutes, why don't we play one of those voicemails that we wanted to hear? I am on full screen, so I'm actually in a good spot to do this. And I need you. Oh, Truman Show poster goes hard? Agree. I just saw that movie for the first time actually in 2024. 2023 or 2024. Literally obsessed. There's a whole lot of good posters to look at in there. Maybe we'll take you on a tour a little later. I'm going to put these headphones on and hopefully be able to play a call for you. Here we go. Oh, and looks like we got 2 new voicemails during our live. That's really exciting for me. I'm just going to start from the bottom here. And play.
Hey, Grace. I'm Riley. I'm 27, and my question is, we know that folks on the right have been spending a lot of money to elevate alternative candidates for Democrats to vote for, like Cornel West. Is there any evidence that that worked? And what can you talk about the Democrats' efforts to do the same? Are there any chances that a third party is going to have any major sway in this election? Thanks, and good luck on election night.
Okay. Good.
Yep.
Let me put my headphones away. Riley, 27 years old. By the way, if she needs to say something to me, I have no idea what she said.
Yeah.
Just a little behind the scenes action here, making sure that everybody's on the same page. Okay, who knows? Riley, 27 years old. They look very stressed, so I'm going to ask what's going on.
Check your. Where's the Riverside on that computer?
Oh, it's here. It's here. Sorry. Oh, I had to refresh it.
It's okay.
It's something for later. I'm glad that this is happening now and not later.
Yeah.
Okay, we should be good.
No, just kidding.
Oh, I have to get back in. I'm not using headphones, right?
Yeah.
I have like 3 devices around me right now that you guys can't even see. Muting this, and we're good. Fabulous. I got thumbs up from everybody that I need. And I'm glad that they flagged me there because I didn't even see this. And they're supposed to effing tell me in the other room. But we have a couple calls here. South Carolina. Do you want to guess? South Carolina went for Donald Trump. These are all dominoes that we expected to fall. There are no surprises here at all. Here's a tough one. And this is actually coming at the right moment because there are going to be a couple times tonight when we have to face information either that we didn't expect or that doesn't align with what we wanted. And that is one thing in life that is very challenging to do no matter who you are, no matter how old you are, no matter what your makeup of identity is. We're just going to have to deal with it. So Florida's abortion measure, which was one of 2 things on its ballot, they had weed, marijuana legalization, and protecting the right to abortion. So, very interesting ideological divide here. Yes on Amendment 3, which is the use of marijuana. 55.6% voted yes, no 44. So that is like pretty damn solid when it comes to legalizing marijuana in Florida, or legalizing personal use of marijuana, if we want to be technical about the language, which we should be. But Amendment 4, which is what I was really looking for, and this is actually a further sign of how red Florida has gotten in the past 8 years since Obama won it twice in 2008 and 2012, because the abortion rights amendment goes down to limit government. Wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. See, this is the fun of doing this in real time because you're going to see me realizing shit in real time. Not to be Kylie Jenner, like this is the year that I'm realizing things, but it goes down. 57% of the population voted yes. That is actually more than voted to legalize marijuana in Florida. And yet the abortion measure still fails because it needed 60% to pass. These are the moments where you kind of sit back and you're like, holy effing shit. Like, why the arbitrary high ceiling on something like abortion? What is the reason that Florida Republicans specifically felt that that was necessary to make sure this went over the edge? The marijuana amendment didn't need 60% of the vote to pass, but yet the abortion one did. So these are the limitations that women are going to face potentially around the country tonight, as abortion is on many, many ballots, but just that we're going to continue to face as we go forward in a post-Roe v. Wade society. I don't like how that feels in real time. Like, I'm just sitting here, I'm like, fucking damn it. Hopefully we can talk about that with somebody later. Well, actually, I think the right person is we have Caitlin Sinclair, who is the spokesperson for Turning Point USA, who's obviously like the big voice in young MAGA politics. Definitely want to ask her what she thinks about that, especially because that's going in a different direction already than I would guess that it was going to. But it's just one. So we don't base our feelings of the night off of just one thing. We're going to look at everything. But, oh, yeah, look at this. I was actually ahead of them. We love that. Arkansas for Trump. Arkansas. One of those places that's a little crazy also because, like, they had a Democratic governor, Bill Clinton, you've heard of him, who then became president from one of the reddest states in the country as we think of it now. it's helmed by Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who is one of Trump's biggest allies. She was one of his communications people or his press secretary for a long time. She famously signed child labor laws back into practice in Arkansas. So I don't know too much about what's going on over there, if that's like what they're into. But Arkansas goes red, just as we expected. DM Lonk in the chat, never going to Florida. Miami's amazing. I love Florida, have to say that. I've heard people say they would fill out their wives' ballots so they have to vote for Trump. This has been a big thing and I think I mentioned this, this has been a big, VA and NC flipped red. Let's look at that. I don't think that's true. I think that's way too close to call on both of those. Yeah. Let me put this on here. Let's look at this together. Virginia, 41% of the votes have been tallied. That's not enough. Don't look at it. Until I want to see 95% or more until we really take this seriously. But if she's looking at a 40-ish, just a 39,000 vote lead over Donald Trump, if she can keep that in Virginia, that's going to look really, really good for her. She's really going to want to do that. As far as North Carolina goes, this is going to be much, much closer. We knew this. North Carolina, to me, has always been a super duper long shot as far as going blue goes, which is crazy because their Democratic candidate for governor, Josh Stein, is polling, I think, 16 points ahead of Mark Robinson, the Republican candidate, who is the guy who had some nice things to say about Nazis, if you remember that. And he's still in the race. People are still voting for him today. Such is political America in 2024. But if she's looking at a 4,000 almost point lead, vote lead, that's going to be very, very tough to maintain. Any county could drop their votes in, and suddenly, boom, there it is. He has the lead or the other person has the lead. That's the type of thing that we're going to see often tonight. It's what we saw at like 3 a.m. in Wisconsin in 2020, where it was like, oh, shoot, all of a sudden, Milwaukee ballots drop and Joe Biden is ahead. That's always unexpected, the way that goes. I have 3 minutes till we're going to bring in our guest here. Oh, God. Okay, let me just take a sip of water here. And mark another state in the meantime. We've got Delaware for Harris. We saw Joe Biden vote in line there. That's where he wanted to show up in person, take time out of his busy schedule, I'm sure, to go vote in person, which kind of funny that you can just do that as president. And they made him wait in line just like any other person, which honestly, good. I do think that they shouldn't have special privileges when it comes to waiting in line for voting, especially seeing some of the wild lines today. People were waiting in line to vote at like 7 p.m. and there were still 4-hour lines there. Like, imagine you're gonna just be standing there till 11 p.m. You can't get out of line or you're screwed. You can't get back in. Those are all tactics of voter suppression, to be honest, but we'll grapple with that in a second. I really do want to bring in Mehdi Hassan, who's the founder and CEO of Zeteo News. I am the biggest fan here. Let me bring him in really quickly. That's going to do this. And here's where I really test the limits of my tech use. Hello? I think everybody... Just kidding, I was muted. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, I can't hear you is the problem. Sorry, give me 1 second. This is here. I can't hear him. No. Sorry, give me one moment. Oh, I muted it. Little all over the place tonight. Here we go. Now I'm here.
Can you hear now, Grace? It's Manny.
Yes. Mehdi, thank you so much for joining us. I am so excited. This is like my highlight of all of election day. So I appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule.
No, we're looking forward to it.
Amazing. Let me get to my first thing. We are something on my mind. Trust in our institutions, both government and media, is really at an all-time low. One election is not going to fix that. One election might break that in a much more dramatic way. What are our first steps that we need to take as a country to get trust flowing in the citizens again?
It's a great question. I don't think there is any one step that can do it. I think we need to be realistic about the fact that this has been a decades-long assault on our institutions, on public trust, on credibility. Some of it's been external, the war in Iraq, the financial crisis in 2008, obviously what happened in 2016 with Trump, the pandemic. I mean, there's been a lot of major issues that have been trust-busting issues, but alongside all of that, we've had this cottage industry of conspiracy theorists, right-wing crazy people, billionaire tech bosses who have fueled it all. And I think we're seeing that tonight with Elon Musk and Twitter. He's very much, the problem is, Grace, you can't get people to come on board and say, let's rebuild trust when it's in their interests to have certain people in this country mistrust and distrust the people in power, the people trying to give you information. They want to burn it all down for a reason because they benefit.
Yeah, and it's weird because there are not often a lot of moments where it's like, okay, they're proposing what trust would look like in the future. Like if they did have it their way, here's what it would look like. We never get, a drawing, a map of that per se. And I think one of the things that I'm struggling with, especially as we look at these results start to trickle in tonight, is, and you've talked about this at length, like, at what point do we start to take fascism seriously? At what point does authoritarianism really, really infiltrate the system, and that we need to look at ourselves and our friends and our neighbors in the mirror and say, we have a problem here? Is that now? It already happened?
It was several years ago.
Yeah.
I think we're only realizing it now because Trump is so brazen in his fascistic assault on our democracy. I said this earlier on an earlier interview, and I'll say it again. Donald Trump could lose tonight, and I hope he does. But even if he loses, the tens of millions of people who support him, believe in him, are happy to vote for him despite a racist, misogynistic, fascistic campaign, they're not going away. They are our neighbors. They are our fellow Americans. We have to find a way somehow to live together with people who are happy to vote for election deniers, happy to vote for conspiracy theories, happy to vote for people who hold hate rallies in New York where the vice president is called the devil and the antichrist and the people of Puerto Rico are called a floating island of garbage. We have to live with people like that, and that's going to be a problem and a challenge going forward. I don't believe in all this both sides BS. It's not both sides. There is one corner of our political spectrum on the far right which used to be a fringe but has now taken over one of our major two parties, which is anti-facts, anti-reality, anti-science, anti-basic decency. And I think part of that is the distrust, right? If you can Trump knows very well that if you can get people to believe nothing, that's when they want a strong man. It's not that they want you to believe them, they don't want you to believe Republicans over Democrats or Fox over MSNBC. They want you to believe nothing. They want nihilism because out of the ashes of nihilism comes the strong man. That's what history teaches us.
I met this woman in Georgia. Her name was Joan, and she was the MAGA, Republican, Athens County vice president, or whatever her role was there. She's an older woman. We immediately clicked. We immediately bonded. It was a very weird thing that happened. She and I talked about it at length, that we felt spiritually connected to one another. She and I probably agree on almost nothing. It gave me hope in terms of what you're talking about there, that it is possible to carry on and connect with people who we view as so far gone. But you have this book behind you, How to Win Every Argument. Sometimes it made me realize that, like, I don't need to win this argument today to potentially win arguments in the future. How do you ever put that aside in political arguments that you get into, or no?
Well, I'm in a different space, right?
Yeah.
I don't pretend to be a politician
Yeah.
or a political consultant. I'm not going out door knocking. I think it's a different type of persuasion from the one I'm offering in my book, which is more about actually winning a debate, winning a policy debate, winning a political debate, taking down someone you not just fundamentally disagree with, but someone you may believe needs to be defeated in an argument. That's not to say that the tips in the book aren't also for winning people over on the doorstep. I have a whole chapter on the importance of listening. And actually, a lot of academic studies have shown, for example, you can get people to switch their views on transgender rights, for example, by having a sustained conversation at the doorstep where you hear people out and hear what their concerns are. And volunteers and academics have found that when you go back a few months later, that has persisted. It hasn't just gone away in a moment. So there is stuff you can do to connect with people on the ground. And look, I'm not an opponent of the contact theory, which says that if you meet people in person, you can break down bigotry. There are lots of people who are super Islamophobic in abstract, but then they're like, but not my Muslim neighbor, not my Muslim doctor. And that's fine. And I get that. And it's true. When you meet people, you can get past the media stereotypes and the misinformation on Facebook. And, oh, wow, in real life, they're just people like me. The problem, of course, Grace, is we can't scale that, right? You can't get to every one of Donald Trump's, who knows how many tonight, 75 million, 80 million, 85 million, who knows how many votes he's going to get to, but in the tens of millions. To reach them, you have to go through the media, and our media is broken, right? You do have Fox, which is just brainwashing elderly people on a nightly basis. You do have Elon Musk using Twitter, and Mark Zuckerberg just rolling over and letting Facebook and Meta being used for misinformation and disinformation. You do have a bunch of people who no longer believe in anything anymore and will believe any nonsense they find online. I mean, we went through a pandemic, right? And we have people who died. Yeah. They died. They didn't need to die, but they died because of their political information diet, because of their media diet.
And that's a hard bubble to burst when it's so persistent and effective and has been here for such a long time. I really want, like, the MAGA ideology to me is mostly incoherent. Like, it's not just nihilistic in my view, like it's oftentimes very incoherent. What we're gonna see tonight is a balance of Trump saying, I told all of you to vote early because that's the way to assure this election. And now as soon as you did that, I'm going to say that this was rigged and it didn't work and it was a sham. How do we as journalists or we as news consumers tonight approach that and try to dismantle that so people understand that that's not working?
So one thing I would say is, just to go back to your point about meeting this MAGA woman in Georgia, I think journalists have to behave differently to activists. I think a lot of journalists are like, well, we have to concede here and there because we don't want to piss people off. That's not my job. My job is not to coddle the listener or the viewer. My job is to say the truth, is to say facts as I understand them and have discerned them. And I think that's fundamental. I think we need to stop coddling millions of Americans, treating them like children simply because they've nominated a man-child as their presidential candidate. And I think we have to talk honestly about the fact that no, the election was not stolen. No, up is not down. Black is not white. Hot is not cold. I think we have to be very direct in that sense. And I get it. People will say, well, when you hit people with facts, and I have a whole chapter in the book about feelings, you need to approach people through their hearts, not their heads. That's a political debate point. As a journalist, it is not my job to try and win people over necessarily. I mean, yes, I would like to have people understand what I'm saying. I'd like to have people hear me out. I want to have subscribers to Zateo, my media company. I get all that. But fundamentally, I cannot say up is down or black is white. I have to be able to say this person won, this person lost. This is true, this is false. And I think we've so worried as journalists, as media organizations. You look at the Washington Post and the LA Times refusing to do an endorsement because they don't want to upset people. You look even 4 years ago, Brett Baer on Fox saying we must put Arizona back in Trump's column because our viewers will be really mad at us. Like, that's not the job of a journalist to make sure your viewers are happy.
I'm like, oh God, are we in for that again tonight? That was way later.
Well,
we'll deal with that
media
later.
Organizations even more cautious tonight, and we've seen that with the pollsters. There's a big argument. The pollsters have just been super cautious, not wanting to miss a Trump surge.
Yeah, and I understand why. I want to pivot to for a second to talk about Kamala Harris, and I think one of the things that's been a complicating factor for young people, especially, is she's turned out to be a lot more moderate than they anticipated. I think they, for whatever reason, had captured her in their memory as a very liberal, like lefty-leaning icon, and that has obviously trended in the opposite direction, especially when it comes to Gaza and Israel. Do you think that we should look at her potential ascendance to the presidency as a grounds for her to move left in the way Joe Biden kind of ended up passing a lot of legislation that people didn't expect him to pass? Or is she going to remain in this centrist middle ground role that she's carved out for herself?
No, it's a great question. And a lot of people on the left are asking that question. You know, if we re-elect someone who's part of an administration who's done these things we object to, what evidence is there that she will move? Look, I think a couple of things. Number one, the kind of expectations in her were obviously racially coded as well, right? You have a younger black woman taking over from an older white dude. So there was an expectation of progressivism just from the kind of racial and age and gender dynamics.
Right.
So that's a problem, obviously, if you see the world in that way. Bernie Sanders, an old white dude, is far more progressive than most younger people of color. So that's a problem. I do think, to be fair to her, she is the vice president. You know, you have 2 jobs as vice president, to cast a deciding vote and not die.
Yeah.
Right? Those are your 2 jobs. You don't have any power. So when people say, well, why doesn't she stop arms sales to Israel? Technically, she can't. Obviously, I would like to see her rhetorically say she would. And look, she's made a calculation that she's not going to split with Biden on this issue. I think it's a mistake. I think she should have done what Hubert Humphrey eventually did in 1968 when he split with LBJ on Vietnam.
Right.
And immediately his polls went up, but it was too late and he lost by half a percentage point. I hope we don't see that happen tonight. But having said that, look, when she is president, she won't have to worry about Joe Biden. And there is an ability to chart your own course. If she's smart, she will want to end the Gaza war, if not for moral reasons, then for domestic political and regional geopolitical reasons. I would say one last point. You said, you know, is she more moderate than we made out? I'm someone who kind of objects to the label of moderate. I don't like the way the people have kind of co-opted this term moderate to mean non-left. Actually, most of the positions the left puts forward, whether it's a ceasefire in Gaza, whether it's Medicare for all, whether it's student debt relief, command majority support in the country, those are moderate positions. I don't think it's moderate to not want to send weapons to Israel to kill kids with. I think it's actually a very moderate position to say, hey, maybe we should put some conditions on aid. I think that's the moderate position. And I hope that people will pressure Kamala Harris to understand that is the moderate position and the popular position and the legal position and, above all else, the moral position.
Right. I will see how that shakes out both tonight and in the next
if she wins,
couple of years. Yeah. Yeah, right. I'm going to let you go. I'm sure you have a very busy night ahead of you. My last thing is, what snack is going to fuel you tonight?
Chocolate chip cookies.
Ooh, homemade?
No, I can't cook, and my wife hasn't made any tonight, so they're store-bought.
Those are good anyway, but thank you, Mehdi.
Thank
you. The founder and editor of Zeteo. Have a good night. We'll talk to you soon.
You too.
All right. All right, let me get back in here. Mute the tab on the desktop. That's what we forgot to do as we were coming out of this. I got my headphones off. We were shaky there at the beginning, but let me say, I'm pretty proud of us that we're getting through this together. This is going better than I thought it would. We're gonna go to a commercial break. I'm gonna take a 10-minute reset. We're gonna come back here at 9, top of the hour. Let's run it all back.
Vegas, baby. Sin City, the entertainment capital of the world, the adult playground. Call it whatever you want, but this year, Las Vegas is a central battleground in the 2024 election. And it could be a symbol of something much bigger. In the final days of the 2024 race, it's increasingly looking like the end result will come down to 2 main factors. One, whether Donald Trump really can break through with working class people of color, especially Latinos, and 2, which party better gets its folks to the polls? Both of those questions are central to the results nationally and in the 7 swing states. But in no other state are they more important than Nevada. It's one of the most working class states in the country and one of the most diverse. It's the only swing state this year that is majority non-white. In the past, that's made it a pretty safe bet for Democrats. But this year, it might go bust, as polls show that young and working class people of color especially are souring on Democrats. That's surprising to a lot of folks, but it shouldn't be. This year, Nevada's gonna tell us something really important, so we stopped by to figure it out. Catherine Cortez Masto is Nevada's senior senator and the first Latina ever to serve in the US Senate. She was re-elected in 2022, even as most national political prognosticators predicted her defeat. And that win came in large part because of her excellent ground game and performance among Latino voters.
So when I was up for re-election, I was up on the air talking to them in March. And you've got to reach them where they are, overcome sometimes language barriers with Spanish and English, but have conversations with them and show up often and early. And that's why the canvassing in Nevada is key. To be able to talk to our voters and talk at the doors when they're listening now and ready to make that decision and ask those questions, that's why it's important to have those canvassers there.
To win close races, Democrats like Cortez Masto have heavily relied on the powerful Culinary Workers Union, the largest union in Nevada and one of the most politically powerful in the country, representing tens of thousands of cooks, dishwashers, waiters, cleaners. It's been instrumental to both raising the economic status of the people who power Las Vegas's tourism industry and channeling their labor into political power.
We're planning to hit 950,000 doors by election day. We're going to have tens of thousands of conversations and drive votes. Truthfully, we're not a blue state, we're barely purple. We should be a red state. We're about 1/3.
Right. Yeah.
We're 1/3 Democrat, 1/3 Republican, and 1/3 independent. So there's something going on here that is different, and we think that difference is us.
How are you? We're from the Culinary Union. Hello. Hola.
The Culinary, as it's known here, is unique. Even as union membership has declined nationally, it's grown here. And it has a unique sway among working class voters in Clark County, the county surrounding Las Vegas, where 3/4 of the state lives, that doesn't have an equivalent in other states. Why do you think the Culinary Union is so successful at
Because I think we have a good reputation here. You know, we just got our biggest contract. All of the strippers union now, so we have a good presence. So once they see our shirts, they see our hats, they know us already. So they're more receptive to open up the door. A lot of these people are culinary members. They have mothers, fathers, daughters, sisters, brothers. So they want to know what we're coming to talk to them about.
Right.
So yeah.
And it's part of how they have health care.
Yes.
Yeah.
How they got their houses that they're living in. You know. So it's not too hard for us.
Okay. Democrats and their supporters are now pretty open about something. Before Joe Biden dropped out, Nevada was basically lost.
In our mind, President Biden was a hero to working class men and women and families, and he saved our economy and our jobs, but he was also a hero when he stepped down because he wasn't going to win. He certainly wasn't going to win Nevada.
But Harris has proved to be much better suited for the state and has returned it to a toss-up.
Trump was up 5 to 10 points in Nevada. Kamala has erased that advantage completely.
Still, she faces a lot of the same challenges that Biden did. For the past 3 straight election cycles, Democrats' share of the Latino vote has dropped, and both parties expect Trump to make further inroads this year. Across the country, Democrats are seeing warning signs among traditionally solid backers of the party. Young, working-class people of color who used to back the party solidly, but, according to polls, are suddenly drifting from them.
It's just like the status quo is not it.
I'm just ready for it to be done.
Lo que tenemos que hacer es informarnos quién está con nuestra comunidad.
And in recent years, as Latino Americans' political power has grown, new groups like Grita Canta Vota have adopted new strategies to reach them.
Votapalooza is a festival series that is a part of the larger campaign called Grita Canta Vota. One thing that we're doing different is that we are focusing on Mexican regional music. And Mexican regional music right now is trending, and that in and of itself really attracts a lot of Mexicans, which are the majority. It's close to 70% that are Mexican of the Latino population, and so we essentially are targeting the majority of the minority group.
The struggles of working class and middle class people here are a microcosm of the entire country.
No need the problems.
No need the problems.
I need the working. I need the money.
Everything has skyrocketed in the past few years, and so as a housing organizer, I kind of really get to be on the ground talking to tenants on the day-to-day, and a lot of the issues that they're coming for or talking about is the lack of housing that there is and then how much the rent is going up.
And how each party performs here might be a litmus test for how their message carries nationally. And that makes Nevada really important, not just for its 6 electoral votes, not just for what it says about working class people of color in this election, but what it says about the party's very identities. Because what happens here doesn't stay here.
Y sobre todo, pues hacer valer nuestro derecho y hacerles saber este país que los latinos somos una fuerza y que podemos hacer la diferencia.
We can't take any voter for granted, including the Latino community, and we have to show up always.
If we can get to the voters, and that's what we do, and we've got an army out there, it's going to be incredibly close.
We're out here fighting every day.
Pues los latinos hemos sacado adelante el país.
I mean, happy with change is coming. You know what I mean? Change is coming in a couple more months.
All right, it's here. Election Day 2024 is basically upon us.
So
The
you
past
can't
few
get
years-
credit for 2020 and then go oopsie in 2024.
Hi, we're here with a face that's probably familiar to you, but just in case it's not, will you go ahead and please introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Stacey Abrams.
I've been involved in a lot of conversations recently about like whose votes matter. You know, living in New York, I think a lot of people come to me and they're like, my vote doesn't matter. Why would I do that? I think that's an insane sentiment personally, but what do you recommend people say to somebody who finds themselves involved in that conversation?
So I would begin by reminding people that it's not just about who wins at the top, and it's not even about the name on the ballot. It's about the person in the booth. And so the question is, what worries you? What concerns you? What hurts you? What issues are you facing? I promise you there's a politician responsible. And so voting matters because it's about figuring out which politician should be doing better by you and holding that person accountable. Your vote does matter. If it didn't matter, we wouldn't spend so much money trying to make you vote.
And it's so true that like if you go shake your fist outside of your local politician's office, they're probably going to pay attention to you.
I mean, look, I was one myself, so I describe it like 15-year-old girls. Politicians respond to money, peer pressure, and attention. There is no one better at bringing attention than Generation Z. Gen Z is exceptional at it, and it's like the superpower that they haven't quite discovered. It's like the beginning of one of the Spider-Man movies. They haven't quite realized what they can do, but if you all ever figured it out, the rest of us would be so grateful. We really would.
And so much of that is wrapped in content. And I think one of the marvels that's going on for me is all over my feeds is people saying, vote early. Let's early vote. And we're here in Georgia. 1 million people have already voted early. That is unfathomable. But I think a lot of people see that call to vote early and they say, well, I'm going to do it, but I'm not totally sure why. Can you explain a little bit of the why?
So in 2020, we had the most accessible and successful elections in American history. More people voted than any time in our history, and more people had more options to vote. And that was because, we were in the pandemic. But what also happened was you had this relaxation of rules that were really put in place to make it harder for people.
Okay, we're back in here. Let me tell you, that break was not long enough, but a lot has happened. That's where we can start. The 9 o'clock closures have happened. Oh my God, Mike in the chat. I love you guys in the Discord. I wish I could be like chatting in there right now. I'm obviously way more chaotic than anticipated. And yeah, shout out to my mom who's in here and always keeping the vibe high. This I don't need. Oh shit. We got a lot of state calls to do up on the hour. Number 1, Illinois. We've got Come On Hear the Illinois by Suf John Stevens. I would play it if there wouldn't be a copyright infraction on the live stream in real time. That would have been fun to do a little playlist, but then we would have been demonetized, so never mind. This map is looking really red, but that also has to do with like just geography of the country, what time polls close, where the red states are located. So we'll keep rolling on these, and it's about to get a lot redder as I fill this in right now. We got Al Gore winning Florida. He did, depending on who you ask, depending on, when it's not like a high pressure election time, go dive into what happened in the 2000 election if you never have. We've got a big one because everything's bigger in Texas. Oh, I took my jacket off. Yeah, it's a bit warm. Texas, there was kind of a last gasp hope amongst like the super lib population that Harris was going to carry out some crazy victory in Texas. That obviously was not going to happen. One of the things that you should be aware of if you're getting caught up in a certain liberal echo chamber on the internet, that can often be very misguided. And when we feed our vibes and their vibes, and you're just in a swirling whirlwind of like liberal echo chamber, then you get, you know, your judgment is totally skewed about, oh my God, is Kamala Harris going to win Texas? That was never going to happen. But we'll keep an eye on how Colin Allred is facing Ted Cruz. Again, like, personal opinion, don't think that he's going to pull that one out, especially if Trump's margins are looking pretty good and pretty solid in Texas, where somebody can look that up and get back to me. But he's also got the Dakotas. No surprise here. This is the point in time when the Electoral College really starts to do its thing where, you know, they get their electoral votes, they have their representation, and the difference between, you know, New York City, and who has the most population of anyone, and the Dakotas is total imbalance. But let's see. I'm filling in my maps based on current and past tendencies, and Wisconsin keeps ending up being the dependent one after Pennsylvania. As someone who lives here, I'm saying it'll be red. I myself have been going back and forth on Pennsylvania more than anywhere else. And Wisconsin more than anywhere else. Wisconsin, I think, it's going to depend on what happens with Milwaukee. Milwaukee's going to be delayed in the vote count. We got this update earlier because one of their tabulation machines was having some sort of glitch. Some switch was flipped when it shouldn't have been. So they have to recount, just like this channel, 30,000 ballots. So that's going to put us well into tomorrow morning, which Wisconsin always comes in late anyway. So don't wait up for Wisconsin is what I'm saying. Anyway, Wyoming. The Cheneys couldn't save Kamala Harris in Wyoming. It was never on the table that the Cheneys were going to save Kamala Harris in Wyoming, but, you know, would have been a very interesting phenomenon to see that a full state just votes with a family, but it wasn't going to happen. Now, something I want to turn to as we prepare for our next guest, and we're going to have two guests this hour who are on complete opposite, Trump, Ohio is what happened. Ohio went red. Ohio used to be a tried and true swing, just like Florida. She swings no longer. She's solidly red, but this is going to be a really good example of what a split ticket might look like in this country tonight. Split ticket. Somebody who goes into the voting booth and is like, I'm going to vote for one party for president and another party for every other position or another position. So in this case, it's people that are going to vote for Trump for president, but are going to vote to potentially reelect their Senator Sherrod Brown, who's a Democrat. Those people are ideologically confusing to me. I really don't get it, but they exist in droves across this country. There was a story the other day where they found this Trump voter in Arizona who's voting for Trump, but who's voting for the Democrat running for Senate, Ruben Gallego. They are two as opposite different people as you could possibly imagine in your entire life. But these are really real voters that do this bananas thing behind closed doors where they vote for two different parties in one fell swoop. So gonna definitely keep watching the Ohio Senate race. We're gonna talk about the Senate races and the congressional races with a congressman in the next hour. But until then, we're gonna talk to first Caitlin Sinclair, who is the spokesperson for Turning Point. If you are not familiar with Turning Point USA, it is one of the largest young voting and political organizations in the country. It is helmed by Charlie Kirk. They have immense power, like wield truly immense power among Republicans in this country. Oh my God, this is falling faster than I thought it would, you guys. I can barely get through a thought. Trump, Louisiana. No surprise there, obviously. Trump, Nebraska. Oh, here's a question. We're gonna Google this because it's any two is the blue district or any three? Okay, Nebraska. We're going to look this up together. How about we do this instead of me trying to figure out anything in real time? Okay, District 2. That's what I thought. Nebraska is funny. Nebraska is funny because they don't do a winner-take-all system. Maine and Nebraska are the only states who do this, where they separate, I guess is the word that I would use. One of the districts in that state gets its own electoral vote. One in Maine, one in Nebraska. Trump is winning Nebraska as a whole, but that one state that I'm going to leave, or that one little square that I'm going to leave blank here, could be the make or break of this election. Yeah, DM Lonk, I think my grandma said any two will be blue. Not sure why. Any two might be blue because any two has been blue on many occasions before. This would not be a surprise. And let's say it ends up as a 269 electoral college tie, a very real possibility we need to prepare for tonight. Not tonight, it'll probably be tomorrow, where that one electoral vote in Nebraska too could be the deciding factor. So if Omaha, for example, were to veer a little. Oh, we got a $20 donation. I did not even know you could do that. That is so exciting and very kind of you. Wishing you well. I wish you well too. I wish us all well tonight. We're going to keep each other sane, like I said. Anyway, that's Nebraska. Who knows what's going to happen there? It would be fun to shade that in as a little blue color, but I was going back to this full screen. Okay. Where I was going back to was our guest. Turning Point USA, hugely, hugely influential with MAGA Republicans, especially young MAGA Republicans, especially young male MAGA Republicans. Charlie Kirk is their face. You've probably heard of him, seen him, etc. And Caitlin Sinclair, who we are waiting for any minute, is their spokesperson. I really want to frame this conversation with the understanding that the gender gap is the most important thing in this election, in my opinion. That's Grace's take, nobody else's. And that in the past 24 hours, we've had Joe Rogan endorse Trump and Dave Portnoy doubled down on his endorsement of Trump. He was like, I'm ready to go balls to the wall. Let's go big or go home on, getting this over the line for MAGA. That's a lot of influence in the manosphere. A lot. Joe Rogan apparently gets 14 million listeners per episode. Dave Portnoy has millions and millions of followers across many different channels and many different forums. And they have a huge effect on where men are going to land in this election. When I saw the Joe Rogan endorsement come in yesterday, I was like, wait, did this not already happen? To my surprise, that's kind of like revisionist history. It had not happened yet. He said he was weighing his decision over Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Kamala Harris. Okay, great. I love this old-fashioned, I don't have an earpiece, so I'm just going to look over here. Anytime I look over there, you guys know I'm getting some news, some info. Joe Rogan wanted to talk to Kamala Harris on his podcast. Didn't happen. Basically, what the rumor was, or what he said was, I was saying only gonna do it if she wants to do it in my studio. So she, the Vice President of the United States, would have to fly to Austin, Texas, which is not a particularly a place of interest on the electoral map for her, as we can see. Texas went red. And she was like, no, you can come to me. Alex Cooper came to me. All of these other people, podcasts that I did came to me. So she said no, didn't end up going on Joe Rogan. I wonder if that's something that we're going to look back and reflect on as being a big, big mistake in her campaign. They went all in on the creator aspect of this is how we're going to reach audiences that haven't been reached and activate audiences that haven't been activated. She certainly did that with Alex Cooper and Call Her Daddy, but to not do that with Joe Rogan could prove to be a mistake. I wonder. We'll circle back maybe in 4 years and talk about it. I see Meza in the chat. Love you, Meza. FYI, Miami Herald said marijuana amendment 3 lost. Yeah, so that actually needs, this was my fact check, that needs the 60% threshold also, which it did not reach. That's like the filibuster rule, honestly. This is kind of the same thing that we're contending with in real time, which is sometimes you have these arbitrary ceilings for the amount of votes that a bill needs. And I really wonder, like you listening here today, should we move past that? Kamala Harris has said that she wants to move past that when it comes to wanting to codify abortion rights in the Senate. Codification of abortion rights is a little bit of a tricky subject that Steve has masterfully broken down way back when on the day this year on his show Margin of Error, which you should watch and you might actually see in real time tonight when we're offline, when I'm taking a breather for a minute. But I have to keep talking to you. Okay, great. Steve is actually going to come talk to us. GOP legislature sets that. This is the thing with consolidating power in state legislatures, and this is actually a good speech to go on right now, which is, I think people are so taken by the fact, oh my God, nobody's wearing shoes in here because it's a shoes off household. We're in a household right now. We're relaxed vibes. I have sweatpants on. Let us live. It's a long night. Bear with us here. I think people lose, is it the forest for the trees, I believe the phrase is, when it comes to state and local politics. We see the president as the end-all be-all of who decides what life looks like on a daily basis for us. And I think that is like abundantly, expertly, massively misguided. Who decides what daily life looks like for us is your state legislature, your city council. So when you go walk in there, that voting booth, and you don't flip your ballot over to the back side to see what city issues you're voting on, what statewide issues you're voting on, then you are actually not going to have direct effect. You're not participating in the choices that are going to be made for you in your everyday life. That is my like civic duty spiel, that you need to be paying attention to what's actually going on in your local politics. But these are some good questions here. What's the biggest issue for swing voters according to you? It depends on the swing voter, and that's why we really have to look at a bunch of different crosstabs here. For example, for a lot of women, it's obviously abortion. That's the motivating issue that's going to bring them to the polls, or not. If the polls are, the numbers aren't looking great for Kamala Harris right now, maybe women aren't showing up in the way that we thought they would in this massive wave. For other voters, it's going to be Gaza and the uncommitted movement, which Steve is actually going to interview somebody about. You want to come in this way? In a minute? Or whenever? The uncommitted movement is another huge motivating issue for voters.
I don't like this angle. Hi, friends. How we doing?
Let me just give you the lay of the land. That's the actual stream, which is delayed.
Yeah.
This is the camera that we're using.
Who am I looking at?
That's the screen that we can see what we look like.
I feel like a grandpa.
I know. I'm like, I literally needed to be all over here.
Yeah, let's recenter me over here. No, talk to me. What's going on? What's been happening?
Well, I mean, I'm asking you what's happening. You actually have to come this way.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so far, polls said that this was going to be a tight race, and shocker, it's a tight race.
In which way? What's the biggest metric that you're looking at that's making it tight?
I mean, so far, Donald Trump is largely overperforming his 2020 margins in rural counties.
Right. Which he needs to do to win.
Mostly, but we actually don't know that yet because there's some evidence that he's also overperforming in some suburban counties. And we all know that from 2016 to 2020, Joe Biden made huge gains in suburbs. So if Kamala Harris were overperforming as much in suburbs as Trump was in rurals, then we'd be looking at a different picture right now because there are more people in suburbs than rural counties. But we just don't know that yet. What does seem to be the case is that any hope that anybody out there had for a quick, decisive repudiation of Donald Trump, anyone in your life who was posting some map of Georgia, North Carolina, and Iowa, and everywhere going blue or whatever, is unlikely. But we have been a little bit in this position before where the period from about 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock is not necessarily representative of the final results. things are obviously different this year because we're not going to see as much of a change. But
yeah, I've been kind of saying like there's a lot of things that are going to happen where 30,000 votes get dropped, and that's going to tell you a lot more in 2 minutes than you have figured out in 3 hours.
Yeah.
One of the things that I was saying too is like there was not just Iowa, when the Iowa poll came out that Kamala Harris was going to win Iowa, it was, oh, she's going to win Texas. Texas is going blue, which has been this phenomenon that has gone on year after fucking year. And as somebody who owns because my friend over here gave it to me for my birthday one year, a Beto O'Rourke t-shirt, I was fully a sheep in that field for a while that like, oh, Texas can go blue. We have seen that rejected over and over and over and over again. Why do people keep buying into that?
Wow, it's a broad question. I would say, first of all, most people are dumb and don't know as much as they think they do.
Yeah.
And that applies to me too.
Same.
I think we should always err on the side that we're missing something. I mean, the funny thing about Texas is most people thought it was going to go blue because of like the growth in the Latino population, and certainly that's something. But the reason Texas has become more competitive for Democrats in recent years is largely because of white suburbanites in Dallas and Houston moving to the left. And again, we just don't know if that's going to continue this year. Even if it did, that's not enough to turn Texas blue.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fascinating to me in Florida that we're seeing really a creation of a multiracial conservative coalition, which is
we had pulled up, like, I'm actually let's bring it back so we can look at it together.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is insane.
This is crazy.
What percentage?
56.
More than 95% of the vote in, and Florida, once the biggest swing state, the closest state in 2000, a super close state in 2004, the closest state in 2012, one of the closest swing states in 2008, even as Barack Obama romped to double digits in the Midwest, is voting for Donald Trump by 13 points.
Massive.
And that is not, again, like, I hate to belabor the point here, but that is not just white people going to the polls in Florida. Florida is an incredibly diverse state, and you would not be seeing this movement without a ton of a multiracial coalition coming out for Donald Trump. You see him, he's flipping Miami-Dade County, which I think Hillary Clinton won by 30 points, maybe.
And
and
Biden won by 7.
Biden won it by much less than Hillary Clinton, but he at least won it. You see Kamala Harris going down by over 100,000 votes. You know, I mean, this is a real rejection of at least a certain type of democratic politics.
Something that you and I have talked about.
Or just an embrace of Trump, you know.
Which it probably is.
Yeah.
Both. But something you and I have talked about, like, at length is what difference their ground games will make. Ground game in this case is like what kind of operations they have in states like Florida, who's knocking on the doors, who's placing the phone calls, handling the ads. Trump's ground game, like, people were like, okay, non-existent in many cases. Like, they're like, he has, 3 offices where Harris has 24 in some states. But what do you think that, like, is that going to end up being something that, was he right in his assessment that, like, ground game didn't matter?
I mean, we're looking potentially at a turnout that will exceed 2020. There's so long to go, particularly in getting, like, the overall numbers.
Yeah.
But if you're getting the a firm majority of eligible voters coming out to the polls, it doesn't matter as much. What kind of ground game you have could make a difference on the margins. But I mean, that's part of why this whole time today, I was seeing a lot of Democrats on social media and those I was talking to really getting jazzed about these huge turnouts. And I was pushing back a little bit on a couple of them and asking them, are you sure that this is great news for you?
Right.
You know?
I, gave a kind of whole speech at the beginning about, like, pushing up against your impulse to, like, think that either something amazing is about to happen or something horrible is about to happen. I think that, like, we've officially entered the waiting period of, like, we're going to attach ourselves to kind of any little piece of information that we hope is going to make us either feel better or confirm in one way or another. What do you think is the number one thing that people should not take as seriously as they probably are?
I mean, if you see a state coming in or a district coming in with 65% of the vote, do not slow your fucking roll. Chill out.
Close
First
the
of all,
tab.
there will be states that count their mail ballots first, states that count their election day ballots first.
Yeah.
Some states are counting in different orders in different counties. Some counties are counting in different orders. There's just a bit of a clusterfuck right now on that. It's too early to know. What we do know is that there is continued sign that a bunch of people want to vote for Donald Trump, which should not be news.
Yeah, we knew that. He loves to say on the trail, I got the most votes of any president in history,
and
which is true.
Any incumbent president, yes.
Right.
Is his thing.
Right, because then otherwise I was always like, okay, well, Joe Biden got 80 million votes to your 71, 72, whatever. I want to look at this here. This is going to scare a lot of people.
I wasn't even looking at this.
Yeah. He's at 210. She's at 95. The map is the red wedding is what this looks like right now. But that's also partially just because of what states have closed and where they exist geographically.
Hold on, wait, sorry. Did they call North Carolina?
Oh, did they?
I believe they did.
52.
Yeah. There we go.
Oy. She was riding on that one a little bit, hoping.
So I mean, as we've talked about with a lot of people for a while, if Donald Trump holds North Carolina and he just flips Georgia and Pennsylvania, he wins no matter what. Kamala Harris could win Michigan, Wisconsin, New Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada, sweep everything except for Pennsylvania and Georgia, and Donald Trump is still the president. So what this so far sets up is the path is widening for Donald Trump.
And I've always said, maybe not everybody agrees with this, but I kind of always saw the map as easier for him. The way that fewer dominoes have to fall in a specific direction to me than with Kamala Harris, but maybe that was right. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the country doesn't like the path it's on. It doesn't like the incumbent president. That's a hard thing to pull off Yeah. I got to be back here in a couple of minutes, so I'm going to pop out. I'm going to let you take back the reins.
Okay.
Look at some of those comments.
Let's run through them. All right. Is it possible Virginia flips to Trump? This is saying 57% of the vote in. As Steve just said to all of you, 65% of the vote, we're not going to tell the fat lady to start singing at that rate. But if they've marked it in the map, it's not, set in stone. That's not absolutely concrete. But, so no, it's not out of the question. Look at the margin. There's a less than 1,000 vote difference between the two of them. Well, the question then now was because he was polling better. He was polling better. Oh, yeah. He was polling better, but as we've learned throughout the years, I hope we're all smart enough to put our brain cells together, smash them together really quick, and remember that polls are often very, very wrong. So let's go back to some calls. I have to, I know where it is. Let me put this in full screen again. Put this up here. Gonna do some calls. Cole Tobin, AP only says 178 on Trump, not 210. Different outlets have different counts, which is why we're really gonna just take it as the biggest grain of salt in history and not sell ourselves down any rivers depending on what these different outlets are saying. So let's see.
Hey Grace, my name is Hunter. I am 24, and I know this election is very close and very scary, probably like Al Gore and Bush. But I'm just predicting probably Trump's gonna call it hey, we won. But I'm just thinking this time the political violence is gonna grow and grow severe and violent and go, and the violence is gonna be like crazy in different states, like the swing state.
Okay. Thank you, Hunter. 24. Let me just recap that. This election is going to be very close. Trump's going to probably say that he won. I actually am, we kind of anticipated him at 7 p.m. when 3 states have closed, being like, I've won the whole thing, and anything else that happens after now, like, is a scam and isn't real and it was rigged. He hasn't done that. He has officially posted that he thinks there's cheating, in all caps, in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is going to be one of the last states that we're going to know anything about. So the immediate cheating accusations are obviously premature. Going to say that. As far as violence goes, this has been a subject that's like very difficult for me to talk about or even think about. I remember vividly January 6th and how scarring, like it even felt to watch that. Like I was just like, it really, really upset me. Really upset millions of Americans. That has remained something that is like a big motivator in as people go to the polls again. We'll see that throughout the course of the night. As far as violence goes, I think the difference this time is there will be precautions in place. I think many cities, many states are anticipating this actively. For example, I know Jay Inslee, the governor of Washington State, just preemptively put the National Guard on standby. That's not uncommon. Like he wants to make sure that everything is okay. So I think it's good to, at the same time, like brace ourselves that violence is a real possibility and we have seen it before and we could see it again, while also knowing that, you know, we have seen it before and we can potentially, as people who are watching it, handle it better, and as people who are tasked with keeping it at bay can handle it better. That's the hope. Let me get to another one here. I love that you guys are saying I applied for a Project 2025 job because you could use a job. Go. Tell us how it is. Give us all the info. It's always good to have a guy on the inside. All right. Let's go with another. Ooh, this is a long one. We'll come back to this one. Another long one. Everybody's recording a long message for me. I love this. Okay.
Hi, it's Nina, age undisclosed.
That's my mom.
I'm interested in knowing what you think the effect is of celebrities, sports stars, musicians have on voters. Do they really care, or they consider, oh, here's another elitist who knows nothing? Tell me what you think about celebrities. Thank you.
Okay, that's my mom. Shout out, Mom. She's been active in the chat. If you see her, say hi. If you say anything mean to her, I will, like, literally your life. I wanted to talk about this with our last guest, not Medi, the guest that we were supposed to have. That was a no-show, which is sad, which is why you have me vamping like crazy. I actually think the celebrities are a better thing, not a worse thing. I think the celebrities are not going to turn off any people that would have otherwise voted for someone like Kamala Harris when you have like Alicia Keys come out, Lady Gaga come out, will.i.am come out. That's not going to turn off anybody who was already going to vote against her or vote for Trump. In terms of Gen Z, which is obviously a huge population and huge electorate that I've been looking into, we can't underrate influencer culture. Influencers are around and have become so massive for a reason. And in my opinion, having celebrities endorse is just doubling down on that and showing up where the kids wanted them to show. Now, is that a viable campaign strategy where you're actually going to bring in more voters? That's what this election is going to tell us, because Kamala Harris obviously moved way towards embracing influencers and distributing her message on unconventional platforms like podcasts and TikToks and whatever. We have our next guest that we're going to get lined up here. I'm going to pass the headphones to Steve, but I'm going to set him up with this so he doesn't have to click anything because we don't need to make him do anything hard. I'm here to do that. So I'll be back after. This is going to be an amazing conversation with Waleed Shahid. We're going to talk about Gen Z voters. We're going to talk about the left. We're going to talk about the uncommitted movement. And I'm going to gear that up for you right now. Bring that in.
Set. I'm going to hop off, and you'll see once Steve puts on the...
Is it okay if I get some water real quick before we start?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Now? Now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to wait 1 second because he's going to grab some water. Because I have not hydrated enough either. And oh my God, everybody's saying hi to my mom. That's so nice. This is making me so happy. Oh my God, Skylar, you didn't vote because the Hawk Tua girl didn't endorse anyone. You should send me an email and we should talk about that one-on-one and dissect what's going on there because we can do better. But I'm going to get Steve in the saddle right now.
All right.
Because we're back in here. Steve, the only thing you're going to do is unmute. Oh, wait.
All good.
Very ungraceful with my sweatpants on. Oh, this is trying to reconnect, which is a problem. One sec.
All right, I think we're good.
Cool. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Everything's good?
Can you hear me, Waleed?
Yes.
All right, thanks for joining us. Waleed Shahid, progressive strategist, leader in the uncommitted movement. You've been in this for a while. First of all, gut check. We're about, what time is it? We're about 9:30. We still have a lot of polls to go to close throughout the country, but we're getting a bit of a picture of what the race is looking like right now. What's your vibe right now?
I'm in touch with a lot of Muslim and Arab Americans across the country, particularly in Michigan, who this is a really difficult election for them. I think many of these voters have traditionally voted Democrat, and this year in particular, I imagine we'll see a pretty significant chunk of Muslim and Arab Americans for the first time in 2 or 3 decades not vote for the Democratic candidate in the way that we might have imagined them to vote in the past. And so I can get into more detail about why that is, but it does worry me about the long-term future of the Democratic Party in states like Michigan. Even if they win today, which I don't, I hope they do, that if they want to hold that Senate seat in 2026, this is a constituency that has felt very alienated from both President Biden and Vice President Harris, and something I'm deeply concerned about.
Yeah, so I want to touch back on that in a little bit because there are progressive issues that I'm sure you're very passionate about that don't necessarily translate to being huge electoral winners, or might have polls might show that the American public is a little unsure about them or just might not motivate people even if people support them. But when it comes to the war in Gaza, there is a tangible political cost to what the Biden-Harris administration has overseen when it comes to Israel policy. And we've seen that concentrated in Michigan, which is obviously the state with the highest Arab American population. When you're talking about Arab American voters being in a position of a very painful election, there's a reflexive response from a lot of Democrats, a lot of liberals, of why on earth would you vote for Trump? Why would you vote for a guy who, attempted the Muslim ban or has made just objectively racist statements? What do you think people are missing when that's their response to efforts like yours?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I think for a lot of people who aren't familiar with the Muslim or Arab community, it's an obvious question. And what I can say is, one, there is so much more scrutiny on the incumbent party and the incumbent administration to earn the support and earn the votes of voters. And people's memories are short. A lot of people don't have a strong memory of the Trump presidency and what Trump did compared to the immediacy of seeing the current Democratic Party send weapons to Israel's assault on Gaza and in Lebanon, and seeing children's limbs blown apart every day on their telephone screens, on their TV screens, like that's what's currently on people's mind, not what Donald Trump said in 2015, 2016, 2017. And secondly, the Republican Party has been doing organizing in the Muslim and Arab community for even before October 7th, and the Democratic Party has often taken these votes for granted as votes that will always vote Democrat because the Republican Party is Islamophobic, it's for a Muslim ban, is racist, and if you don't invest in your voters, if you don't try to persuade them, then they will entertain other ideas eventually. And so we've seen that in the Latino community, in the Black community, in the Asian community. It's not that different for the Muslim and Arab community, that there's a sense that their votes are being taken for granted and might as well take a risk on, or a chance on someone else. And the third thing is, I think that a lot of Arab and Muslim Democrats feel that a lot of that the Democratic Party opposes the Republican use of Islamophobia or anti-Palestinian racism, that they don't actually oppose Islamophobia itself. Otherwise, they would be standing up to Benjamin Netanyahu. And so it feels very political, electoral to get people's votes rather than if you were actually deeply opposed to Islamophobia or racism, why would you be in an alliance with Benjamin Netanyahu and sending him weapons? And so I think there's kind of a cynicism and a skepticism and a despair that honestly people like Donald Trump and even Jill Stein have been preying on that despair in a way that, I'm a Democrat, I voted for Vice President Harris today, but I've definitely seen that sense of despair be very pervasive over the past year.
So on the subject of that sense of despair, one thing that I remember at the Democratic Convention was the sit-in that the Uncommitted movement did outside the convention hall when the Harris campaign and the DNC decided not to have a Palestinian American speaker speak from the stage, which was itself a much lower ask than what was initially asked of the campaign and the DNC. When you look at how the Harris campaign has decided to handle this issue, Vice President Harris had a line about the conflict and the war and civilian deaths in her speech at the DNC that kind of took a kitchen sink approach to saying, we'll stand with Israel, we'll minimize civilian casualties, Palestinians will have determination. And that got huge cheers in the room. Language like that gets a lot of cheers around the country. But the fact is there is conflict between those goals that she's laying out. Much of the reason for a long-standing conflict there is the fact that you can't reconcile some of those views, that the United States does need to make active decisions on which is more important. But zooming out, what do you think was the biggest mistake that was made in this campaign? What would you have done differently on the part of the Harris campaign?
Obviously, the position of the Uncommitted movement is that people want to see an end to the weapons that the White House and the United States are supplying to Israel's militarism and military rule over Palestinians. That said, there were a number of other asks that the Uncommitted movement made to Vice President Harris to begin to bridge with a community that has felt very marginalized by the party and pushed aside and not heard, not seen. We asked for Vice President Harris to meet with Palestinian and Lebanese families in Michigan who have had loved ones killed in Gaza by U.S.-supplied Israeli bombs. We asked Vice President Harris to have a speaker at the DNC to represent the Palestinian community. We asked Vice President Harris to release a statement or have Tim Walz release a statement saying that as president or vice president, they intend to uphold American international law as it pertains to U.S. weapons. We asked for Vice President Harris to put out a statement or a video or something showing what her position would be as on Israel-Palestine as different than Donald Trump's positions, to outline the stark contrast between her and Trump on this issue, if there is one. And unfortunately, Vice President Harris and her campaign decided not to do any of those things. And I still am scratching my head to why. And maybe there's some fear of alienating some of the people in the donor class who donate to the Democratic Party. Maybe it's a fear of alienating suburban moderate white voters who maybe are a little Islamophobic, pro-Israel, whatever it is. But there were small things that the Harris campaign could have done to begin to earn the trust back of these voters that I think voters were willing to give her because she wasn't Joe Biden. And I think she missed that opportunity, and I hope the Democratic Party can recover this breach of trust, this breach of trust, and I'm baffled by it. And there's only one word to describe what people feel about it, which is bigotry. People feel that our communities, the Arab community, the Muslim community, the Palestinian communities, are not being treated with equal respect or equal value to other communities. And I don't know. I hope it doesn't have the impact that I fear it might have on her election today, but it definitely is something that is could be a realignment of Muslim and Arab voters away from the Democratic Party for the short term or the long term if they don't figure this out.
So you said that the one word people would use to describe it is bigotry. One word that you have just used to describe the left's status overall, just zooming out, is failure. You wrote a piece in Jacobin recently about the overall failure of the organized left to really make inroads within the Democratic Party. And look, if Kamala Harris, we really don't know right now, but it certainly does not look as good as a lot of Democrats hoped or expected at this hour. And if Kamala Harris loses, it will really cap a year that saw a lot of demonstrations of just how far the country has shifted a bit to the right over the past few years, and how far the Democratic Party has changed from even as recently as maybe 2021, let alone 2017, 2018, 2019. So first of all, if Kamala Harris were to lose, do you have any expectation that what we saw after Donald Trump won in 2016 of the Democratic Party moving left on a broad range of issues? Do you have any expectation that that's the kind of thing that might happen again?
I mean, I'm extremely skeptical of that happening. I think that there's a lot of evidence to suggest that what the Democratic Party would take away, what the media and the establishment would take away if Vice President Harris were to lose, is not that she was too anti-Palestinian. What they would take away is that she was a black woman from San Francisco who had a number of progressive policies, and some people in the country thought that she was too pro-trans, that she was too pro-abortion, that she was too, wanted to spend too much money. I think that would be the main takeaway that the media and political class would have about her losing the election, even if I don't agree with those takes. I just know how this stuff works. And I think what happened in 2016 was that Bernie offered an alternative to Hillary Clinton, and that led a lot of people to be like, oh, maybe Bernie could have been the candidate. There was nothing like that this time around, so there's no alternative to Vice President Harris other than Joe Biden that could maybe be a kind of symbol for what could have been. And so I'm skeptical that the country and the party will magically become much more left-wing if Vice President Harris doesn't win tonight. And in terms of the failure question, there's a conversation you have with your peers and your colleagues that isn't one you have with in the mainstream. And what I was trying to tell my progressive leftist peers and organizers is that we have a lot of work to do to organize communities in the same way AIPAC has organized communities, whether it's organizing faith-based institutions or elected officials or labor unions or donors. We need to invest in the long term of this work to have a real place in the Democratic Party on a range of issues. I think we've moved the party in a much better direction on climate over the past 10 years, on issues like economics. I think we have a long way to go on immigration, on foreign policy, but my hope I have is that all the polling has showed me that a majority of Democrats and a majority of Harris voters oppose her policy of sending unconditional weapons to Benjamin Netanyahu, and that gives me a little bit of hope that if that coalition, if those 8 labor unions that came out for an arms embargo, if the NAACP, which came out for an arms embargo, if progressive elected officials like AOC and Bernie Sanders, if they really put pressure on President Harris, I think that is a good strategy moving forward. And I don't see, for people who care about Palestinian rights, I don't see anything like that happening under Donald Trump. That coalition doesn't matter to Donald Trump, but that coalition does matter to Vice President Harris.
I mean, on the subject of broader, ability to push Vice President Harris, one of the things that the left has often pitched is that even if the Democratic Party is not perfect, even if it's not where you would like it to ideally be, it is much more receptive on workers' rights, on labor rights, on the minimum wage, on industrial policy, any number of these things. But we've seen in election after election now, including this one, people in rural counties continuing to move right. We're seeing some evidence of people of color in major cities continuing to move right. I mean, you talked about here this being kind of an intra-left conversation, but I mean, if that is something that happens here, that the voters who are ostensibly ones that you believe should be the most supportive of the left, how will you walk away from this moment thinking about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think that, and these are much better questions than what I get asked on mainstream TV, so thank you for the questions. Yeah, I mean, I'm someone who's very clear that the Arab and Muslim community is not a leftist community or a progressive community. That is why people are open to Jill Stein and Donald Trump. They're not like committed progressive Democrats, and so like I'm pretty eyes wide open about how many communities of color might not identify with the progressive left on everything, but they might, ally with the progressive left on certain things. And I do think that progressives need to do a better job, and Democrats as a whole, it's not just progressives, need to do a better job speaking to non-college voters, the multiracial working class, and I've been excited to see how much effort AOC has put in with labor unions over the last 2 months to try to build that relationship with union members of all backgrounds, whether it's the UAW in Michigan or SEIU in Pennsylvania or the hotel workers in Las Vegas. This is a kind of progressive labor and youth labor partnership that I think is hopefully a future major part of a coalition with the Democratic Party, because most young people are pro-labor and pro-union, even if they are skeptical of the Democratic Party. Part of the reason a lot of young people and working class people tend to be annoyed with the Democratic Party is the Democratic Party overpromises and underdelivers, which breeds skepticism and cynicism and allows Republicans to suppress the vote. But it definitely, the number of non-college voters and working class voters that have been trending toward the Republican Party since 2016 is obviously an issue that both progressives and Democrats need to be very, need to look at clear-eyed.
Yeah. Well, you promised a good conversation. You delivered a good conversation. So we appreciate you joining us. Thanks a lot. Waleed Shahid.
Cool. Did someone win yet? No?
Ha! You tell us.
All right. Take care. Bye.
All right. Have a good night, man.
Good.
All right. Great conversation with Waleed Shahid. I am now in full control here, apparently. How do I get to the chat? How do I navigate here?
Oh, you want to talk to chat? It's up there. You want to look at the chat?
Oh.
It's up there.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing people. North Carolina. Yeah, North Carolina has already called for Trump. So that's something that we knew was going to happen, or that we knew already happened. And I don't know much about Mecklenburg County, I got to say. I'm being deposed from my throne here, which is really fall from grace here for me. But I'm going to pass the reins back to the one and only Grace Weinstein.
Okay, we're going on commercial.
We're going to commercial.
Be back at 10.
All right, we'll be back at 10.
All right.
It's the story that nobody can shut up about, the crisis among young men. I'm your host, Grace Weinstein, and I'm always trying to talk about your masculinity. Narratives have gotten out of hand when it comes to this election, and yeah, that always happens, so big whoop. But what is the difference this time? We are focusing on young male voters. What are they thinking? What are they up to? Obviously, who are they going to vote for? And it's like nobody can figure it out for some reason. I decided to come to Georgia and test some theories for myself. Georgia's kind of ground zero of all of the interesting things in this election for me. Abortion rights, voter suppression, or voting rights, depending on who you ask. Race, hurricane relief. We've got big cities. We've got rural counties. It's just a real mix of everything. And Georgia is actually the perfect place to zoom in on the different male voting blocks. You've got these white, traditional, Christian, conservative Trump voters. You all know who I'm talking about. But you also have the black men that have been a Democratic stronghold for forever. Certainly predates me being alive. And those groups both have their own motivations. So because the media has decided recently that they're obsessed with focusing on black men not voting, I decided to put that theory to the test. I wonder about Barack Obama got on stage the other day and he was kind of finger wagging and chastising young black men about showing up. Do you think that will motivate young black men specifically, or will that kind of backfire?
I think that there's a misplaced conception that black men are not voting. Black men are the second most dedicated voting bloc in the country. You know, black women voted 90%, black men voted 80%. And then there's a 55% of white women and then 27% of white men. And so to say somebody who makes a high B is not doing enough when you got people making, you know, low Fs and they didn't even get their name right, 27%, I think it's misplaced.
What do you think the demands of young men are? I really struggle to figure out what they want. What do you think they're looking for, and how do you think you can activate that within them?
They want to be heard. And I think that we forgot about 2020 and why so many young black men were outside. When you talk about those issues, the broken promises from the last major election, John Lewis Voting Rights Act, George Floyd Justice Policing Act, student loans not being fully forgiven, I think there a lot of that pushback. But I also think they're tired of older people telling them what to do. And I think that by chastising them, you only create more resentment.
One of the things that's happening between men and women right now is women are getting much more liberal and men generally are becoming more conservative. What do you think the reason for that is? Like, is there one thing? Is it just a general mood about the country? What is the contributor to that?
I don't think black men are becoming more conservative. We've always been conservative. But we're not going to trade that conservatism for racism or an attempt to erase our history. So I think that maybe the general mood of the country in certain sectors are becoming more conservative while women are becoming more liberal because their rights are being taken away in real time. But I think black men understand that rights are being taken away, and they know that if they come for a woman's reproductive rights, it's not too far off that they're going to come for our lives. They're going to come for our voting rights. They're going to try to erase our history. So I think we recognize all of that, and we're having that conversation, a robust conversation out loud on social media. And I think politicians need to listen to that and actually do what the people say they should do.
The information sphere is just clouded with crap, and far-right male voices are really dominating a lot of the airwaves. You can disagree with me. There's a lot of radicalizing of young men that's going on that I'm seeing it in my sphere. So how do you kind of move the radicalizing darker forces out and make sure that young men specifically are getting good info?
Right now, in a lot of right-wing spheres, the emotion that's tied there is hate. And we have to fight hate with love. We have to fight hate with hope. And so in the information that I gather, I always fact check it. And I tell people, fact check in the comments, because the engagement is driving the top item that's being highlighted.
Donald Trump said at a dinner, he didn't know that men could get their period until he saw Tim Walz. Do you think that like the winner of this election is going to help craft what vision of masculinity this country has moving forward?
Usually the weakest man in the room is the one that's insulting people. Because again, if you insult people all the time, I come from Southwest Atlanta. If you insult me over and over again, it's going to be a fight. And so I think that as a middle-aged man who's gone through his adolescence and understands that you have to be balanced in your assessment of what a real man is, you don't insult people. And so I think that this election will go a long way into determining what the ideal for a man is.
Okay, so I want you to keep that answer in your head, because I asked the same question to a young white guy 90 minutes away at the University of Georgia in Athens. Yeah, I think there's like definitely two different visions of masculinity when you look at the presidential race. Like you've got Donald Trump, who emphasizes like strength is a lot about domination. And then you've got like someone like Tim Walz on the other side, who is a very different version of masculinity than definitely Republicans are used to. What kind of message do you think people are taking away from those two things in conflict?
Tim Walz may be more of a more soft-spoken person, maybe less masculine, I guess you could say, but Donald Trump is the more masculine guy, you could say, but he speaks volume. So it's like, which one are you kind of going to lean towards? Would you like somebody that's not, I don't know, I guess, as masculine, but you're comfortable around, or would you like the more masculine person, but you know stuff's going to get done, I guess you could say?
There's a lot of concerns around about whether people in the U.S. and on the world stage will be able to respect a woman if she is president. And you know, I know a lot of guys and like love the men in my life who I think somewhere in the back of their head, they're like, I don't know if I can vote for a woman to be president. Do you think that that's like a true sense that a lot of people are thinking in the back of their heads?
I think so. I mean, look at history. We've never had a woman president, and I'm not to say that a woman president couldn't get the job done. I just don't think this one could get the job done. I think masculinity has like such a strong value on a world stage that you need somebody more masculine just to like almost like put a sense of fear in, I guess. I don't know. I obviously see like there is roles for women in these jobs. Like I'm not saying this is strictly a man's job like that. I'm not saying that, but I think there's just definitely needs to, women are better at some things and men are better at some things. And I think that's just like, there's positions for women to be in, and that's fine.
There's actually studies of this being, women are going like this towards being more liberal and men are becoming much more conservative. Yeah. Has that caused like any rifts with the women in your life?
Not in my own personal life. I mean, all of my
Unmute this, and now I can hear you. Welcome to the live stream. This is Representative Eric Swalwell here with us from California. I feel like you're coming at the perfect time, can I just say? I've got two monitors here, so you might see me looking a little side to side. Everybody seems to all of a sudden flip the panic switch, I feel like, in the past 30 minutes. The vibe has shifted. How are you confronting that? How are you looking at this race? Can't hear you. Hang on one second. I can't hear you really quick. I'm not sure if that's on our end. Oh, it's unmuted.
Unmute the tab.
Muted. I got it. Sorry. There's so many things going on here.
No worries.
Now you're with us.
Yeah,
How are you keeping
panic.
calm? Okay.
Don't panic. 2020 felt the same way. I'm really watching North Carolina right now.
Me too.
And the key to North Carolina, if you really want to dig into it, is Mecklenburg County, where only 10% of the votes have come in. Joe Biden won that county by 66%. Kamala Harris is around 64% right now. If she hits the 66% mark, and there's more votes than last time, and we expect a higher turnout, that's going to change that 51-48 advantage that Trump has significantly. And so we're watching that, of course. We're up in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We're up in Omaha, the blue dot. And look, it's going to be a long night. This is just the reality of modern day elections. And so don't panic. Buckle up and get ready.
I'm like taking a deep breath as you say that. I think I am remembering 2020, and it was all of our first time working on this election, and that 3, 4, 5 a.m. we were parsing these vote and ballot drops in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Arizona. So it's good to remember that we've got a long way. What are some signs, aside from Mecklenburg County, that make you hopeful for Democrats right now?
Well, when you look at many of the Pennsylvania counties and you see that the vice president, at least as they count, is outperforming how Joe Biden did. And again, we had 100 days to stand up this campaign, and she was pitch perfect in her execution of it. And all the way up until the last, second of polls being open, we were organizing and mobilizing, and that's going to pay off. Again, we're still waiting, and it's going to be a while. We're going to go into the early morning hours before we have any sense of clarity. But we're in this. We are in this, and I feel like our work's going to pay off.
One thing that I've paying a close attention to, and I've been talking about all night on the stream, is the gender gap here. Not just how women are going to show up in response to fighting for their reproductive rights, but how men are going to show up and interpret their place in the world right now. I always say that there's like a very different worldview being proposed by both parties right now in terms of what role men are supposed to play and what we set them up for. What do you think men are going to do tonight when they get into that voting booth?
Well, I hope they vote for the candidate who's going to protect their family, protect their family's financial well-being, protect their family's rights, protect their family's democracy. And I only see one candidate who sees them, and that's Kamala Harris. I mean, Donald Trump is a me candidate. If he's losing women, he'll put 100 women behind him who hold up a sign that say "Women for Trump," and that's the only day during the election season where he's going to care about them. It's all about Trump and no core set of principles that he operates from. And so I hope, as Nevada voters and California voters, especially as you think about the House races, think about who's going to be for you, who's going to see you, who's going to reflect what you care about when it comes to your family.
I think about when it comes to the House race. When I interviewed Joe Biden in April, subtle flex for the chat in the live stream here, he leaned over to me at the end of the interview and was like, New York has to stay blue. We're in New York right now. There are, questions about how those seats are going to fall. Any projections for how the House is looking right now?
Yeah, we need 2 to 3 seats out of New York. There's really no path unless we deliver 2 to 3 out of New York. We need 3 at least in California, and then you're going to pick up, probably 1 in Omaha, 1 in Alabama, 1 or 2 across Michigan, Wisconsin, 1 or 2 in Arizona, and we've got to hold on in, Western Pennsylvania, Maine, and Alaska, and that's a majority. It's a thin majority, but that can play, that can work.
I'm going to obviously have my eyes trained on that all night. It's, in many ways more consequential than the presidency sometimes, like what everything starts in the House legislation-wise, the things that affect us on a day-to-day basis. I don't have to tell you that, but when I was thinking about today, and I was like, which direction do I want to go when I talk to you? And I was remembering that you are on the Homeland Security Committee.
Yes.
And I'm watching these bomb threats roll in by like the dozens, it seems like, in Georgia, in Pennsylvania. There were some things that were connected to Russian disinformation organizations when it came to fake FBI posts. What is the state of election cybersecurity right now, or disinformation right now? What does that look like to you?
Well, we're experiencing what many of Russia's neighbors have experienced since the invasion of Ukraine, which is, they're tormenting their neighbors with these cyber attacks. The Chisinau airport in Moldova is shut down almost every day. They're a neighbor to Ukraine, supporting Ukraine, and Russia calls in bomb threats almost every day. So this is what they do, and we probably were not as prepared to, address and be ready for Russia to do it. And now we're going to have to just price that into future elections, that they're just, whether it's disinformation or trying to disorient, the voters through bomb threats, it's just what they're going to do. And we're going to have to, be ready for it.
Yeah. What would you say to voters who see that a bomb threat has been called into their polling place? It's closed now. But
you have to take it seriously. But if there's a pattern of doing it, you can't let it deter you. Because the second you give up your vote for violence, we're no longer a democracy.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing how fast that has shifted. I only voted my first vote was 2016, which was a race like none other, featuring Donald Trump for the first time. I voted in 2020, featuring Donald Trump for the second time, a race like none other, partially because of COVID, partially because of, the candidates again. And this race feels like another race that is never like one we've seen before. People like to joke, like, I want to live in precedented times, but is this just going to be what life is like now?
Yes. That is our divided, reality. And Donald Trump has done nothing to try and unite the country. I think Joe Biden, did his best. Obviously, was limited by other factors. And Kamala Harris, promising to put Republicans in the cabinet and be a president for all American if she wins. I think you're going to see a sincere effort to take us there.
That's something that gets like a lot of airtime in my circles and group chats and whatnot. Kamala Harris brings in Liz Cheney. Kamala Harris wants a Republican in the cabinet. What would you say to people who are put off by that?
We need to bring the country together, and we need to be in the problem-solving solutions business, and that means working with Republicans. They're not all MAGA Republicans. Many of them just, want to support their family, work hard, see it add up to something, and that means working with them. And so I admire that she has sought to do that. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that does shake out that way. Who will end up being the chosen one or chosen few? As this hour gets later and we start to bring the West Coast into the mix. I'm from California, so I'm like, are the Cali vibes gonna bring a change of pace for us tonight? Well, look, we've always, since the Speaker Pelosi era, have delivered on big nights like this, for the House, and so I do expect you're going to see again at least three House seats come our way, and hopefully, because of what other states have done, that's going to be enough. Yeah. My question that I keep asking people and coming back to myself is, and then I'll let you go because you've got a lot to do, I'm sure. What's your midnight snack tonight? Do we have an appetite? Are we coming into the kitchen? No, this is like watching the 49ers in the Super Bowl. I've got an election party I've got to jump into, and I want to see my constituents, I want to see my supporters, I want to see my family, but I also want to watch the game. Yeah, I totally get it. So thank you for taking your time out of your busy schedule, and good luck with those festivities. All right, my pleasure. I'll see you. All right. Oh, we're off. Let me mute this. Take my headphones off. Oh, we're good. Yeah? Good. Let me take a sip of water here and come back to you guys. As we kind of recenter ourselves here, we're going to do a lot of questions. We're going to do some phone calls. But I do really want to take a second to reset ourselves here. Take a deep breath. I feel like I need it. If you don't need it, ignore my woo-woo shit. But we're going to do that a couple times. But I want to just say, I broke my biggest rule that we are not going to, start getting shaky hands, sweaty palms, sweaty upper lip, as my boyfriend loves to point out constantly in my life. We are going to keep it easy. We don't have to get caught up in the fold. We are not going to know things for a long time. We are not going to make snap judgments based on what we do know. That's my level set with you all. And if you want to check me if I get out of hand again, you are more than welcome. I want to look at the chat here. My mom did say also so many bomb threats in Georgia. How did you handle all of that from Russia? We asked him that. That was my biggest question for him. A bunch of the polling places in Georgia were extended their hours. This is where things get very interesting because that's where, for example, some of the polling places in Fulton County or Gwinnett County were extended till 7:58 p.m. instead of 7 p.m. 58 minutes can make a huge difference, obviously, but if, that 58 minutes doesn't make up for potentially many lost voters who didn't show up to the polls because they were too scared, I just wonder what kind of effects that will have on where this race goes. I'm like, if people don't feel safe enough to cast their vote and do their civic duty, especially because Russia's getting involved in our shit, that is just sad, just on a fundamental level. That is a really disappointing thing to confront and grapple with. That's true about, the state of our race right now. A lot of you are asking me about Utah. Let's look at it on the map. How about that? Let's get back in here.
Although I have my qualms with this map that we're using, but we'll talk about them later. It is 0% reporting. See, this is where like I understand that we're all like, why does it work this way? I'm actually here with you. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I know why they do this. It's 0% in, 0% in any county, and they're calling it for Donald Trump. That means what they do know is that everything is looking so favorable for him that no amount of movement in the other direction would possibly be meaningful to throw him off winning that state. I agree with you guys though, and I will say this till the cows come home, like, let's do this in a different way, because even if it's just to make us all feel better that races are not called until all the votes are counted, it just makes sense. Like, I feel like this isn't just me. We're all in this together. We're gonna start that for next year. Planning starts now. That's gonna be our ballot proposal. The decision desk called Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana too. So let's hit those up. Wait. Colorado is blue. I'm like, which of the squares is it on here? If this is a sign of my brain health for the rest of the night, we could be in bad shape. Okay. Colorado. Wyoming. I did that one. Montana. Huge, underratedly huge state. We are continuing to watch the Senate race in Montana. Ooh! Real time. Not surprised. NBC projects that Ted Cruz wins Texas. Let's talk about Ted Cruz for one little second. We're gonna pull up. No, let me. Oh, because I can do it here. Okay, sorry, learning this website in real time. Texas, here we go. Ted Cruz, in a lot of your brains, is one of the most unpopular people generally, not even just in government. I think a lot of liberal people tend to view him as, how could anybody like this man? Yet he's been elected election after election after term to the Senate. It has never really been in question. Okay. It has never really been in question whether he was going to go back or not. I think a lot of people like to tell themselves that Texas is going blue. Steve and I just talked about this. But you can look at the numbers here, tell the whole story. Obviously, you've got Dallas, this tiny blue dot. Colin Allred whoops Ted Cruz here. Houston, tiny blue, a little bigger blue dot. Colin Allred whoops Ted Cruz. Look at this, 650,000 votes, 362,000 votes, 64,000 votes, 100,000 votes. So in these massive population centers, Colin Allred is putting up huge numbers. But look at all these other counties. Like, there is just so much more in Texas to consider than just these big urban centers. So that's where Ted Cruz really cleans it up with even somebody who seems like such a perfect Senate candidate for Texas. Like, Beto O'Rourke had his flaws in a lot of ways. He was super, he was quirky. He was punk rock vibes in some way. He was like a little bad boy in the Democrats, like used bad language on the road. That's something that a lot of people in like rural Texas don't mess with. So Colin Allred, who's got like this very clean cut stand-up guy, former football player, like they love that shit in Texas, but even he can't take it across the finish line. It's just a real question mark at this point. Or actually, I guess it's not. It's the opposite of a question mark. We know exactly how it's going. I wanted to look at here. I wanted to go back to North Carolina. We've got a not massive lead here at all. This is what? I can't do good math here. Under 200,000 votes. I heard somebody say that if it's a 6-figure lead that Trump has over Kamala Harris, she's not coming back from that. If she keeps it within 5 figures and under, then it's still on the table. They've got a ways to go. It's only 72% reported. So that's the reason why I'm like, I kind of want to delete that red shaded in. But the reason we chose Decision Desk is because their accuracy is very, very high. Right now they have Donald Trump at projected 280 to Kamala Harris's 258. That's a very clear, uncontested winner right there. So that would immediately cut out any of the scenarios we have for, you know, this goes to months of lawsuits and gets tied up in courts and goes to the House of Representatives where each state, like, certification gets crazy. We would avoid that situation if Donald Trump has a clear victory. DM Lonk, I hope it's a red mirage and a blue shift will help. That is entirely possible in North Carolina as they process Eric. I was going to call him Eric Adams. Definitely not Eric Adams. Where is Mecklenburg? Sorry. Let's see on this map. Can Grace find a county? Here we go. I love these features. Here. Thank you. This is only 18% in. So this is what he was saying. The biggest county that Joe Biden absolutely fucking dominated in 2020, that she will surely dominate in again, is only 18% reported. And she's going to widen, if all things go her way, her lead just based on that county's votes that will come in alone. Something to consider here, though, is, like I said, the disparity between what numbers she's putting up and what numbers the gubernatorial candidate is putting up. What's his name? Josh Stein. I want to find his. Let's see how he's doing. Because she's polling behind. He is, look, polling ahead. 53% to Mark Robinson's 41%. So there are a ton of voters in Virginia who are showing up in that voting booth, voting for Josh Stein and not voting for Kamala Harris. Those are those split ticket voters that we were talking about earlier today. Moongazer said, I feel like I'm a Karen for being mad about this little issue, but no, if you can't stand in line, then vote in the mail because it's not fair to others. I felt like I was going to pass out. SMH. Oh, that's an interesting fact they just give me. Bitcoin just hit an all-time high. I think that we're going to start to see a little bit of movement in the Bitcoin corner of the internet, in the poly market corner of the internet. What are the betting markets saying right now? Let's take a look at poly market. Yeah, what's the phrase? HODL? Yeah, I'm like, I hate that I know that. Okay, holy freaking shot, you guys. This was way closer earlier today. It's no surprise to me what this is looking at right now, but Polymarket has Donald Trump at an 87.9 win percentage and Kamala Harris at an 11.3 win percentage. Oh, I love these updates right now. This is giving me life. Okay, let's go back to this because I want to check what this said. Yeah. Decision Desk says, and echoed by NBC, Iowa for Trump. We made a lot of hay over Ann Seltzer's poll that Kamala Harris was up 3 points on Donald Trump. Here's the thing about Iowa. Barack Obama knew how to work Iowa. He knew how to work Iowa till those cornfields were, grazed, whatever happens in cornfields. Who in their right mind would have thought that Kamala Harris was going to match that energy and match those numbers? Not I. But then when the gold standard of gold standard pollsters comes through and is like, these are my numbers, people are inclined to believe her. I did make a point to say, it's entirely likely that she conducted a bad poll. It happens to every pollster. Just because it happens to her less often doesn't mean that it never will. She had a big bad poll in 2018 for governor. And look, it happened again. So yeah, Iowa for Trump, no surprise there. you can see all of the states that we're still, oh, we've got New York blue. And our whole thing, get Manhattan in there. Our whole thing is that we had these 6 propositions on the New York ballot, and the first one enshrined a lot of, equal rights things in our Constitution, protected, equal rights for women, reproductive rights. That was a yes by a wide margin, was passed. And then it was no on 2 through 6. And I had to go and tell a lot of people, if you only read the text on the ballot in New York, you're not going to actually get the full understanding of what rules that would change. So I advised everybody to go read about the actual propositions, who supports them, who criticizes them. And what do you know? You find out that most of them are worded so deceptively. I think that should be outlawed. Like, we can't keep doing this anymore. Political parties or political causes are deliberately tricking people into voting the way that they don't actually want to vote. That needs to be like the number one rule of we can't do that, in my opinion. KJP, MO was closer than I thought it would be. Let's see. I mean, look at the difference in vote count. Like, it's only, she's losing in Missouri by less votes than she's losing in North Carolina currently, where she has a chance to win. When you think about the numbers in that way, it's just a little trippy. I don't know if that's like a stupid internet philosopher thought of like, oh, I think this is really deep. But like, to me, it's just kind of weird when you figure out like the population disparity in all of these places can be truly so big. Let's see what else. Let's do a phone call. Why not, right? I've got a couple things in here. I can never find the tab. Oh, here it is. Just kidding. I know where it is. Let me put my headphones on. Okay. Let me reload this one. See if anything new came in. Let's see.
Hi, I'm V, and I just wanted to say, 1, Grace, you're doing great, and 2, I was wondering how Kamala's doing in North Carolina compared to Biden in the last election. Thank you so much.
Well, V, if you're listening, I hope we answered your question. If we didn't, please come back with more. We're going to keep an eye on Mecklenburg, I believe is the name of that county. Leave it to me to mess it up, though. We're going to come back and look at Mecklenburg County throughout the night. It's still only at 18% in, so that has not changed. To me, what that's like, the signal that's sending is if they've hit a stagnant point, then that either means like they're moving from election day to mail-in votes and early votes, or vice versa. They're making like a transition, and at one point you're going to get like a big dump of ballots and you'll see those numbers change. So we'll be sure to have an eye on this for sure. Jordan Davis in there. Hi, girl, number 1. Thank you for being here. No help needed. I don't know if you guys just caught Eric Swalwell, who, listen, if I'm going to be real with you, he did seem a little nervous. I know I asked him that question, like, how are you feeling and how is it looking? It is a little bit of his job to say that everything's fine and we believe everything will work out and I'm fine, but his demeanor was betraying him a little bit. That's all I'll say. But I was grateful for, the comfort that he was offering, which was like, it looked this way and felt this way in 2020 as well. This is actually not that far off from where we were then. What I do want to look at, actually, and we'll come back to a question after our next guest, but I want to start to look at Nevada here, which there's nothing in Decision Desk as of right now. Emil, I agree. He seemed very low energy. I would be too. Like, if you're trying to keep yourself dissociated and conscious and in the right zone and right and right mind frame for like a very long time tonight. I too would kind of be like, let me just zen myself out and dissociate for a while, even though I'm doing press hits. I get that mentality. I kind of wish I was doing that right now. But I'm here with y'all, so you're going to get all of my emotions in every which direction. So about Wisconsin is the question that I'm getting. And we'll come back to that because we're not going to know anything about Wisconsin until a very, very long time. 48% of the vote in. It is their wait. This is why we don't look at this, but this is also why we look at this. They are literally tied. It is a difference of 150 votes exactly. Isn't that crazy? Like millions of votes have been cast and they 150 separate them. Like when people say, oh, this is going to be a close election, 150 people. Like if there was a minor COVID outbreak in one church in Wisconsin, like the election could be different. It's just weird how little those things are. But also not for nothing, we do, and we will talk about this later. Okay. We will talk about this later. The third party vote here is also not nothing. You have RFK Jr., who remains on the ballot in this state. He was removed from the ballot in other ones, kept on, sued to keep his name on the ballot in North Carolina, actually, which, like, let's see what he's putting in there. Oh, no, he's not. Okay, good. Then it was a different state. But he, in a lot of places, deliberately wanted to stay on the ballot so he could pull votes from Kamala Harris, hopefully, to keep Donald Trump's lead. And we have the Jill Stein question, which is, 6,000 votes here. Obviously, if they split those votes in one direction or another, that could be a win for either party in Wisconsin, which could have a big, big effect on this race. Where's Grace getting her poll numbers? Getting poll numbers from my team who's in the other room is sending them to me. I have Decision Desk up here where they have historically been the fastest to call races while also being the highest percent accurate. I have my concerns about that. Just when I see, Virginia, as we were looking at it earlier, it's probably different now. Yeah, it was separated by like 1,000 votes. I just don't trust that that's finite, but they also are the professionals, and I'm the girl just sitting here with headphones on trying to sell you guys on this notion that I know what I'm talking about. Thank you for buying in, but now that I'm looking at it, these Jill Stein vote totals are, 25K, 17K. Interesting, New York doesn't show. Michigan already clocking in at 8K, but only 23% of the results are in yet. We're not even going to talk about Michigan. I think I have to get ready for my next guest. I'm so sorry to drink water on camera, but I don't have any time. So thank you for bearing with me. Our next guest, we're going to talk about two really key things here, which is the Nevada presidential election, the Nevada results. That could be a big, big thing. And we want to talk about which way Latino men are breaking. And when I say breaking, that means which direction they're going in, which they're pursuing. Are they going plus X amount for Trump? Are they going more for Harris than we initially intended? Sorry, I'm just making sure that I'm up to date on my info before I get him in here. I want to make sure I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's going to be a slow count in Nevada, especially polls just closed 30 minutes ago. They're a big early voting state. Oh my God, no hydrating on cam. We don't care if it's hydrating on cam. I'm like, girl, I'm thirsty. If I'm gonna last with you guys through the night, I need to stay hydrated. I agree. Okay, we're gonna bring him in a minute. And I want to know what... I'll get there in a second. I just got a quick pic taken of her from the back group. That's me. Will Harris say the vote was rigged? No, she will not. And this question about, do you think voter fraud is going to be the main talking point for the next 3 months? Depends what happens. If, I'm supposed to have my headphones off, I guess. Oh, I'm ready to go. Okay, we're going to bring them in then. Show me that card of what order I do this in. Thank you. Let me move. Okay, that's good. That's not good. This is good. And I'm gonna unmute you. One day I'll get this right. Hello there. Are you with us? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, I have to put you in the big screen and bring you in. I can hear you great. Thank
Okay.
you so much for being here with us. Mike Madrid, you are right on time
Oh, look at that.
for everything that I need to ask you. We're going to talk a little bit about Nevada. We're going to talk a little bit about the Latino vote. But first, I want to talk about the vibes. I've kind of sensed a little bit of a vibe shift in the past hour or so. Can you
Yeah.
speak to that a little?
There's been a vibe shift in the past hour. Yeah, look, let me say this. I mean, everything for the past 90 days has been saying this is going to be a historically close race. This is what a historically close race looks and feels like. So, I mean, the anxiety levels are going to go high when it's like, well, she's not performing 2% as much as she should be in Gwinnett County or DeKalb County. And it's like, yeah, but if you kind of look at every, swing county in the country, your vibes aren't going to be good. There's going to be bad data. There's going to be good data. There's going to be meaningless data. But there's no other way to deal with it. You got to go through it. And so we're going through it right now as a country.
Right. And that just takes time. It takes the clock ticking down, the hours by hours going
Glasses
by.
of wine disappearing slowly, going to the harder booze. Yeah.
Absolutely. And you've got a long night ahead of you looking at Nevada, which the polls just closed there. We barely have any data from the election day vote. We have a lot from the early vote. We have some mail-ins going on. Where do things stand for you? Where are the pieces?
In Nevada specifically?
Yeah.
So Nevada started out with a very strong Republican position because Republicans have been moving and shifting back to the old days, the pre-Trump days of early mail ballots. And that really became kind of a question as to whether or not Democrats could catch up. And it seems that they not only have, they've kind of surpassed previous election day history.
Right.
Both of which are a little bit sketchy, Grace, because when you're using 2020, this pandemic year, as a baseline, it almost screwed up all of our conceptualizations and understanding of the trend lines of the data. Bottom line is you've got about, Democrats are edging out by about 4 points in turnout, Republicans, but the big gap in Nevada is this group called Other, which is either a third party or a no party preference, which is the dominant group in Nevada. And then what we're going to have to see is two things is, will this gender gap, this historic gender gap, actually break the way that Democrats were hoping, or is it a little bit more muted than they thought? The way it seems to be in a lot of the battleground states east of the Mississippi. And then the big one is the Latino vote, which early exits are showing much higher, stronger performance for Trump than was expected. Confounding a lot of people, myself included. I was a little surprised by it, but early exits, you got to take it with a grain of salt. Although, as I shared with people earlier with Latinos, if you're looking at the long-term trend line, that's all you have. Like, that is the best data. And we have never seen the numbers that are being posted for a Republican right now. Even, George W. Bush, who I worked for a couple of times.
I think that's surprising to a lot of people who might have gotten caught up in the Puerto Rico shitstorm that happened. They weren't expecting actually Latinos as a whole are going to continue to align with Trump. What would you say to get people into the correct headspace for what, Arizona, Nevada, what these states are going to look like when those demographic numbers come through?
Well, look, these were always going to be the two tough ones, especially post, Madison Square Garden rally, right? Is the idea that Puerto Ricans would kind of come home was kind of became conventional wisdom. I myself drank a little bit of that Kool-Aid. If we look at Puerto Ricans in Florida, for example, Osceola County, right there in the I-4 corridor, actually shifted towards Trump, so that Florida Puerto Ricans may have actually become more Republican. Okay, we got this again. It's early, but we've got to do some analysis. But this big rightward shift that I talk about in my book, The Latino Century, which came out where I've been focusing 30 years of work on this. This is where ground zero in terms of the Latino vote shaking out was going to be Arizona and Nevada for two slightly different reasons. Nevada, of course, is huge. The Culinary Union, the legendary Harry Reid machine, is over 50% Latino. It's about 55% Latino. This is proven to be the base of support for Democrats, turning what arguably should be a red state, but the machinery is so solid that they overperform with Democrats and Latinos and working class voters. These working class voters, even if they move 2 or 3 points away from Kamala Harris, put this in a really stronger Trump position. And most of the early data, and we'll see if it holds, it may not. Nevada has defied these stereotypes before, but if it is consistent, it could be a very long night for the Democrats, hoping, if they pin their hopes on Nevada, after splitting the Rust Belt states with the Sun Belt states east of the Mississippi.
Yeah, the split is really interesting to me because I'm also not just looking at that in terms of states. I'm looking for voters who are going in and splitting tickets.
Right.
There was this profile that came out of this voter who was diehard Trump voter in Arizona, but is voting for Ruben Gallego for Senate.
Gallego voter.
Yeah, can you make sense of that at all?
I'm having a little bit of difficult time. I'm talking to a lot of people that have worked directly with Gallego on the campaign, and people are doing an independent effort to try to study it and learn it. But what I will say is this: the exits in Arizona are very squirrely. Ruben Gallego is posting numbers with Latino men in the mid 70s. Kamala Harris is down in the mid 50s.
What?
So the one thing I was saying was I can't explain it right now because we've never seen anything like this, but I do believe it's true. If this data bears out, it's absolutely true. You could have 20 points differential between the Harris Gallego voter and a Trump Gallego voter. There are people that are going in voting for Donald Trump and then not voting for Carrie Lake because she's too crazy, I guess.
I know.
Right? And voting for Ruben Gallego. I don't know if it's the military background. I don't know if it's the Marine thing. I don't know if it's an ethnic appeal. I don't know if it's a similarity they see in him as a man. Is it a combination of all of them? Is it the message that he's really centered up on and squared up on very well? I think it's probably all of that, but that's. I'm going to be in Arizona doing a lot of pencil sharpening and looking at that data and seeing exactly what's going on, because that is going to be one of the very big narratives coming out of the election starting tomorrow.
I think in line with that, there was this stat that came out that was polling, I think it was in the last New York Times Siena poll, that was polling Latino voters on whether they think Trump is talking about them. I found that to be an unbelievably fascinating data point that I've never heard before. And the majority said, no, we don't feel like he's talking about me. Who do they feel like? Do you know who they feel like they're talking about?
Who are they talking about then?
Yeah.
Yeah, Grace, the amount of information you're processing and remembering and pulling back out is pretty good. Look, that question is the thesis of the book that I wrote, The Latino Century, which my argument is basically that by the third generation, Latinos are overwhelmingly viewing themselves as typically American and find themselves far removed from this immigrant experience. And as a result, they're not only relating to their, family history and lore, they don't believe Donald Trump is talking about them. Moreover, they believe that more border security is a priority over immigration reform. And what's so important about this is not only do they not believe that Donald Trump is speaking to them, but increasingly they're finding the Democratic Party less relatable as it focuses most of its outreach efforts and its appeals to Latino voters in Spanish, to the migrant, to the undocumented and to the focus of immigration reform, where they, again, not only don't relate to it, they don't believe they're speaking to them. And in fact, they want more of this stringent security on the borders. And so in many ways, the Democrats really stepped on their own toes in a really meaningful way. And by the way, it didn't just start this year. This hemorrhaging of Latino voters with Democrats began after the Obama era, when it became a concerted strategy to make immigration reform a racial litmus test issue for Latinos, when there was no evidence suggesting that it was. And every year that goes by, there's more and more third and fourth generation Latinos who are believing it less and less.
Is
really,
there a,
really bad strategy?
Right, and is there a way to turn that ship around? Like, that feels impossible.
Well, I actually think Kamala Harris started to do that. She ran her whole policy platform is the Langford bill, which is a conservative Republican bill, right? Like, she made a massive 180-degree pivot, which was quite impressive. In fact, it's not just Kamala's proposal. I didn't know this until a few days ago, but they actually embodied this in the platform of the Democratic National Committee at the convention. The Langford bill is the official party position of the Democratic Party. So I don't think you can go back.
Yeah.
By the way, first of all, politically, I don't think you should.
Right.
Because that's what was killing them. But there will be a battle in the Democratic Party, no matter how this election turns out, between the forces that want to prioritize immigration reform and those that want to prioritize border security.
I think that's true, and one of the most interesting things to look at, or angles to look at this through, and this is my mom has been on this and like finds this to be the most fascinating thing in the world, and you came through and did everything we needed to hear. Latino radio, that is such a force in influencing many beliefs. I think people don't know what's going on there. What is the infrastructure? I saw a statistic that was like, for every 1 hour like a white person listens to a podcast, like Latino people listen to 6.5 hours of AM FM radio.
Yeah.
Are we completely underestimating like the impact and effect of that on voters?
Yeah. Yes. It's a great question. And whenever you're referring to mom, too, listen to that, because she's telling you something. Moms
Always.
know this stuff, right? Let me explain a little bit more. One of the most, for all the diversity we talk about in Latino communities, Venezuelans, Cubans, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, the major through line is this is overwhelmingly the blue collar workforce of America. Right. That's the through line. And when you understand that when, these are people that have to drive further to work because they've got to commute, because they earn wages that don't allow them usually to live in the service economy that they're serving, right? They're gardeners, they're maids, they're in the service economy. These are people who work on construction sites, they work on roofs, they work on assembly lines, they work in the energy patch. These people are listening to radio during their workday constantly and on the road to and from work, in a way that the average white collar professional class person is not, who may be a little bit more judicious about which podcast they're listening to on a Sunday morning with coffee. Right. It's a constant presence. It's a constant presence in the Latino workforce. The way I explain it to clients is I always say, have you ever gotten into a rental car and then you start the car up and it's always on a Spanish radio because the person who just cleaned that car is listening to Spanish radio, and you're kind of like, well, what is this? How did this happen? It's on AM 680, right? And that's what it is. It's just the workplace. And by the way, the format of Spanish radio is very different. It includes music, sports, culture, and politics. It's all seamlessly
religion, no? A lot of religion.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all seamlessly intertwined. It becomes kind of a companion throughout your day because you're listening to these industries and fields where that's what you do.
Oh, you're getting in the chat, by the way. Everybody's saying they love you, and this is super interesting. So people are really responding to this because I think it's not a conversation that enough people are having, especially tonight of all nights. But I'm wondering, outside of Arizona, Nevada, what are you looking at tonight for early signs while we wait on those two?
Well, again, what I'm looking for primarily, just because of the math, is I'm looking for that 65 plus white female vote split.
Yeah.
One of the great ironies is we may have the largest gender gap in history on this election night, but if a lot of white women, which they did in 16 and 20, are more Trumpy than the polling suggested, it doesn't really matter much, and that seems to be sort of where this is heading. One of the big questions that I've been kind of challenging folks who kind of follow my work is this whole race was predicated on the idea that Kamala Harris needed to get more white female college educated voters, ironically, and Donald Trump needed to get more black and brown male voters, and whoever was more successful was going to win. It looks like for the moment it's breaking more in Trump's direction, even though the mathematical advantage was with Kamala Harris, because even though there was a larger gender split, she wasn't getting the vote break that she needed to. Again, there's still a ways to go in seeing if this is accurate or not. This may prove to be wrong, but for the moment, Georgia and North Carolina aren't going her way, in large part because of that.
Right. And that's a little bit of ground zero of where we've seen some threats called in today. We've seen some potentially Russian disinformation that we're going to have to see how that plays out with later voting hours open. Pennsylvania is going to remain a question mark, I think, through the night.
Yeah.
You think you will have an answer for us by tomorrow or no?
I think we're going to have a very good sense. Yeah. I mean, if I don't think Pennsylvania comes down to less than like 20,000, 30,000 votes. It's not going to come down to recount territory. I hope. I think the nation doesn't need that. But look, it's also going to, I mean, she has to win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nebraska too at this point. Like that's the last of the map. Now they planned for that. Excuse me. They planned for that. So that's where she was spending all of her waking moments.
Right.
They knew this. They were seeing it. So it's her last stand, but it's also her strongest stand. And we're going to see whether or not they were right.
We will see that. I'm going to send you on your way in one moment. I keep asking. Not that any of us have an appetite tonight, but what are you reaching for? What's in the kitchen that you're grabbing to sustain you?
Yeah, let me say this. I actually have a like all good Americans, I have a 7 a.m. flight to Mexico.
Nice.
So I will not be going to sleep. So I just had a Rice Krispie bar at this moment in time, and I will probably start my coffee regimen pretty quickly because there's no way I'm going to sleep either now or at the airport. Like you're just gonna have to just battle through it. So.
No, always. Sounds good. Safe travels. Thank you so much for being here with us. This was the highest rated conversation of the night, apparently. So
thanks for having me, Grace. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you guys. We'll talk soon.
All right. Thank you. All right. I think we're good. I'm going to mute this again, and we're going to head to a commercial break. Sorry. We'll be back in 10 somehow. Maybe 15. I might need 15. Thank you, guys. We're consistently being told that we are the most divided we have ever been. And I sat here and I was like, Gen Z hates boomers. Boomers fucking hate Gen Z. And guess who was proved wrong? Your girl. Let me show you. This is What the Fuck America. It's politics for cool people and culture for smart people. I think it's kind of a widespread belief that older people feel like young people don't respect them in politics, and that young people also feel disrespected by older people. Do you feel like that's true?
I don't feel that at all from young people. In fact, I feel very supported by young people.
I appreciate that some of the older generations of the party are passing over the torch to Generation Z and the newer generations of the party.
I actually believe that the Democratic Party is one of the best intergenerational communities that we still have.
I listen to them. I feel like they keep me current.
I got to meet people who were part of the civil rights movement, and now we have some of our youngest delegates, and I'm learning from them. They told me that our merch ate, and so,
I do feel like there might be difference in viewpoints, but I do think there is respect.
Well, Gen Z was born into chaos, so I think that in spite of it all, Gen Z is looking around and they can see that there's an actual chance to make things right.
I don't know if it's disrespect. I think it's misunderstanding.
What's something that you believe like boomers get absolutely right about politics?
They understand that as much as we want to vote for what could change right now, you have to think long term.
Something I've learned is that progress is done in steps, not in leaps.
This is a marathon, not a sprint, that it's important to stay in it.
It's so easy to be like, we want this now, this is what we need now, but I think change starts like within, and we have to work our way up.
I was caught on my back foot by surprise completely. My hypothesis was that, the older generations look down on young people. They're asking too much. They're too entitled. They don't understand the way that this works. They're not engaged when we need them. And then you look at the other side of that coin where young people are like, those old farts in the wind, won't give it the fuck up and create room for people who want to cement their future. And it opened my eyes to the possibility of the moment we are in. But perhaps that is changing, and we see that very much in the decision of President Joe Biden to step aside and not run for a second term. Kamala Harris stepping in, although she's not, 30, she's 59. That's a big tonal shift from where we were even just 2 months ago as we go into this 2024 election season. Young people are energized, older people are energized, and they're finding ways to have conversations and learn from each other. If we can do that between generations, we certainly can do that between parties, right? How hard can it be? And you're like, Grace, how hard can it be? Look at the past 8 years in this country. Let's be serious for a second. Call me idealistic this time, because I think that it's possible. And I'm wondering how in our own lives, when we're afraid to have conversations with people, even who we love, not even strangers who we have no relation to, and are failing to do so, what does that say about us as a culture? And I'll use my own life as an example for you. I'm struggling with people in my life to connect about our differences when it comes to thinking about what's happening in Israel and Gaza. And maybe it shows that I am a coward in some ways, and that I fear disruption in some ways, and that I fear ostracism in some ways within my Jewish community. So I avoid it. My therapist is like, oh my God, it's your avoidance behavior coming out yet again. But I'm really wanting to be able to forge a new path into connecting with people who disagree with us. So I started to ask people, how do you speak to somebody who you disagree with? And I decided to turn to a person who has a tall task of bridging divides ahead of him. And his name is Governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Everybody, it seems like, is saying the road to the White House runs through Pennsylvania.
So true. It's so true. By the way, it may be the one thing that Democrats and Republicans agree on. Pennsylvania is it. We are the epicenter of this election. By the way, we've been the epicenter of our democracy since it started 248 years ago. So we're used to this, and we relish the responsibility.
So as people have their eyes on you, you will be making a county by county by county by county run around your state.
67 of them, all 67.
So first of all, is your preferred mode of transportation bus, train, car? How are you going?
I'm doing everything. Anything that allows me to connect most with folks is the way I like to go. I personally love the big bus, getting on there and showing up in communities. It's great.
So once you get to a community, it might be friendly, it might be unfriendly in terms of political ideology. You're going to pay a visit to a lot of counties that may not have voted for you, that may be Trump strongholds. How do you prepare yourself to enter in and try to make a case for Kamala Harris?
It's a great question. First off, if you know me, you know I show up everywhere. Rural, urban, suburban communities. I don't care if these folks voted for me, didn't vote for me. My job is to be a governor for all Pennsylvanians. And what I'm going to do when I'm out campaigning is the same thing I do when I'm governing. Show up, treat people with respect, listen. And I think what's also really important is not to say something different in one community as you would say in another. And that's really important, is that consistency, that honesty with people. And that's what I do as governor, and that's certainly what I'll do campaigning.
I think that can be so hard sometimes when you think about things that are personal to you, that are affecting or involve your identity, and going into communities, understanding that people might push back against you. How do you kind of keep yourself centered and open-minded when you might feel very strongly about something in an environment where you're getting some pushback?
You know, think about the person that you might disagree with the most in the world, and then try and imagine 10 different issues. There has got to be within those 10 different issues, 1, 2, 3, 5, where you actually have some common ground. So what I try and do is actually just ignore the few things that we disagree on and focus on the things that, are common bonds, things that we agree on. And that's how I like to begin a conversation.
Absolutely. And when it comes to the Trump of it all in your state, I'm really wondering, after hearing all of the speeches and the vibes this week, do you really believe that fun can take on fury and win?
I think elections, they're about policy, they're about vision, they're about what it is that you're going to do for someone to make their life better in the future. For sure, that's really important. But it's also about how the campaign makes you feel. Does it inspire you to go out and knock on a door? Does it inspire you to throw a lawn sign in your lawn, text somebody, post something on your gram or your TikTok? I think that matters in an election. The enthusiasm matters in an election. Dragging a friend along to vote with you, that kind of stuff really matters. And so I think the feels matter.
So that's how a politician taps into statewide conversations in an election year. But what about from friend to friend? We got some much needed advice from two of Ohio's youngest delegates about how to engage respectfully, even when you disagree.
I grew up in a Republican household with Republican legislator dad, and we still don't agree on a lot, and we honestly don't talk about it. And I want that to change, because we learn the most when we're talking to each other about different things. We all learn from lived experiences, and as Democrats, we pride ourselves on being people of empathy and understanding and inclusiveness. But we have to make sure we're not getting too far in that partisan bubble to still talk to these people.
I imagine that I'm walking into a separate room with that person. When we enter that room, we might get a little more passionate, we might get a little heated, but when we exit, we can actually get back to the place where we're friends, we're talking about random stuff, food, movies, video games, whatever, right? And then the second thing is when you walk into that metaphorical room, you actually have to be ready to listen
and understand, okay, why has your family been Republican for 200 years or 100 years, and it's all about tradition? Why is that? What is near and dear to your heart?
Even if the person doesn't shift their beliefs, they do develop an understanding of where people like us are coming from, and that just helps the whole conversation get better. I think that if we can cool down the climate a little bit, eventually we'll be able to start making more policy change. We'll see more bipartisan laws, which I think everyone in this country is looking for. A lot of younger voters typically see social media as sort of their one and only way to influence politics. I think that it's important to make sure that these conversations aren't only being had on social media, right? So many people will put up just a fake account and spew as much hatred and bile stuff as they really want to. But that's not going to, and you can engage as much as you want on the comment section, but you're not going to get that same feeling. You're not going to get that same mutual understanding of where the other person's coming from if you only do it on social media. So I would tell young people, you don't have to necessarily go to the DNC, right? Or get super involved in campaigns and stuff. But if a notable public servant is coming to your town, maybe go listen, right? If you see that there's people registering voters or doing the campaigning on campus, go talk to them, go engage with them for a little bit.
So maybe this proves to you that there might be an older person waiting in your community that you can bond with, that you can connect with, that you can build community with. There might be a person from across the political divide in your community who you can learn to coexist with. I'm not saying you got to be besties, but learn to coexist and be peaceful with. And hopefully I can take some of that advice and apply it to having difficult conversations with people I love, coming closer, and acknowledging we don't all have to feel the same way about everything. We can still be there for each other no matter what. Isn't it so nice to see me outside? Yes, I leave my house, I leave the office.
Elections impact way more than just policy. Who wins the 2024 race could change everything from the music you listen to what's on Netflix. From tax policy to abortion access to the Supreme Court, we all know that the 2024 election will have huge implications for the next 4 years and beyond.
We know this will be a tight race until the very end.
But it will also be about something much bigger. As cliched and tired as sentences like this are, how this election goes will represent a profound statement about who America is and set the tone for the next era of American politics. Let's break this into three main sections. First, American culture. Throughout history, presidential elections have been closely tied to broader cultural change, and a lot of past elections have shown this. One recent example is 2012. After the results came in that year, there was a fascinating Washington Post profile that followed a conservative Republican activist in Tennessee grappling with the results. Not just the re-election of Barack Obama, but also the first states to legalize recreational cannabis, and the first states to legalize same-sex marriage by referendum. Those results, combined with a historic amount of women, LGBTQ people, and people of color elected to federal office, combined to make the election that year a really bold marker of cultural change. Beth Cox was on the other side of that divide, a conservative, Christian, church-attending white Southerner, and she was despondent thinking about the implications of the results. What the heck happened to the country? Who are we becoming? She asked. And she was onto something. Whether you think it was good or bad, Obama's re-election had a big impact on our culture. During his second term, even as Republicans did quite well politically, the country saw seismic cultural shifts happen super rapidly. Polls found Americans become more accepting of premarital sex and drug use. Gay marriage was legalized nationwide. Transgender Americans covered major magazines. Abortion storylines returned to primetime network TV. Conversations about racism and bigotry evolved to be more overt and more pointed. Performances at award shows and Super Bowls that once would have garnered huge controversy became commonplace. Now, none of that was 100% because Obama won the election, but they were all downstream from the cultural change that his re-election signified, of a more cosmopolitan, urban, diverse, and liberal America getting voters' stamp of approval. And that's part of a broader pattern in American politics. Presidential elections can be a barometer of, a first indication of, or a confirmation of a shifting culture. In the 1980s, Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush's 12-year stretch in the presidency coincided with abstinence and just say no messaging across TV shows and media, and a backlash to feminist or overtly sexual music artistry.
That's why I would never, ever take illegal drugs.
Bill Clinton's dominance in the 1990s signaled the return of Democrats' political relevance, and his pivot to the center helped spur a backlash to explicit lyrics in pop and rock music.
Finally, I say that we can ill afford to socialize our males with a mindset that violence perpetrated upon the female is acceptable.
The presidency of George Bush, who heavily relied on his Texas roots and cowboy image, overlapped with a cultural currency around country music and red state credibility. And now, there's reason to believe that whoever wins could have a huge impact on American culture in the coming years. For one, we already saw the impact of Donald Trump's presidency once.
But I want to say thank you to President Trump. Remember last year when it seemed like the Oscars were racist?
For another, the choice between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is incredibly stark, and it's impossible to ignore how much gender and race are a part of that. If Trump runs in 3 elections, and the 2 victories he pulls out are both against women, that will probably have a big impact on both how Democrats think of female candidates and broader conceptions of what leaders can look like. If, on the other hand, this wild, tumultuous year ends in the election of the country's first woman president, a biracial child of immigrants whose life story, late-in-life marriage, no biological children of her own, defies all the long-standing conceptions of what women need to do to assuage voter concerns about them, it will permanently reset the way Americans think about leadership, probably forever. Either way, it's easy to imagine someone coming out of this election really emboldened about their position in American culture. That leads us into the second section, how the Trump era ends.
I don't want to be rude. She's not competent.
While there's still always the chance that if he loses this year, Trump could run again in 2028, when he would be older than Joe Biden is now and would probably have more criminal convictions, most people agree that this is very likely the final election that Donald Trump will run in. And that means the stakes here are not just about policy or democracy, but history. How history remembers the man of Donald Trump and the era of politics he dominated. And here, it's worth remembering the old adage that history is written by the victors. Think about how different these 2 summaries are. 1. Donald Trump is elected president in 2016, has a couple significant achievements, but remains largely unpopular, is tossed out of office while handing full control of the federal government to Democrats 4 years later, returns to run again, and loses again, becoming the first major party nominee in US history to lose the popular vote 3 straight times, and paving the way for the country's first woman president. He served only 1 term, but was the first president to be impeached twice, saw more members of his own party vote to impeach him than any previous president, and ended his final campaign making history in a bad way. It's a kind of humiliating and defeated end to his story. Or 2, Donald Trump is elected president in 2016, has some significant achievements, but loses re-election because of the freak event of COVID, sees his successor become so deeply unpopular that he has to drop out of the race, and then defeats his successor as number 2 to become only the second former president to be sent back to the White House. Despite historic rebukes in his double impeachments and hatred from DC and cultural elites, American voters still wanted him back. He served 2 terms, more than the man who defeated him, and defied the odds bigly twice. A pretty clearly vindicating end to his story. Now, of course, these are oversimplifications. Of course, how history books write about any current leaders or political figures is far.
You're back.
I'm back. Looking at you guys in the chat, I need visuals to focus usually. Feel nervous, great coverage, I appreciate it. At least you guys are not accusing him of cheating this time around. Really proud of the progress we've made as a society. I don't think we're above it at this point. Hope she's okay. You're not overstressing her, are we? You guys are not overstressing me. I'm actually so glad to be here with you to work through these feelings together. I think, like, I'm just gonna be totally real with y'all, as I have tried to be throughout a long time. Meaning the past 3 hours, but also if you've followed me online, like, you know this is my whole shtick. My body is having a very intense reaction right now. Took a beta blocker, which is always a good thing. One of my favorite of the things I'm prescribed. I think there is a little bit of this callback physically to 2016, what for a lot of us was our first election, what that felt like for all of us in our bodies when it didn't go the way we anticipated. Not to say that this isn't going how I anticipated it to go. I think it's going exactly how I expected, if I'm being completely honest, and exactly what I prepared my mental state to be, so I wouldn't have that shock like I did in 2016. But at the same time, the body keeps the score. I feel like I don't have to say that. We all know. So that imprint of seeing a woman lose to a man who was found liable of sexual assault is a little bit troubling, you know? Like, really just thinking of it in the moment right now as a woman and what this means potentially for us as women in this country. Again, it's far from over. There's a lot going on here. The Harris campaign has always said Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nebraska second, and that's all they need. That's all they would need. Nevada could help them there, but like we said in our last interview, which I'm so glad you guys liked, I really like Mike Madrid too. Nevada's going to be a while. You can see, or no, you can't see. Let me show you. You can see Nevada is still big whopping 0% in here. I don't want you guys to start going overboard looking at this. 63% of the vote in Milwaukee, in Wisconsin. That's where the big fat dump of Democratic votes should be. And that's not going to come for a while because they have to recount at least 30,000 votes that were tabulated wrong this morning. Michigan, I want to look at here, only 33% in, so far from conclusive. She has opened up, a 70,000 vote, 80,000 vote lead, but really want to look at what the Jill Stein, RFK Jr., who remained on that ballot too, Chase Oliver, who was the Libertarian candidate. Those numbers together would be about 25,000 votes. That could end up being the difference maker. We've seen that, or I've heard whispers that looking for Dearborn here. I actually should know where it is, and it's so bad that I don't. Where is Dearborn? Give me a sec. Oh, because it's not a county. No, because I think it's here. It's somewhere here. No, not Macomb, but he needs to hold Macomb. Anyway, there's a lot of outstanding vote here, but I'm really looking at how the third party is, actually going to carry a non-insignificant amount of votes here. Let's see some questions. We're still on the roller coaster chain lift. I agree. Okay. I'm so behind on drawing in states here. I'm like, let's take a moment. I did New York to color, shall we? I'm like, these. There was a moment where people were worried that New Hampshire could go red. Didn't think that was going to happen. Yeah, she's far ahead there. And those are states up here that split their presidential and gubernatorial votes, which is always kind of funny to me. Massachusetts, Connecticut, no question there. Go Celtics. What else should I add here? Oh, California. I'm like, can you even see that? Yeah, more or less. You know it's over here.
You can see it.
Okay. Colorado, we got.
Oregon for Kamala.
See, I'm like, what are you guys seeing? Because on this map, this says Trump.
NBC News projects.
Oh, I'm on Decision Desk still. But this says red. Interesting. So this is where you get those disparities between, you know, different outlets who are looking at different numbers in different ways. And it's just, it's not a perfect science, although it feels like it should be because it's fucking math. But I'm not a woman in STEM, so what do I know? I'm going to do some calls with you guys back to that. Let's see. Pop these on. Oscar.
Hi, my name is Oscar. I'm 21 years old. And my question is, will the Democratic Party learn any lessons? Because I am a child of immigrants. I'm actually the first generation, and their policies and their rhetoric, like Kamala's, it's very 2020 Trump policy, and I fear because of that, I think she'll win, but not by a huge margin. So so I'm curious, what's your insight on this? Because I do think Harris will win, but not by a lot. And do you think the Democrats will learn that maybe if we went more towards Biden's 2020 immigration policies, but they would have won on a not on a landslide, but not by 270? Or will they just go like, hey, look at this, we went from left to moderate. We should continue doing this, but I feel that's the learning lesson. I feel like if they go moderate, they'll lose more votes and lose more support. Because if it weren't for Trump, I feel they'd be losing right now. So yeah. At the time of recording this, it's oh my god, I'm blinking.
He proceeded to wish me happy birthday, which is very nice. I think this is going to be the question that we're going to be contending with no matter what happens tonight. Was it a mistake? And I asked Mehdi Hassan this. I will continue to ask people this. I'll ask our next guest this. Was it a mistake for Democrats to move to the center instead of trying to appeal to the left? They didn't have the luxury of time when it came to this race because Joe Biden dropped out, was pushed out, however you want to say that, and she had 100 days to get this figured out. So they had to choose one road and stick to it. There was never going to be a let's try this and then pivot if it's not working. They just didn't have the benefit of time in that case, which forced them to stick to their policies that I think a lot of young people specifically may have felt a lot of distance with, may have hoped that she would have been much more liberal or left in many ways. I don't know what that's going to look like. it kind of depends where we end up here. But yeah, we're going to have to look back and say, should she have turned left no matter what? Because even if she pulls this one out, it should have been based on everything their campaign was saying, a much, much more affirmed, safer win at this point in the night. So let's go to another question. Not this one. Let's see.
Hi, Grace. It's Mara. I'm 20. I just have a really simple question. Where does, who announces the results? Is there an official, is it Biden? Is it his administration? I don't know. I have no idea. That's it. I'm watching your lives. You're doing great. Thank you so much.
Hi, Maura. I hope you're still here. I'm so glad that you were and that you called this in. No, the government doesn't call the results. I think this is something that we'll have to work through together in real time because I don't know a ton about this. But the states report their voting numbers, and then TV networks, newspapers, confirm who won which state and who has reached the number of electoral votes. But none of that is solid until each state certifies the results of their vote. Certification was a process that has started to get a little bit meddled in because Trump was laying the groundwork, if this did not work out in his favor, he wanted to challenge certification state by state. And then once, you remember January 6th, that was the official certification in the Capitol. That was where it gets, I'm literally burping. I have to say this. It's so uncomfortable. It's an anxiety thing. Yeah, it's something that happens when I have anxiety. So it's just I hate it. Certification in the Capitol, that's what January 6th, what was going on there, that was disrupted. The ballots were brought into the House chamber. People were worried that they would be damaged. And that's how the government gets involved. But tonight it's really just a media journalism thing after states report the results of their votes. Let's see. Will Harris be running in 2028 in the chat? I don't know. It depends. If she wins this, certainly. If she doesn't, she might try again, but the party might also sideline her and be like, this didn't work twice and we're not going to have you do it again. Who else would be a good pick for Dems in 2028? That'll be the question. They've got a wide open roster, and we're saying this as if she will not take office, but people look at Gretchen Whitmer, although I think this country might continue to demonstrate that it is not interested in having a woman lead. We could look at Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, who I did an interview with, who's super, super great. There's no drought of options here, but I think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. So let's listen to another one.
My question is, how does the New York Times come up with their predictions? Right now, they have Trump at about 70% likelihood of winning, and I'm wondering how they model those predictions and how concerned we should be about those numbers.
Yeah, so they have models that are proprietary, not to go all Shark Tank on you, but they have algorithms that they're running and calculations that they're messing with. Clearly, I'm really well versed in the art of making predictions like this. People have always taken issue with the New York Times needle. It's not particularly accurate. It's not particularly reliable, but they do use it. So I would not really look at that. But the things that they're probably looking at, or other election people that I trust are looking at, Dave Wasserman is somebody that you should all be following tonight. Redistrict on Twitter. He is the best of the best to ever do it. and he's going to be looking at what the vote margins are county by county, precinct by precinct. If, you know, they're keeping it within a certain gap, that's going to make it look good for them because the rest of the votes are mail-in ballots, which are breaking heavily Democrat. Like, they're doing that kind of granular analysis to go into these predictions. So take a deep breath. We can look at them, but we don't need to know, huh? AP? Okay. AP called North Carolina for Trump. So that's already on there. We're rolling with that the way that it's supposed to be. Okay, I got 10 more minutes. Let's see.
Hey Grace, this is Fernando F. from Michigan. I'm freaking out right now about the results. Is there still a chance Kamala wins? Thanks, and have a good one. I love your content.
Fernando, my heart breaks when I listen to you because I'm with you right now. And I don't have the space to, you know, freak out on camera here, but I hope you know that I'm with you. And we're going to keep talking through this. I think that's the only thing we can do as people in this moment. Something that I do a lot, my therapist tells me a lot, just to impart this wisdom, is, you know, keep reminding yourself that you physically and your body right in this moment are safe. Keep reminding yourself that. We have a lot of control over what's going on up here that will then change the way that we feel in here. So keep talking to me. We'll keep talking to you. Sophia, I love you. I remember watching with you on 2020 in the pandemic, and we were together and we were like, oh God. And there was that night we were like, oh, this is going in a direction that we didn't expect it to go also in terms of Trump. So this has happened before. We've been here before. There's a couple things that we're gonna call similarly. Bernie Moreno, who I brought up to you guys in Ohio, seems poised to beat out Sherrod Brown. Sherrod Brown has been there for a while. I've always taken a liking to Sherrod Brown. I'm not sure why. His vibe is just very competent, calming, funny, engaging. Bernie Moreno is like a young gun, MAGA election denier, full-fledged. So with that, like, for sure, it seems that the Democrats will lose control of the Senate. I'm not going to say for sure, but it's looking more than likely. I think it's safe to say. So there's a real scenario here. So sorry for all this activity that's going on here. I hope the mic cannot hear it. There's a real chance here that we could be seeing a government trifecta, you know, with both chambers of Congress and the presidency all captured by one party. I think it's not necessarily what people expected going into today, so we're dealing with that together. I wish I had more answers for you right now. I feel like I'm just kind of continuing to talk to keep myself calmed down. Arizona, 54% in, JD says in the chat. Kamala at 49.6 and Trump at 49.6. Yeah, that's going to be a long one. We're not going to know really anything valuable, in my opinion, about Arizona today. Trump right now, what I'm seeing, has a 4,000 vote lead. Jill Stein coming in at 7,000 votes. There's going to be a lot of talk of, you know, if Democrats perhaps would have taken a turn on their stance with Israel and Gaza, would they have made up the difference where people voted for Jill Stein? Okay, we're getting Oregon for Harris. Yeah, we're getting that in both places. Got that one in. There's a lot that I feel like I haven't filled in here, but maybe that's just because, oh, Virginia blue. Okay, we've got another guest in 5 minutes. It's all very likely, I'm going to be honest, that we're not going to come back on after that. I'll come back after and we'll do a little outro, and we'll talk through where things stand. And I'll recommend that you hop in the Discord, and I'll be in there to talk to you just in a different forum. But our next guest is going to be actually like an incredibly interesting person to talk to at this time. She's a conservative. She's the host of, hold on, let me just pull this up here. Co-host of Counterpoints, that's right. With Ryan Grimm, which is a great show if you have not seen it. Sorry, my body is a little frozen right now. She's going to be a great person to talk to because she has a very unique perspective on the maleness of it all. I think there's going to be a big backlash that we're going to contend with of how men are feeling in this country. It's actually a beat that I've been on for quite a long time. It's something that I've been talking about on Snapchat for quite a long time. And we will talk about that tonight.
It's Weinstein's, by the way.
Yes.
Discord is that.
That's the Discord. You are? Okay, good. It's at 35. I'm on. I'm just freaking out. They know. Do you want to come sit here for 5 minutes and just, or something? Sure. Just chat, or we can go on commercial. I'm just going to go take some deep breaths, you guys.
One second, let me get my deck.
Oh, in 1 sec. Yes, Sloppy, you have the link. It is okay to share. I would love for these peeps to come join me in the Discord where I won't have to be on camera and we can just tap each other on the keyboards for a couple hours.
Give me the chair.
Thank you. If you want this
Okay.
on screen, you press Google.
Cool. All right, Chad, how we doing? It's fun watching myself in slight delay. It's good to know how weirdly I walk. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what more there is to add right now. But, you know, we saw the same thing in 2016 and 2020, right? This is a continuation of a trend of Donald Trump overperforming expectations, at least. What I've been struck by personally is that polls are mostly looking accurate. They said it was going to be close, and it's close. The totality of the results may well not be close, but it's looking like individually and collectively. I'm hearing people saying scared, depressed. Yeah, I mean, we're in elections that are kind of perpetually high stakes and have a lot of resonance for a lot of people's lives. So I hear that. Both candidates going in, you know, different levels of truth on both sides, but both candidates going in really said this is an incredibly important election, and they were both right. Spoiler alert, every election now is really important. I'm seeing people. Why don't we put in the chat, what's the biggest thing that everyone is watching right now? Oh, this is a good question. What are your thoughts and relationships with friends and family who have opposite views on this election? I mean, look, we live in a country of tens of millions of people, and if you are in a family or an environment in which everyone you know is voting the same way or feels the same way, you are pretty statistically abnormal, all things considered. I know I personally come from a family that has a diversity of opinion on a lot of things. And I think it's a decision everyone has to make about how much you view voting and civic engagement as a reflection of your fundamental morality. That's your question. Baldwin and Tester. I mean, I think John Tester in Montana is very likely to lose re-election. It's looking like Republicans will flip at least West Virginia, which was always guaranteed, Ohio, which has now been called by multiple outlets for Republicans, and very likely Montana. Something to keep in mind with all of this is, since Donald Trump was elected president in 2016, for 2 presidential elections after that, we only saw one person out of hundreds of Senate races go differently than the results of the presidential election. So only one state voted for a candidate of a different party for president and Senate at the same time. And that was, of course, as everyone knows, Maine in 2020 with Susan Collins. So it's really hard to just outrun.
Breaking news, our next interview just canceled.
Okay. It's really hard to outrun the results of the presidential election these days, and that's kind of where we're at with a lot of politics right now. Is these trends are just solidifying. In lieu of that, in light of that, in any other word that begins with L of that, let's throw to commercial right now, and I'm going to do that with my deep knowledge of.
We got it.
Oh, Barbara Streisand. Love Babs. Let's see what she has to say. Hey guys, I am Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. I'm the Secretary of State and Chief Election Officer of the great state of Michigan, and we get a lot of feedback on social media on a whole bunch of things, from my hair to our elections, and I'm here today to respond to all of it. So let's get started. And this is the real Barbara Streisand, like legit blue check mark, guys. Rolling Stone profiled 70 pro-Trump election officials who've been put into position in swing states of Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, and Nevada, and North Carolina to make sure that the election results, no matter where they are, do not get certified in those states this year. They are counting on the election results not being tallied as normal if he loses, but there's nothing normal about Donald Trump. Okay, gotcha on that last line there. Babs, agree there. Nothing quite normal about anything we're seeing this election season. But that said, what I can say, and what we've worked to do in all of the battleground states you mentioned, in particular here in Michigan, is to make sure that we do have statewide election officials in place who will guard and protect the results of every election, regardless of their outcome. We believe in protecting the will of the people. And if anyone in our jurisdictions around the state don't follow the law, we will hold them accountable and ensure the law is followed. Next, we have Real Robert, not to be confused with Fake Robert. And here it is, the state of Michigan. Obituaries confirm beyond the shadow of a doubt the dead voted in the 2020 presidential elections. So last I checked, obituaries don't generally say, hey, after this person died, they voted, but okay. 17,327 mail-in ballots that were sent out to the dead. Obituaries confirm they were still dead on November 3rd and still voted in the Michigan general election. Check for yourself. Well, I have checked, Real Robert, and actually it's pretty easy to confirm that there's no evidence of people who are ineligible to vote participating in our elections. And not sure where you got that number of 17,000 mail-in ballots that were sent out to the dead. We don't send out ballots unless a live person requests a ballot, and then we verify their identity before sending the ballot out to them. There are occasions where someone does vote a ballot, send it in, and then unfortunately passes away before the election. And in that case, their ballot still won't count. Becky Douglas, Madam Secretary, very kind. Jocelyn Benson, my psychic says that Kamala will win the presidency. I gotta meet your psychic. I have some questions for them. but the court challenges will take until March. Wow. We got to get that psychic some information about the law. Joe must use his power to retain the White House until then, if necessary. Okay, there's lots of laws in place, actually, deadlines for reporting of results and court challenges. And January 6th is the date that Congress will meet to count the electoral votes and determine the presidency. And there's lots of court cases that reaffirm those deadlines and make sure things go smoothly so that in January, on Inauguration Day, the next president of the United States is rightfully able to be sworn in. So I, appreciate the mediums that your psychic may be speaking to. But I'm going to look to the law and also our election officials that are going to work tirelessly to make sure deadlines are met, and that when it comes to January, whoever is rightfully elected president of the United States in this year's elections will be the one sworn into office on Inauguration Day. Oh, Joan Crawford's eyebrows. Let's see what they have to say. Are plans in place in case some counties don't want to certify? That's a really great question, Joan Crawford's eyebrows. Who knew that you had such great questions in you, in addition to all that beauty? Yes. In fact, we dealt with this in 2020 when some local officials in Wayne County, Michigan, our largest county, were pressured to not certify. The law is quite clear. These officials have one ministerial duty to certify our elections, and then it goes up to the state level, and then they certify at the state level. So all that to say, if someone were to violate the law and not certify the election at the local level, we will come for you. So any local certifier thinking of skirting the law and not certifying the vote, don't even think about it, because we'll get you. Joey Manarino, blue checkmark, so verified. If COVID is gone and lockdowns are gone, why do we still need ballot drop boxes? Great question. Ballot drop boxes are actually required under Michigan law. They have nothing to do with COVID or lockdowns and everything to do with making sure citizens get their ballot in on time. It's particularly important because, let's face it, we love the Postal Service, but if you mail in your ballot late, it might not get in time. Ballots have to be received by 8 o'clock on Election Day in order to count in Michigan. And fun fact, drop boxes are monitored, so they're checked every day, and there is video footage of them so we can ensure that no shenanigans are happening at those drop boxes. Jeff Prime, also verified with a blue check mark. Early voting is a farce. Well, I'm going to stop you right there, Jeff. Early voting is actually required under Michigan law. It's in our state constitution because citizens all across Michigan on both sides of the aisle voted to put it in our constitution as a required right and option for every citizen in our state. All right, I'm going to keep going. Not only does it up the chance for fraud, but voters won't base their choice on the most up-to-date information. Do away with it. I can't do away with it. It's in our Constitution. Mail in for reasonable causes only. Always require ID, especially for registration. All interesting thoughts, not in our law. Our law in Michigan gives citizens 3 options to vote, and every citizen has the right to choose the option that's best for them. They can vote from home, they can vote early in person 9 days before any statewide election, or you could vote in person on Election Day at your local precinct. Jen Rice, we're getting close to election time. That's true. And Twitter is currently, I don't think it's called Twitter anymore, but we're just going to go with it. Twitter is currently an actively worsening, boiling cesspool, don't tell Elon, of AI, bots, and misinformation, true, designed to heighten confusion, discord, and chaos. Yep, buckle up. I'm buckled. Be skeptical. Okay. Be on alert. Got it. Amplify only stuff you trust. Jen's got it. I have no notes on that one. Good to go. All right, Mueller, she wrote. New thread. Just noticed that the attorney generals and secretaries of state in Arizona and Michigan have had their blue check marks removed. Yeah, what's going on there? I'd like to know. So, Elon, if you're watching this, can you let us know? Because last I checked, my blue check mark was restored, but my colleagues, including our Michigan Attorney General, Dana Nessel, is still out there without that verification. And here's why this matters. When we're getting close to an election, we want folks on every social media platform to know where to go for trusted information. And for government officials, that check mark verifies that we are who we say we are, and the information that we're putting out there is trustworthy and verifiable. So that's why going to the election season, removing these check marks as people are going to start voting in just a few weeks here, causes problems and harms our ability as state officials to get out trusted information. So X and all other social media platforms, we want to work with you to make sure your customers and consumers have access to reliable information. And that's why those blue check marks or any other check mark that verifies we are who we say we are really helps us get your customers the trusted information they deserve to have to be active, engaged, and informed voters this fall. Richard Bagg. How do we know only legal citizens voted? That's a great question and an important one, because in Michigan, as in every other state in our country, only U.S. citizens can vote. Not only do we have layers and layers and layers of voter identification and other procedures making sure that only legal citizens are voting, but all voter information is public. And so if someone who is ineligible to vote actually did cast a ballot, we find out about it and we will prosecute. Donnie Cope. What does D. Cope chatter have to say? Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer passed a new law that prevents a recount of ballots if fraud is claimed. Well, I'm going to stop you right there. Recounts are available to folks who, in particularly close elections, believe there should be a recount. We want to protect that access to recount. And while there was a new bill signed into law regarding and modernizing our recount process, it actually doesn't go into effect this year. So the same law holds that enables recounts regardless of the margin. And the new bill is simply going to make it a little bit more difficult to request a recount and require that there be some sort of legitimacy to the request prior to it being followed, because recounts can be expensive. We also, by the way, conduct audits after every election. That's required under the law. By the way, we did 250 audits after the 2020 election. Every single one affirmed those results and affirmed that they were accurate. Winchester Colt, aka at Scorpio 8675309. It feels to me like Jocelyn Benson wants to shut people up if they don't conform to the official state narrative. Ooh, what's that? What's the official state narrative? Who wouldn't want to shut down anyone threatening their power if they could? It's looking more to me like our government doesn't think it can survive open dialogue. Wow, there's a lot of stuff there. I'm not sure what Winchester Colt had for breakfast or what made them think all of these things about some sort of official state narrative. I think this might be about misinformation around our elections, and what you need to do if you do hear misinformation about our elections is simply let us know so that we can correct it and help you get trusted information out there. Bottom line is we want everyone to know where to find out trusted information about our elections and be prepared for the onslaught of misinformation that will be coming to our state in the weeks ahead so that we can protect voters from being fooled by lies about our elections processes and ensure everyone has rightly placed faith in our elections. Zainab Berry. Jocelyn Benson, is this the prelude for what is to come in November? Referring to a question about Detroit's primary election results that were delayed due to firewall issues. So here's the deal. In every election, and I get this, people want to know as soon as the polls close.
I'm back, you guys. Oh, hi. I see my name in the chat, and that's really exciting. This makes me want to throw up. It's keeping... Thightream, I don't know what that is keeping me feeling a bit more safe. Yeah, if I'm being honest, my body is not loving what's going on right now, as I was saying. As much as you can trick your brain into thinking that you're prepared for a certain outcome, you never know how that's actually going to sit for you until that moment comes. And the moment has not come, but you know, when you see a bear charging, oh, thank you. When you see a bear charging at you in the distance, you can feel that moment coming before it hits. That's what fight or flight is. I've learned a lot about this in therapy. I've learned a lot about this in books. There's also a third option that nobody talks about, fight, flight, or freeze. I'm a freezer, majorly. So I just did some breathing exercises. I hope you guys do some too. My best friend taught me how to do the breathing exercises, and they save my life all the time. I want to take a look at our map while you still have me. So here's the thing. She has ticked up quite a bit here, 204 to 247. He's been hovering at 247 for like multiple hours now. Oh, New Jersey. Forgot about New Jersey, and also I have no idea why Kentucky remains. Kentucky was not in question, if anybody was worried about it. This is an unknown here. Georgia, they have called for Trump. Talked to you a little bit about my trip to Georgia. Spoke with Stacey Abrams there, who's obviously lost 2 gubernatorial elections, so perhaps not the best person to talk to about how to win, but she was a good person to talk to about what the vibe was among voters, especially voters of color and women of color down in Georgia. Now, if their turnout was not at the levels that it should have been, especially for Black women or for Black men, which I did a whole episode about, and you should go watch that because it does give like a very interesting side-by-side perspective of young Black men and young white men in Georgia, which we're going to dive into at another point. I don't even know where I was going with that. Just that Georgia was called red. I don't want to look at this map anymore because the updating in real time is so scary. Here's the interesting thing though, what I want to say to you. What the fuck was I going to say? It's literally that hour.
I wish I could read your mind.
I have no idea. What I was going to say is 30 minutes ago, the prediction was that, Republicans, I said this on the stream, was that Republicans are going to maintain the House. They were going to take the Senate. They were going to, potentially take the presidency. Just how quickly things change, Decision Desk, who we're looking at right now, is now projecting all of a sudden that Democrats are going to see, look at this in real time. They're updating. This is so interesting.
Crazy.
So look, so it was, 8 p.m., 7 p.m. here. Republicans were at a 66% chance of taking it back. And that's petered down all the way here. And now it favors Democrats at 58%. Isn't that so strange? Because that means people are going in and voting for House candidates.
Wow, news is breaking.
They're voting for Democrats for the House while voting for Republicans for the Senate. That's one thing that I wanted to ask the guest that was supposed to come on during this hour. And let me just say, 2 conservative women that I was meant to talk to tonight both bailed on me. So my vendetta is there, officially established. I wanted to hear from them, but I guess they didn't want to hear from me. I'm not surprised. But people are going into the voting booth and voting for a House candidate who's a Democrat and then Trump for president. That is something what's going to keep me awake at night for the next 4 years potentially is how to make sense of that ideology. And you guys have heard me talk at length tonight about like how it feels incoherent ideologically that people can vote that way, but we need to start acquainting ourselves with how those people think because there are more of them in this country than I personally could have guessed, and probably you could have guessed. I'm going to read some chat here. I'm horrified. This is horrifying. I want you to take a second and know that we're here together, and I'm so glad that we're talking through this together. It's actually helping me feel a little bit better right now. So thank you guys for your role here too. Soppy, I wonder how many women in right families closet voted blue. Not enough. I think that's something that Democrats were really, really relying on and hoping was going to happen, is that women would tell their husbands that they're going to vote for Trump, and they would in fact do the opposite. And it's clear that, to me at least, and we'll keep seeing this, I'm not going to say this definitively, that white women likely were no-shows in the same way that they were in 2016 for Hillary. So we have to have a real conversation, not about and I was hoping to with our fucking guest. So we're gonna have a real conversation with me and hopefully someone down the line of how we can grapple with like where white women are on this fucking political spectrum these days. Maybe the idea, okay. Ava D, Grace, do you think Project 2025 will actually happen? I think this was something that I wrote off as such a foreign, far away concept and such a it feels like such a pipe dream to us who live in, the bubble that we live in, that I used to be like, no, that's of course not gonna happen. Like, there's no way. But it's like that Project 2025 was specifically made as a plan in place to institute the second he gets into the White House. One of the biggest barriers to Trump success in his first term was that he didn't know how the government worked, and the people that he brought with him didn't know how the government worked. So that worked to Democrats' advantage. But now, if he's bringing in tons of people who are very well versed in the government, he's got the right players in the right positions, making policy, making things happen. It's a whole different ballgame, to be honest. Again, I'll work through that with you in real time. Ah!
What?
Ah!
What happened?
Wait, I needed this.
What does it say?
Oh my God, I could literally cry because my best friend lives there.
Read it.
Sammy, you did it. In Missouri, Missouri repeals its full abortion ban. It's now codified to viability. Oh, I literally might cry. I got in trouble for crying in 2020 during the election, so I'm not actually going to, but this is what makes this all the fucking more confusing. This is so fucking confusing because people in Missouri showed up to make sure that abortion rights were solidified, but then everything else in that state is red. How are we supposed to wrap our heads around this kind of constant splitting duality of man? It's like literally the duality of man. This is my late night internet philosopher thought, but and Palisar says Montana seems to be voting yes for abortions as well. It's early. There's one thing I'm not going to do here is pretend that I'm a journalist who doesn't care about abortion rights. Like, I am reproductive rights till the day I die. I don't care if that's against my profession to admit that. I needed that. I needed that, you guys. Oh my God, KJP, you're in Missouri. You're crying. Oh, I wish I could hug you. I'm really happy. That's really good. Really, really good. Really good. Here's an interesting sign too. We can just pull up here. You remember that Nebraska? Oh, we can make Kansas red. What are we doing? Do you remember that Nebraska little box here, NE2, that gets its own electoral vote? They just sent a Democrat to the House, which is typically, well, maybe not after tonight, after we've watched these people vote in two different directions at one time. Maybe we've seen what that could be. And that one vote, I mean, maybe not if it's a little bit more of a blowout than anticipated. But that one vote could mean something. Interesting here too, by the way. Let's just not that I'm gonna break all my rules. I'm sorry, but we're here. Look at this. He peaked at 82 here, and then peaked at 87.2 at just after 11. So in this hour, but he's going down by 2%. Can we predict Kamala to be popular vote still? That was going to be my big question. Was I saw like a much clearer path on through the Electoral College for him. Maybe I don't know why. but that she would win the popular and we'd have to deal with like the 2016 and maybe it would be the final rallying cry of like abolish the electoral college. I don't think that's going to happen, but she's 7 million votes behind him. No, I can't do math. 5 million votes behind him. The weird thing is, okay, let's look at 2020 for a second, because 2020, I'm just get comfy here now that I'm feeling a little bit better. You guys are helping me. I'm feeling a little bit better. 2020, 80 million people voted for Joe Biden. If she does not crack 60, she will. I think there's a lot of stuff outstanding here. If she doesn't crack 60, that would be really bad. If he doesn't crack his 2020 totals either, I think it was around 71 million, that would also be really bad, especially because 6 hours ago we were like, this is slated to be the highest turnout in any election ever. That being said, there are still a lot of votes to count. We've been clear about that, but I wonder if turnout projections will actually land where we thought. My mom says, thanks, Emil, but she is a strong person and works hard. So proud of her. I love you. Thank you. Missouri also raised minimum wage. What the fuck
is happening?
I just like don't get it. I really don't get it.
Oh, we've entered crazy time.
Because I'm actually pretty sure. Let's just take this on a Google really quick together. This is a good distraction for me right now. The Senate has voted on minimum wage. Oh, funny. Josh Hawley, the senator from Missouri, one senator from Missouri, he has this very weird tendency, I'd call it, perhaps, where he will every once in a while just vote with Democrats or something and pair with them and work with them on something. And the minimum wage right here is one of them. So he probably was touting that in Missouri this whole time. That's very interesting. Yeah, raise the wage act to $15 an hour. That's not enough. Let's be real here, but it's better than 7, that's for sure. Let's see. People who voted 2 different ways, I think, makes sense in Wisconsin because Eric Hovde, I think, wants to restrict drinking in one of the most drunk states, but it's still very Trump heavy. How's that race looking? Eric Hovde, yeah, lives in Orange County. Many senators do not actually live in their states. Yeah, Republicans are projected to win the Senate. That is a surprise. If that was surprising to you, we need to talk after class, like, about that. Who was I looking at? Oh, Wisconsin. He's winning, though. That's really bad. Because Tammy Baldwin, gay, icon, yeah, by like 100,000 or 50,000 votes. That's bad. I didn't know they had third-party candidates for Senate. I guess you can run as a third party. Kristen Gillibrand, when I went to go vote, hadn't even realized that she was up for election this year. That's how little noise she has made throughout campaign season, which is just kind of crazy. Local Missouri paper called him the worst senator. That is true. Let's turn this. Let's go back full screen here. And I want to see if we've got any new call. Oh. Wait, they've been moved. Hang on. Should I vote for Trump or Kamala? Somebody asked Tyrell, if you're listening, love you to pieces. Babe, this happened. I'm Tyrell. I'm 21, will be my first time voting. You missed it. I hate to break it to you. I just want to know, should I vote for Trump or Kamala? Put it in your calendar for 4 years from now to call me before Election Day, not after. We'll start there. Hey, my name is Brian. I'm from Brooklyn. I'm 25. I think your part is the media. Let's read this. Oh my
I
God.
got $10.
Oh my God. I literally was thinking to myself that this will be all worth it if like one person says that they appreciated this stream tonight. And I meant that, and I continue to mean that. So, Hungry Hippo, I hope you get fed. And thank you for feeding me. I do just want to listen. I'm curious about this, what this actually says, this call.
Hey, my name is Brian. I'm from Brooklyn. I'm 25. And one of the questions I have is, I think that sort of partisan media has a huge influence on this election, especially sort of like how consensus or partisan decision making has been. This is stupid. Sorry.
Oh my God, Brian, you gave up on yourself way too early. It's not stupid. I think partisan media has had a huge influence on this election. Even if that was all you wanted to say, agree. I don't know how we fix that. One of my contacts that I've been in deep connection with over the year, who's been a great help to me, and Jack, I know that you're not watching, but is a like heavy MAGA, young MAGA guy, and he has always come to me and been like, I don't agree with a lot of the things you say, but like I appreciate your coverage, I appreciate what you do. So I feel like there is a way that we can make media better and make media smart and make it appeal to people's better angels is the thing that I like to say. Oh my God, Slappy. This is so nice. What does that mean? That has a 3.
That's the third super chat.
Oh, that's
Third
what 3
donut
would
you got.
mean. Yep. Okay, Democrats have a 62% chance to take the House. Pennsylvania, though, I'm telling you guys right now, just because we're here, not looking good. 83% in. She's only down 200,000 votes. Let's look a little bit at these counties. This Montgomery County is only 68% in. That's a little ways to go. Philadelphia County, 80% in. It's a little ways to go. Erie County was what John King said was the bellwether in this election. And bellwether is a word that I wanted to define for you earlier tonight, and we were just, there was so much happening we didn't get to it. A bellwether is a county or a place that is predictive often of the way that the country will go. So Erie County, typically the way that they're voting ends up being around the exact margins, percentages that the country goes as a whole. That's obviously not the case. That's not a perfect science, like I keep saying. And that's obviously not the case here. We're not seeing, Harris at 51% and Trump at 47%. A lot of votes to count still. Like, this is still 80% in. Pittsburgh dominant here, just like she was hoping for. Cambria, their polling locations were open late because they had some technical difficulties, I think. So their polling locations were open till 10. So that'll be a while that they keep going. There, see, you can actually only see 21% of the vote in. So there's actually still a lot. I don't know what the hell is going on here, though. Yeah, see, this one is done. Oh my God, wait, we have another guest. We actually, surprise, have another guest. And he's gonna help us break down these numbers. Thank God. Because I feel like there's still a little bit more to play with here. Oh, Emil, bellwether, leading sheep of a flock. With a bell on its, oh my God, it's like a literal bell. You guys keep me in the know. You guys keep me absolutely on top of it. Erie's 20 minutes from Nathaniel Thomas. Funny enough, there were posters that were put up all around New York. Oh my God, you guys can't even see this map that I've been pointing out for the past 20 minutes. I'm so sorry. It's not a science. I wonder if I can bring it. No, I don't think I can, but maybe we'll talk about it with Leon. Leon is coming in here. Very confusing. One of my best friends is Leon Sim. I don't know if he's watching. And this is Leon Sit. And I'm like, okay, we are one letter off from one another. I don't know. I feel like there's some more to work with here in Pennsylvania. I'm a little surprised. Oh, we've got Minnesota. Yeah, I would fucking hope so. 52% would be a little crazy if her VP pick from Minnesota did not carry the state. Minnesota, the only state to remain Democrat in the 1980 election, won by Ronald Reagan in every single other state. Helping Erie will flip. They had a mail ballot issue, so a lot of provisionals were cast. We do need to talk about that. Provisional ballots. When there's something wrong with your ballot, you can go to the person at the polling place and be like, I need a provisional ballot. This is something a lot of people don't know. When you fuck up the signature, or there's something wrong with your registration, you'll get, oh my God, good night, JD. Much love. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for being here. There's a lot you can do with provisional ballots. Those are counted last. Like, that comes in way after the fact. So, oh my God, I was literally shouting Leon out and he's fucking watching. Leon?
Is Leon in the chat?
Thank you. I was just referring to him and then he sends me a photo that he's watching.
Hi, Leon.
Isn't that cute? Oh, it makes me so happy. Okay, as for ballots, before I bring our guest in, it was a vendor issue. A lot of ballots were not delivered by mail. That is a problem. That's for sure. We're going to gear up for him right here. Emily? I don't know where anyone is. They have left me by myself out here, so they can't blame me if anything goes wrong, you know? What's my mom sending me? Because she's been on top of me all night.
She's in here. I'll grab her.
Oh, there's some weird shit in Nevada cooking. I'm so glad you guys responded like so positively to Mike Madrid earlier. I think we just had a great conversation. Here's a question.
Yeah.
Oh, we think. Oh, okay then. Let have him. Okay, great. Sorry. We were just having. I feel like, you know, when basketball players pull their shirt up while they have a conversation with like a guy on the opposite team after the game. I kind of love when they do that, so you can't read their lips. So that's what Emily and I were just doing about this interview that we're about to pop into in any minute now. I can move this. Look, this is my schedule for tonight. 2 no-shows, both women. Don't point a finger at me when you say, well, you didn't have any women on this show. I fucking tried, you guys. I tried. He's coming?
He's gonna come, but 12:15. Our guest is just taking a break.
Okay, he can take a break.
He was on a live stream all night for 3 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Mood. I'll ask him how
Split ticket live stream.
his is going. And we're talking to him about numbers.
State of the race right now, broad strokes. Where
Great.
we're at going.
Great. He's going to help us figure some things out. Put any questions that you have for him in the chat about which way counties are going, how the numbers are looking, how things are breaking down. Please feel free to put that in. And we'll make sure that they get asked. Can't get Fargo accents out of my head. I love them. I love a Fargo accent to that movie. If you've never seen it. Is this oh, well.
Did you hear Klobuchar one?
Oh, good. Thank God. Amy Klobuchar won in Minnesota. They called it Minnesota. Okay.
I don't know if they called Minnesota.
Well, I'll go out on a limb on this one. Amy Klobuchar has long been one of the Recount's all-time faves. Wait, how am I going to be able to hear him how's Steve going to be able to hear him if I have headphones on?
I can double up the headphones. I'll
Okay.
get him another.
We have 3 minutes to figure out the headphones. Jaden Daniels, Hail Mary. This has been such a great stream overall. Thank you. That's so nice. I'll read you guys this tweet that I shouldn't be reading you about what's going on in Nevada. This is pure conjecture based on someone on the internet. Oh my God, our guest is here. We're gonna get to him in a second. I don't think he can hear me right now. The GOP is an allegation. GOP is succeeding in throwing out the votes of thousands of young people. If you're in Clark or Washoe County, those are the 2 counties to watch. Answer your phone tonight. It may be election officials calling to cure the defect in your mailed-in ballot. Curing ballots, big thing. Making sure signatures match, making sure all of everything in there is the right information. They do this to make sure everybody's ballots are secure. Can I do more live streams? Yeah. Oh, Julie Gibbs, if that's your mom or sister or someone, love. Great job, Sam. A little chaotic, but that's the election, baby. You know, I'm not trying to hide anything from you guys. Do an episode with Peter Hamby. We reached out to Peter Hamby for tonight, but he's busy with his hot boy shit. No, we're big fans of Peter Hamby over here. Steve is coming?
You want me to get him?
Because then I'm going to bring this guest in. Should I just bring him in?
Yeah, he's coming. He said he's coming.
If you want to.
Okay. Yeah, let's rip it. What am I doing? I am moving him full screen.
Yeah, he's coming now.
Unmuting my mic. Unmuting this tab. Hey, Leon.
Hello, Grace.
How are you doing? Loaded question that you don't have to answer whatsoever.
I think I'm doing all right. I'm just at a loss for words. I think going in we expected we were sure that it would be an uncertain election going in, looking at the polling, and there's sort of 2 different, schools of thought about how the election would turn out. I don't think anyone seriously was considering a Trump popular vote win, and that looks like what we're kind of headed to right now. I think California still needs to vote, or count the mail ballots and the in-person vote, but certainly this is not something I've lived through because I was born in 2003, and I've never seen a Republican. Well, I mean, I'm sure I existed when Bush won the popular vote, but this is kind of like it just turns my entire theory of how elections work on its head, because when you think about presidential elections, we saw 2016, Clinton narrowly lost, but she won the popular vote. In 2020, Biden narrowly won, but he also won the popular vote. In sort of my generation's imagination, Republicans just don't win the popular vote for president, and especially not someone with 10% underwater favorability rating. This was not like, if you give me 3 scenarios or 5 scenarios about how this night would turn out, maybe I'd give Trump 2 of them, I'd give Harris the other 3, but we had it like 50-50 here at Split Ticket or there at Split Ticket, but Trump winning the popular vote, sweeping all 7 is not, it could have happened, right, with a polling error, but he's doing good everywhere, like New Jersey, New York, Florida was crazy. R plus 13.
Florida was crazy.
Yeah. So
Can I ask you about that? Also, hey, Leon. Sorry, I know I kind of
Hello.
came in late, but thanks for joining us. New York and New Jersey are some of the most interesting to me because we're seeing largely this movement being concentrated among people of color, which is a lot of the movement right here. I don't know how much this tracks for you, but I was seeing something just now that had Harris gotten the margin she's getting with white voters and just held Clinton's margins with non-white voters, then we might well be looking at Harris on track to win, or at least be in a much different position popular vote-wise. Is that tracking with what you are seeing at all?
see, I'm a little hesitant to say that because some of it's not. Oh, did you mean the popular vote or the electoral college?
Both.
Okay, I would say for the popular vote, definitely. I think if Harris was holding up Clinton's margins with non-white voters, she would probably win the popular vote narrowly. But I feel as though with the electoral college, you have a lot of these white non-college voters who are also part of the equation. They're going right, and if it was Harris's margin with white voters, it doesn't look that good in states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina. So I don't know if that combination would be a Harris win in the Electoral College, but I think that would definitely be a win on the popular vote because of just, I mean, it's insane. You look at New York. New York used to be, right?
Yeah.
New York used to be a solid Democrat, and Florida was a swing state. Now, Florida, the net vote margin out of Florida is probably going to be bigger than New York. So I'm a complete loss for words. I woke up this morning thinking America looked like this, right? And then I'm gonna go to bed, probably in the early morning hours. But I'm just gonna go to bed and it's like a completely different America, right? Than the one.
From just an emotional standpoint with you, just quickly, because I went through that in 2016 where it was my first election and I was not prepared for it whatsoever. Like, I know that feeling, and it's just a really, really discombobulating, kind of life-altering feeling. So, like, I'm with you in that. I know what that feels like, and we're all gonna get through it, is what I keep saying through the night. Something that I've had my eyes on is Pennsylvania, as that vote very slowly trickles up. Is there anything that the Harris team would be intrigued by that could save their path there, or that's kind of out of the odds now?
Well, I'd say the window might have closed earlier in the night. New York Times says that 87% of the vote is in, and Trump's up by 3. So that's already a pretty tough margin.
Yeah.
If I was speaking with the Harris team right now, I would probably not know what to say other than, get some sleep, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a pretty daunting Republican majority here. I think.
On that
Yeah, I mean, like if you. Sorry?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say that if you look at the counties that, Allegheny County was supposed to be a hydrogen bomb, right? And then Philadelphia, too. Allegheny County is supposed to be almost completely in, and Philadelphia is just punching the same weight as the state. So that means the remaining vote, which is Pennsylvania minus those 2 cities, so it's a pretty red Pennsylvania, is actually underrepresented in the vote share. So I think, and then you add into that the fact that I believe in Pennsylvania they count mail-in ballots first, a switch from 2020. You might not want to quote me on that, but I think the remaining vote is definitely going to be more Republican than what we're seeing. Just I feel like based on where the votes are remaining, these are not Harris-friendly voters.
I mean, on that subject, what we could potentially, it's going to take a bit of time to totally know what we're looking at, but we could be looking at a situation where New Jersey is closer than some swing states, or where the margin in Pennsylvania is approaching the margin in New Jersey. Am I reading that correctly?
One of our split ticket team members, Harrison Lavelle, he's a New Jersey native. He let us know that even though it looks close right now, what's left is almost all mail ballots, and in New Jersey that's going to be more Democratic leaning. And I think, again, don't quote me on this because I can't predict the future, but I do believe that New Jersey's margin will probably be wider than Trump's margin in Pennsylvania.
We do have someone in the chat saying mail ballots don't get counted until after. We'll fact check both of you, obviously, at some point in the night here. I have a couple questions about Nevada. I think we all have some questions about Nevada. Seems to be the remaining place that seems the most up in the air, in my view, at this point. Is that the type of thing sorry, he's stepping on my cord. Is that the type of thing that we're going to get any insight on tonight? Is it going to go one way or another rapidly, or we've got to buckle in for a long haul there too?
Yeah, so in Nevada, maybe you've heard, maybe you haven't, but apparently they won't release any vote totals until every voter has cast his or her or their ballot. So,
Do you
I
like
guess
that?
there
Do you
might
think
be
that's a good idea? I kind of think that's a good idea.
I actually think it's a good idea. I just, it's nice to have these results early, but if you think about what's the, quote unquote right thing to do, it's probably best to not change. Like, for example, if you live in California and you didn't vote and you're like, it's 7 p.m., you got 1 hour left, and you see that your candidate is doing great or your candidate's doing bad, that might change your decision to vote. So maybe it's not that good of an idea to release all the results until everyone voted. But in terms of what's actually feasible or what people, probably the majority of people will actually want, I think it should just be, I think the way we do it right now is okay.
Yeah.
So one thing that's going to distinguish Donald Trump's likely victory from his win in 2016, besides the popular vote aspect that you touched on, is that he's going to be getting a much larger share of the vote in a lot of states, and he's going to be polling from a much broader base of support, including from people of color. How do you think that's going to change party's calculation come next year and come the midterms?
Yeah, I think what the GOP has tapped into, in order to understand it, you got to step back to 22. I think 2022 had the same issue space as we have right now. I think a lot of, I'd be surprised if anyone changed their congressional vote to presidential vote, because it seems like we're fighting over the same things. And if you look at how the country voted then and how it voted now, I think what the GOP has tapped into is this massive base of low propensity, non-college educated voters, both white and non-white, actually, because of, you can see it in his gains in rural counties throughout the eastern parts of the country. But I think the GOP will definitely be in more trouble in midterms than it might think it is, because you see these states voting for Trump, and I would imagine if we had a midterm election with Trump as president in 2026, that Democrats could still win these states. And it's not, I don't think it's a permanent realignment in the sense that, these voters are going to stick with the GOP. Maybe in some cases in like South Texas, I mean, those numbers you just can't get without any persuasion. But I think for the most part, the GOP will probably stick with its bread and butter right now, which is, I think, anti-institutionalist largely. It's certainly changed since before Trump, but largely there's a lot of overlap with people who don't really trust institutions and people who don't want their tax dollars going to the government. So I think, I don't know if much will change, except I think Republicans will step a lot more confidently, and they might actually overstep in 2026 if they are relying on these numbers to carry them into the next, next Congress. One thing I did want to bring up is that currently we're still tracking the U.S. House, because it looks like it's the last competitive chamber. But again, votes are not coming in as fast as we would hope. But certainly I think the next House elections will be one the Democrats will really want to organize for, because the GOP looks like it's going to lock in a Senate majority, and we don't know if there's going to be enough competitive seats in 26 for the Democrats to take that chamber back.
Yeah.
And then the House might be the only check the party has on a second term of President Trump.
I mean, on that subject of the House, I was looking at some races, and like Rebecca Cook in Wisconsin, for example, at least as of a little bit ago when I last checked, was running ahead of Kamala Harris by like 3 or 4 points. And it seems to be a trend across the board, which, it would have to be for Democrats to still have a chance at House control. What do you think the demographic profile of somebody who's pulling the lever for Donald Trump and a Democratic House member is, particularly given how polarized voting patterns have become?
Yeah, so I think you touched on something very interesting, and it's that, this election, it looks like the House members who are Democrats are going to outperform their presidential nominee, and it's sort of the opposite of 2016 and 2020, where you saw the GOP do surprisingly well in both elections versus what you may have expected before it. I think there's a certain brand of voter that Trump is turning out that doesn't see themselves as a Republican. Like they look at Trump and they're like, he is against these institutions I'm against. He, whether it's rosy retrospection or actual, feelings of goodwill towards the Trump presidency, these voters view those 4 years as better than the past 4 years or past 3 and change. But I would imagine this voter isn't exactly a partisan Republican like the ones that the GOP has been getting out since since its inception. I mean, I think there's a new brand of voter who's the low propensity voter that I think both parties would be best served to think about. It's not really the suburban moderates anymore, or it's not really because I thought Harris's campaign was pretty good for the suburban moderates. And if you look at the swing map, she didn't actually do that bad in suburbs. What she did is she completely cratered in urban cores and in rural parts of the country. So I think if the Democrats want to make a comeback, they need to figure out how to either convince these people not to show up in droves for the other candidate, or figure out how to have them vote for the Democrats. And it seems like some of them maybe are open to it because they're voting for them on the House, and it looks like the Senate candidates are broadly running behind Trump, to my knowledge. So I wouldn't say these people are partisan Republicans. I would say they're Trump fans.
That's so interesting to me because one of the things that have been mulling over all night is like what, or I went into this night thinking that I would mull over is what does MAGA look like after Trump, but that's probably going to be a question that we can put on hold for another couple of years.
Yeah, I think the GOP definitely is tapping into something that I don't think anyone would have thought possible 10 years ago, because you see these counties where Trump, was winning 80% 4 years ago, and now he's winning 85. Where did these people come from, right?
I don't know.
So these are some questions I think maybe later this week we'll get more definitive answers on. But, I'd say the biggest problem Democrats have right now is how they went from winning non-white voters by this much to this much, because it's clear that the exit polls kind of missed it a bit because, look at South Texas, look at, Brooklyn, look at just anywhere, right?
Yeah.
It's just red. So I think Democrats need to figure out, what they were missing. And I think a big part of what they're missing is that a lot of Democrat activists and, people calling the shots are college educated and live in this college educated bubble. I would say, I'm not a Democratic Party operative, but I live in that similar bubble because I grew up in the suburbs and both my parents are, post-grad educated and, whatnot, right? So my universe of what appeals to people and what doesn't is totally different from what the majority of America is like. And because the majority of America is non-college educated and they also don't have masters, etc., right? So
Yeah.
I think the Democrats need to find a way to elevate these concerns, even if, because I think a big part of it is if you go to college, you think people who didn't go to college believe in conspiracy theories. They, are not as well thought out in the way they vote. And you might believe that's true, but the fact is the election isn't about what's true or what's not. It's about what people believe is true.
Yeah, that's
So
for sure.
they need to figure out how to tap into these information networks. But with social media, it's more than ever, any kind of idea that gets planted into people's brains is going to linger there for a lot longer than it might have 2 decades ago.
Yeah.
And I was just going to say, and a little bit irony of this is what we've seen this year and really the past 8 years is something Democrats really wanted, which is disaffected people, working class people, people who feel like they've been failed by the system, turning out to vote and turning out to vote all the time. The only problem is it ended up not working out exactly as they planned. I think you gave us a lot of great insight, and this has been a great conversation.
I was going to say, later this week, when we know...
Chat, the chat loves you, by the way.
There's a Leon Sim in the chat.
There is a Leon Sim in the chat who's one of my best friends, and I'm like, you guys are one letter off, so I shouted both of you out. But I think we should definitely, we're going to come back to you later this week. Would love to hear, like, you know, when we get to the other side of all of this, how you see everything in hindsight. But thank you so much for being here tonight. I hope you take some deep breaths, sleep a little, eat a little, take care of yourself, please.
All right. Thanks for having me, you two. Thanks for having me, Grace. And I didn't catch your name.
Steve. It's good to meet
Steve?
you, Leon.
Nice to meet you too, and thanks for having me.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, let me mute this.
I'm gonna give you the floor back.
You can stay with me. It's up to you.
I'll let you take it.
Okay. Wait, careful. Almost had a fall there. I love getting these paper notes. I would keep them if they weren't really fucking depressing, so maybe I'll just keep the non-depressing ones. Like, good news, Arizona passes abortion referendum. That's 5-1 on these. 5-1. Are you sorry. That's 5-1 on these. So the only one that was Florida, which happened right at the beginning. So we've got Arizona codifying abortion rights, Missouri. We're really proud. What are we saying in chat? Because we're going to wrap this up in 30 minutes. Biden's gaffes, even as little as he was visible in this campaign, would have doomed his bid. I think that's really true. I think people can't get over what you see and hear and how bad it had been at times, many times. I do agree with that. DM, one guy thought Harris was the president right now after Biden dropped out. That's good. Civic engagement and media literacy is really important. If you can't tell, that's always been my focus out here on the internet. Thank you for saying great interview. I just that moment when he was like, "This is my first election," and I'm shocked. I felt heartbroken for him because I just know exactly what that feeling was like. Ooh, we got a little Hawaii for Harris island with a palm tree. That's early. It's early in Hawaii. Oh, also interesting. See, this is why you stay late and you get rewarded. Can you tell my pharmaceuticals kicked in? Everybody, well, call me if you. I'm not plugging drugs on the stream. Don't worry, but let me know. We all need a little laugh right now. Harris will not speak tonight, per CBS reporter. I'd actually love to hear the chat weigh in on what you think about this. It is typical that candidates speak, even if it's just to say, we don't know what's going to happen. I feel good about it. A lot of times they want their base to be reassured, to be comforted. I think that could actually be something that would be really, really valuable for Harris supporters to hear right now, as I've gotten 100 million texts from all of you that you're panicking, you're freaking out, and I'm like, it's okay. Me too. We're all going to figure it out. I think it would do actually a lot if she were to get, even for 5 minutes, on the mic and say, I know this is hard. We're going to see it through to the last vote. So I will say her saying, I'm not going to do that, makes me wonder how their internals are looking. When I say internals, it means like what they're polling, their data team sees. That could be cause for concern or preparation for a concession tomorrow. Okay, this is confirmation on NBC calling Georgia for Trump. We already got that out there. We're gonna have to talk to Joan tomorrow. I'll tell you guys where to find me tomorrow, like whatever, but that woman that I met in Georgia, Joan, she runs the Republican Party in Athens County, Georgia. Not runs it, but like is a part of it. Let's see how her county went. Gwinnett. Yeah, well, let me put you up in here with me. Looking at Georgia, he's 120,000 votes ahead. That's really like close for there.
But there's only 100,000 left to be counted, so.
Only 100,000 left to be counted, so it's over. See, Emily, this is why you're here, among many, many other reasons. See, this is so crazy. So Clark County, this is where UGA is. This is where Joan is holding down their fort, quite literally. When I tell you she's like one of the loveliest women I've ever met in my life, it's very strange considering some of her views, especially on women. I don't know. We'll unpack that another time, or we'll get her on here and we'll unpack it in real time. But Clark County is, you know, heavily, heavily Dem. She's 68%. To his 30%, 36,000 votes versus 16. So not a great showing for him there, but that was expected. It is a county that has a Republican congressman, but Athens, its biggest city, has a Democrat mayor. One of those places where there's no coherent ideology. Clearly, the ideology that we will be pursuing together in the next year and trying to figure out, you and me, is what these like working class, non-college educated voters are feeling and what their motivations are to go either way, up and down, in many, many different directions.
Quick thank you for 2 donations.
Oh my God, 2 donations. I don't know how to scroll up on this, but
Taste of Hippos gave us another one.
Hippo. I'm like, reveal yourself.
Thank you again
What
for
the
all your
hell?
hard work.
Chicken Dip. Don't know who you are, but I definitely probably do in person. It seems like somebody I know. We're hanging in there together. That's why we're still here. I almost gave up on you guys. I will fully admit it, but then I didn't. And Slappy, we love piggybacking. I was that girl in class, not who was piggybacking, was getting piggybacked off of like it was my job. Get some rest tonight. Not going to happen. DM, Trump's already at 246 according to NBC. This is getting stressful with him only needing 24, I think. Yeah, Decision Desk says 248. I wonder where that 2 vote discrepancy is. Weird. That's weird. He's officially crossed the threshold to 61, almost 62,000 votes. Oh. Do I want to read you these guys? I'm going to figure out if I want. From the Snap fam, Chicken Dip, thank you for being here. Okay, any 2, what we keep talking about. Kamala Harris up. So that would be plus 1 vote. 1 vote never hurts anybody. We can say that as much as we want. We can say that as much as we want. Yeah, Kamala Harris will not speak at Howard University tonight. One campaign official tells me large crowds have already begun to leave. I would say it's a little crazy, the idea of like going to an election night party and anticipating that you are going to see the future next president speak that night and then being disbanded before anything happens, but also without knowing the result. Like at least with Clinton, like she got to say like we made a crack in the glass ceiling instead of breaking it and like it was over. This like lingering, not knowing, I can imagine even for her, even for a candidate, must be absolutely miserable. Like hard pass. When people are like, would you ever run for office? I'm like, never in a billion fucking years. You need to get up to feed the dog in 20 minutes. If you don't feed your dog right now, I'm calling Child Protective Services and they're taking your dog. Do you think Kamala has a real chance to almost places saying 91% Trump? I can't answer that question. I'm not going to be your girl for that question. But I also don't want to give you false hope. Like, if it's looking like 91%, if the people who have the data are saying it's 91%, like that's probably the right number to start associating yourself with and start acquainting yourself with. But if you want to leave that for tomorrow, you can leave that for tomorrow. My therapist was like, we don't have to feel everything in our body today. We can feel, we will deal with it on the other end. And normally says the opposite of that. So I'm going to listen to her on this because she's typically right. I don't know what else to tell you guys, really. It's 12:42. I'm going to hang out with you guys till 1. Yeah. Worst case scenario. Yeah. For a lot of people, this is the worst case scenario. Yeah, I think that's true. Especially, wow, look at this. This is Michigan. Yeah, we haven't even spoken about Michigan tonight. Look at that, like, what is that, 40,000, 41,000, no, like 55,000 third-party votes. That's crazy. That's like almost makes up the margin between them. But everybody said this would happen. Bless you. I'm scared AF. I know. We're virtually holding hands. It's okay. Optimism is tough. I agree. I'm not a huge fan of it. The thing that Kamala Harris and her camp had been saying for a long time was nauseously optimistic. Okay, go play games. Oh, I thought you were saying you were going to go play a game. That's, yeah, find a way to hold on and keep yourself here. Dearborn killed her. Aggressive way to phrase that, Mom. But Dearborn is the town in Michigan the part of Michigan that has the highest Arab population of anywhere in the country. They said, we have very clear things that we would like to happen. We would like a meeting with somebody in the vice president's camp. We would like a Palestinian speaker to speak at the convention. We would like a general openness to what policy positions could technically be changed. And Kamala Harris's campaign was basically having none of that. So they took their votes and hid them, whether that was to hiding them under the rug in their bedroom because they didn't vote, whether that was giving them to Donald Trump, whether that was giving them to Jill Stein. We're going to start seeing, I think the Jill Stein vote clock up even more here. Dearborn is going to be ground zero, I think, of a big conversation among Democrats, probably starting next Monday. Oh, thank you, Christopher. Since 2020, I'm like, thank you for being here tonight when you were probably here also. That means the world. Join the Discord if you're not already in it. That's where all the real OGs are. Alvin, good night. I hope you get some sleep. We will be here this whole time. Catch up with us tomorrow. Tending to games for comfort. Distraction is amazing. Distraction is great. What does Kamala need to win? What state would give her the biggest boost? I'm not American. I'm not super educated on all of this. Cohen, if that's your name. First of all, where are you from? I would love to know. Second of all, Kamala has always needed to win the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Wisconsin is 85% of the way in. Michigan is 62% of the way in. That's quite a ways to go here. She only needs to make up 10,000 votes in, no, 110, Jesus. 110,000 in Wisconsin. I don't know if that's going to happen. I actually am weirdly more optimistic about this because there's a lot of way to go for 200,000 votes. PA, everybody is saying, is looking pretty over. So in that case, if she's not getting PA, I actually don't know if this math works, and maybe somebody could do it. If she wins Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada, could she still do it with NE1? We can look at that math at some point. But Leon Sim, not who, oh, from Canada. Okay, well, many people are going to be immigrating to your country after this election, so they say. So I hope you welcome them with open arms. Oh, Canada, we love. Leon, hi Lee. What's the worst case scenario for the Senate? Pretty much is what's happening is the worst case scenario for the Senate in terms of Democrats' performance. But this was an unbelievably rough year for them. They were putting up challengers in Pennsylvania where it's astonishing that Bob Casey is behind. It's not over for him though. They're so close. Michigan, where I'm astonished that Slotkin, who was, performing 4 or 5 points ahead. This is astonishing that they're going to send Eric Hovde, who doesn't even live in Wisconsin, to the Senate. So and the Democrat lost in Montana by a lot, but also look at the vote total. Oh, it's only 18% of the vote, but yeah, there's no way he's going to win. West Virginia flipped red because Joe Manchin was like, I'm not doing this anymore. Bye. I want a fancy lobbying job to make millions of dollars a year. Sherrod Brown, RIP, Bernie Moreno makes me really nervous. He's a loose cannon is probably the best way to describe that. Sherrod Brown, though, holding it down. Well, formerly holding it down. I remember watching you at Penn State in 2020. Oh my God, now living in New York. So my vote matters less. I always say stay registered. Commit a little voter fraud. Just kidding. Literally, Fox News they're gonna lead 7 a.m. hour with me saying that. Rests on Mill Creek. Oh, NBC Map says no when I tried. Thank you for trying the DM log. Need Pennsylvania. That's what I thought. If she loses PA but picks up the rest of the wall, it's 257, 281. Jesus. Let's look at Mill Creek and then we'll come back to these two things that, two good tidbits in the chat. I could really use some chapstick if anyone has access to that. Where the fuck is Mill Creek? What state is that in? Who put this in here? Nathaniel? Where's Mill Creek, please? I have lost the plot. I guess in the meantime, we can talk about 2 black women joining. Wait, this is the fucking, I have, if you hand me my big, junky square, my big, if you guys can hear this, my jingling all the way. So I definitely read this wrong. Angela Alsobrooks, who I said was running against the former governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, and Lisa Blunt Rochester. They double the number of black women ever elected to Congress. Just sit with that for a second. There's 535 people in Congress. A couple more if you count people who are non-voting Congress people. Puerto Rico, DC, whatever. Doubles the number of black women ever elected. That's not serving out of 535 people ever elected. And this marks the first time 2 black women have ever been in the Senate at the same time. That surprises me less. The Senate is an old white boys club. This is a fun one too. Sarah McBride became the first openly transgender person to be elected to Congress. I hope they're nice to her. They better fucking be nice to her. Just on a respectful, we're in the same room basis. For real. I don't trust them, but thank you. Okay, Mill Creek is a precinct in Erie. It is split urban and rural. Where's my Erie? Oh, these numbers are crazy. Yeah, but as I said, Erie is a bellwether. So 134,000 votes, 95% in. And that's where you see him have the slight margin over her. So that could win. Oh, Trump is about to speak. Probably declaring victory. Adeline, I'm so glad you're here. We always need election night with a side of therapy. Would you guys want to watch him speak or no? I actually fully will base this off of your feeling. Stop doing this, Hippo. I'm like, is it Moodang paying us in the feed? It's Moodang in the chat. The hungriest of Hippo, thank you. Please get some sleep. Be well. Check in tomorrow. I'm convinced we won't have a female president anytime soon if we lost Kamala. Yeah, I fully agree with that for the record. And we can dive into that together later this week, but I'm 100% in agreement, which fucking sucks, by the way. Mill Creek has the biggest bellwether precinct in the nation. We love that. Okay. The shriveled orange should be asleep. Let me just tell you, he got off stage at 2:07 I think 2:07 or 2:09 in the morning last night. Being awake on stage at this time and not being asleep is kind of what he does. Trump winning the Electoral College is one thing. Him winning the popular vote as well is what hits the hardest personally. Mike, I think that's spot on. And hopefully you were here for when our last guest was kind of talking through that. He said, not anyone in these rooms could have ever predicted that he would have won the popular vote. It did not even occur to me that that was a possibility in any scenario. I wonder if, I think there's a good idea. If he's speaking, let me move this off so I can log into this. I think there's going to be a way. We're gonna find a middle ground here, you guys.
Got $20 more.
Slappy, my favorite name of the night. Oh wait. Okay, great. I'm gonna see if I can pull up Trump on Snapstream and just read what he's saying instead of playing it, because I think a lot of people don't want to hear his actual voice.
Let me see. You know, he says he's going on, but he never actually.
Yeah. $11.05 is today. It is now 11:06. Okay, what we're gonna do, I don't know why I'm staying in here with you guys. Like, I think it's keeping me calm. Oh, I like this question, Cohen. Where are you? Let's pull this back up. I'm forgetting which buttons are which now. Cohen, what are some good things about Trump winning? They can't all be bad, right? Nothing about him is good. I honestly couldn't tell you. Okay, let's find some, it's worth it to find a silver lining. This is a good psychological exercise for all of us. It's important to do this even when it feels very the opposite of fruitful.
Estate tax.
Estate tax?
Maybe he'll kill that.
I don't think that applies to literally any of us.
Trump is supposed to be speaking any minute, but
Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. Oh, can I get out of Riverside?
yeah, I already.
Okay, great. Oh, don't want to see her.
Don't move that.
You're right. I'm gonna move this. Can't see her right now. That's not happening. Okay. So, okay, we were trying to figure out one good thing about Trump. This is not me weighing in. This is just saying, I am struggling with this question. I'm so sorry. Yeah, less taxes equals more tariffs equals more inflation. Correct, DM. So I'm gonna say I literally don't know because all that keeps coming to mind is like bad shit like RFK Jr. running the CDC, you know? If anybody could jump in here with a good positive, that would be phenomenal right now. We get to see, here's one. We get to see how the color of his bronzer and his makeup style changes through time. I feel like that's a really good one. That excites me personally. And we can always find that together. Having Trump might be good if you're a billionaire. Yeah, it'll be, yeah. There are things that will be good for people who are not me, but I'm focusing on me right now. So, for me personally, Trump. More memes. Yeah, more memes, Jackson. Okay, literally no, because we're not having the FBI jump into this stream. The late night hosts have a lot more material. That is like an unfortunate side effect. Oh, here's a fun one. Jeff Jackson, who you guys probably follow on Twitter or Instagram or TikTok, has won the Attorney General's race in North Carolina. Thank you. Which is very interesting because that means these voters went up in here and were like, let me vote for Donald Trump for president. Jeff Stein. I have a hard time with generic Jewish names like that because I know them in person. So there's many to keep track of. But Stein for governor and then Jeff Jackson for AG. Nevada reporting. Matt G. Listen, I just want to take a second for all of us to be like, we braced for impact. We are through the initial impact. We are here working through it together like we said we would. And my body feels better than it does an hour ago. It doesn't mean it won't go back to feeling terrible, but it comes in waves, and we are going to have moments where we feel okay. Just keep that in your brain. Kyle Hansen, thank you so much. You have an early morning. Please go to bed. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate your approach to the chat and bedtime. So, good luck. Nathaniel, Washington for hair. Oh, I don't have that. Stupid ass. You remember when Jay Inslee ran for president? And I was like, is he hot? Right? Yeah, kind of.
I wrote into caucus.
Oh,
Okay.
and New Mexico for her.
New Mexico I have. Who are we? Idaho? That's probably what read a long time ago, right? Let's be real. The T is that Idaho is apparently where a lot of the like literal neo-Nazis live. That's where they're doing their bunkers and shit. So maybe the next iteration of WTFA out there, I go pay them a visit. Although I don't think they'd like to see me. Okay. Utah for Trump, stupid. Although, okay, the biggest Mormon, like one of the big Mormon papers or outlets, news outlets there, did an endorsement. They were like, we don't endorse as a Mormon newspaper. We are endorsing Kamala Harris. We cannot get behind Donald Trump. And I was like, you're losing the This is one of those moments where I was like, oh my God, Donald Trump is losing the Mormon vote in Utah. Like, there's no way he's going to be able to do this. It just shows that looking at granular, singular examples that align with a narrative that you've already constructed in your head is not an incredibly useful practice, but is the practice that we are most used to doing. Maybe we'll slap that on a sign and sell it at Home Goods. What the fuck is up with Maine? It just is.
It's blue, red dot, blue and red dot.
Oh, that's been called?
Yeah, we went with that.
There's only 52% in, though. Where's ME? What is it? ME what? Augusta? That's so weird that it doesn't come up here. ME1 Harris? Hi, Marisol. You're the best. Maine has been blue. Yeah, but ME1 where? It's so weird that it doesn't show it on... Oh, does it by municipality? Bitch, I don't fucking know how to read that. Okay. It shows on the main page for ME. Oh, it does. Blue.
Mm-hmm. And ME2 is likely Trump.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. ME2. Okay. Okay, how do we draw? We get to draw one of the fun. Has anybody checked in the chat? Has anybody checked in with Steve Kornacki? What's his sensibility right now? What does he look like? Is he sweating? Is he frustrated? Are the papers everywhere? Is the shirt untucked? Can anybody in the chat let me know? And then NE. Oh, we're still waiting on NE too, huh?
Very likely Republican. But still waiting.
Yeah, so that's bad.
But expected.
Oh, really?
They have a red dot, yeah. Just like Nebraska is usually a blue dot.
No, I was saying Nebraska.
Oh, sorry. I got it wrong.
No, you're good.
Oh, N-E-M-E.
Yeah, it's the same letter, basically. Nathaniel says anyone is officially Trump. I'm seeing that as well. That Nebraska, we have a friend over in the Nebraska legislature, Michaela Kavanaugh. We gotta get her sense. She's a funny lady. Okay, then I'm gonna fill this in. So much for that route. Steve looks okay. Sure, our Steve or Steve Kornacki? When do you think we will realistically get the final results? Girl, stop asking me this question. I'm kidding. I have no idea. I have no idea. Let's see. Oh, here's a fun... I'm going to play this for you. Let's play this fun voicemail. How about this one?
Hey, long time voter, first time caller here. I was just thinking about the name of your publication, the Recount. You know, I know you're Democrats and you're funded by Soros and all that, but is it a little presumptive that we're already gonna have a recount? Like you guys are recounting before the votes are counted one time? That just seems a little fishy to me.
That just seems a little fishy to me. Whoever that was, there's definitely no way you're still here. Yes, we picked a company name. We, as if I was a part of it. They picked a company name, The Recount, that ended up being incredibly relevant in 2020 when multiple states had to conduct recounts. There's not a lot of recounting that looks like it's gonna be in the mix here. Pennsylvania was the spot of that, and Georgia last time. Doesn't seem like that's gonna happen because the margins are too big. It's not close enough. Like he's running her by 5 million votes right now, 4.5 million votes. But We're not funded by George Soros. I hate to break it to you. I would love to take some of George Soros's money off the record. I hope nobody in the other room is listening to this. We would like to take your money to run our business. Would be fantastic. So, George Soros, if you're listening, just zell us whatever later. Yeah, so I'm so glad that you caught on to our big scheme that we have been planning for 5 years. Actually, you found us out. I'm so glad that call came in. That is so good. Let's see. Oh, this is a good one.
Hey, long-time voter, first-time caller here. I was wondering, I've seen a lot of stuff about Tim Walz, the Democratic VP candidate, about him being a football coach, and they use all this like Coach Walz stuff. Anybody got any film? I haven't seen one clip of any lockdown, any sack. Supposed to be a defensive coordinator. I've seen nothing. It's like they're using all this rhetoric about him being a coach now. Well, let's see some film. We got nothing to show for it. So that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Like, you can tell that I put these posters up for people to call in Brooklyn because the Brooklyn accents that are coming through on this stream have been insane. Oh, it is the same guy. You're right. He called twice, 4 minutes apart. Thank you for pointing that out. I actually don't think I would have put that together. But he actually raises such a good question. I hope he's still listening and leaves me another message. I want to know more. Tim Walz has been 0% of the conversation tonight. Any that I have seen, one that I have wanted to bring up. I do wonder... I do wonder how big of a conversation that's going to end up being on the other side of this. Like, was Tim Walz the right choice? I, for one, I think Tim Walz is a human being, as a teacher, as a mentor, loved his vibes and energy. I think he's seems like a really good person. But did he bring enough to the table is something that we're going to be wondering, especially if Harris loses Pennsylvania, which she's on track to lose right now. People will be asking a lot of questions about whether she fucked up not picking Josh Shapiro. U.S. Army soldiers for Kamala. The Army vote, very curious to see which way that will end up going, considering Trump has offended the military, truly innumerable amount of times. Definitely the right choice for Tim Walz. Everyone else had big downsides to lose moderates. That's interesting because he was seen as the most progressive of the candidates that she was weighing. So it's so interesting how people see it differently. Okay, those were our voicemails. Oh, I apparently made a call outward bound at some point. Should we look through what these archived ones are? This is a good one. God, I got a lot of happy birthday messages, you guys. Oh shit, it's 1:10. I'm probably supposed to get off of here. How many people are watching this? 12?
You can see.
82?
What?
You have 82 current watchers.
Still no sign of Trump, so I wouldn't wait on him if that's what.
I'm just what else am I supposed to do right now? I'm having more fun talking to myself, basically, than anything that would be happening in there. If I go in there, it's over for me. It's literally over. So I'm going to be here.
We need people back in the chat to give us more money.
My therapist is going to clip this section and send it to me and be like, we're going to talk about humor as a coping mechanism for you.
Is she watching?
Probably.
It's healthy. It's healthy.
Probably. Anyone have any idea how late this will run? No, not even me. Not even me.
It's forever.
Yes, you should sleep. Agreed. Random question: will you end up sleeping at the office tonight? Absolutely not. The way that I'm gonna slither into my bed like an absolute reptile is gonna be amazing. Gotta go to sleep and get my mind off of things. Glad to get some coverage from you. Thank you for being here. This is what I was gonna say. It was like Recount After Dark. I thought it was gonna be a little bit of a different vibe, if I'm being honest. Like, let's crack some beers and make some jokes and play some games, but that's definitely not the vibe that took over. I don't know anything that's going on with Arizona or Nevada, but these numbers are... Nevada has an option on the ballot. We should talk about this, you guys, for none of these candidates. I find that to be truly the funniest option ever. And 10,000 people went to the polls, went out of their way, were probably late to work, had to stop before they picked the kids up from school just to go in and vote none of these candidates.
That's why they're procrastinating work.
They're procrastinating.
They have an excuse not to go in.
They don't want to be at work.
They don't
But then
want
why?
to be at
Might as well make an educated decision if you don't want to be at work. No, this is crazy.
Don't go into work.
Okay, wait. Can we scroll this down so I can see more towards the... Oh, no, this is how it was. Never mind. We're good. Are we cooked? We might be flambéed lightly. So, like, you catch fire when you tip us over, but it's a momentary burst and then it settles down. That's my assessment right now. Have I slept at the office before? Literally never. Thank God. No. The latest we ever left the office was probably 4:30 a.m. in 2020 primary, pre-COVID. Psycho era, like, for real. Immense anxiety all around. You're in the right place, though. This is where you bring all your anxiety and we're putting it all on the table and we're looking at it and we're saying, we see that you're here. Move over for a minute, please. Maybe make this a regular thing on the Discord. I should. I need to be better. It's been a little bit busy.
You can stream on Discord.
I know, and I'm bad at it.
No, you're not. You're doing it right now.
No, I know, but I just never know what to say. But now that I've broken the seal.
You talk to chat. That's all you do.
Yeah, broken the seal. MYT called GA. We have also.
And Alaska.
Alaska is.
Oh,
15 minutes.
Yeah, Alaska. That's where Russia's about to send those North Korean soldiers to come fucking get us all.
I think I saw that movie with Drake and Josh guy. Red Scare with
Josh Peck. Oh yeah, he literally was. Big ass snowstorm happening right now. Chicken Dip, where are you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Deeply sleepy and wide awake. I think that's like always permanent state of being. Chicken is in Colorado. See, I'm so glad you have snow. Sleepy, stressed, scared, and absolutely sapped. Love your alliteration. Approve all of those adjectives. Oh, and Kaylin's here. My roommate. I don't know. What? You're just gonna be a part of this conversation really quickly. What is our plan? Like,
oh, you can wrap it whenever you want.
Is there a downside if I'm just sitting here and continuing to do what I'm doing?
I don't think so.
Is anyone asking for me?
They're just wondering when.
Which means yes, they're asking for me.
I don't want to get involved.
The fucking like. They're gonna show this live stream in like college seminars about mental illness.
You're holding a red and blue.
Oh, I have not let go this entire night. Curious how the independent candidates affected the swing states. Let us run through that. Because we have that information. Jill Stein, 30,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Chase Oliver, though, the Libertarian candidate, 30,000 votes. So that's 60K. That would have shaved Kamala Harris's deficit to only 60,000 votes, which is like make upable, honestly. It could be with the amount that she has left. North Carolina, that's 50, 45, that's 55,000. Cornel West, that's the first time I've seen his name on here. 55,000 votes would not have made a dent here. This is like a big, big difference here. Biden was way, way closer on this margin than Trump was. So that's like a horrible loss there. I really wonder how much that's going to end up having to do with the hurricane and all of the crazy disinformation that was going on after the Hurricane Helene era. Georgia, we have 38, 39, 40,000 votes, let's call it. And that would have also not made that much of a difference, assuming those would have split, kind of 50-50 in opposite directions. Does this make you think, like, what does this make you think about having third-party voters on the ballot? I'm curious if you guys can weigh in here. Obviously, these numbers are going to be a little bit different. 25K, 34K, that would not make up the difference or would widen Trump's distance. The Jill Stein here at 28K, I think, is the highest outside of, I'm curious what it was in New York. In New Jersey, it was 34,000, so more in New Jersey than Michigan, which is interesting because the Michigan voters were like, that's where that moment was starting. But these are high numbers. Like, these are not nothing. If you go and look at Jill Stein in 2020 or Gary Johnson 2016, like, they were enough votes to make a huge difference in a lot of places. No, we can have Polar Ice stay here. We're not going to attack a Trump person for being in the chat. We got to talk to them. We got to figure out what their vibe was. We got to learn about what their stances are. Figure out how to have a conversation. That has always been my vibe. You guys should know that by now. Got red and blue vapes on me right now. God bless America. A good economy. Polar Ice wants a good economy for my family and all my friends' jobs back on the pipeline. That says a lot. Jobs on the pipeline. I think that's the type of voter that Kamala Harris was struggling to get in touch with and that we've been talking about all night. Probably a lot to do with the hurricane. Thought so. What does calling the number do? You can leave me a voicemail and I'll play it if you have a specific, like, longer worded question. You can hit that up. But I might jump out of here at 1:30, honestly. Don't boot me. New Hampshire to Harris. I think... Yeah, we had that. Hippos is still here. Cannot comprehend voting third party in such an important election. I saw something really interesting. There's a Georgia state congresswoman, state representative, who's Palestinian. And she said, I'm going to trade my vote with somebody in a state that doesn't matter. So I will vote for Kamala Harris here because I know how important it is in Georgia for somebody to cast a protest vote in a state where it won't make enough of a difference. It won't make any difference. That was like a little 4D chess to me right there. Is really, really interesting. Like, she understands the long game of, what she wanted for her party and how she wanted to, set the route for the pro-Palestine movement, and she understood that in her mind looked better under Kamala Harris than did Donald Trump, so she was going to vote for her, but have somebody cast that protest vote, which in her case she thought is an important statement to make for someone else. In this election specifically, it annoys me. In this election is so important, and those votes are for what? Yeah, I think the people who are like, there's only one issue on the ballot. It's not the way I vote, but it's very clear that it is the way that a lot of other people vote. And we're gonna need to start learning about what everybody else's motivations are that we don't understand. 40% of the country doesn't vote. Yeah, it's seeming like this turnout is going to be way less than people were chalking it up to be at the beginning of the day. You follow her on Snapchat. I'm a diehard Trump supporter, but I look on both. I have been saying that we are. Oh, Fox News is calling it?
Yeah, Decision Desk.
Oh, but.
Decision Desk is called the presidency.
Oh, the presidency.
The presidency. Yeah.
What does that say?
Pennsylvania, which is Fox is called Pennsylvania.
Fox called Pennsylvania.
And Decision Desk, and so that's the presidency for
These.
Decision Desk.
Okay, great. Well, not great, but let's talk about this. So we have the latest note. Fox and Decision Desk, which Fox can be a little finicky in their calling sometimes, but we have two sources, and that's what we usually like to base these things off of. And that's going to be that Pennsylvania went red, which was the one impossible scenario for Kamala Harris. That was the one state that from the jump they said they cannot lose. And they lost it. And that is shocking to me. And, 30 minutes ago, this was sad. I'm now infuriated. Because it's just, how do you let that happen? Now, 2 women in a row, unless Pennsylvania has a woman problem, but 2 women in a row have been the only Dems to lose Pennsylvania since the turn of the century. Don't know what that says. As you can see here on this screen, the Decision Desk did just update to Trump hitting 270. I see and hear you guys in this chat. Please keep letting it all out with me. I'm not going to sign off. I'm going to sit here with all of you right now. Chloe, voting for Kamala in deep East Texas in a town with less than 1,000 people felt so great, but also a little scary. You did your civic duty. You showed up when you were called to. That is the most beautiful thing that you guys can do. So sit with yourself and know that you did your part. You did all that was asked of you. In tears, I think there will be a lot of tears happening tonight for a lot of people. It's funny, we said there's no way. That's not funny. We said there's no way that we're getting information enough to call this tonight. So it feels so. This was the part that my body was not prepared for. I was prepared for, we're going to be up till 5 a.m. looking at vote totals, and then we are going to work for 2 more days to figure out the results, and then it's going to get wrapped up in these legal battles that both sides have been prepared for and been working on for ages, and then it's going to get a mess in the House of Representatives, who will have to decide, and they'll decide for Trump, was the eventual conclusion that I prepared myself for. I said I will not be blindsided the way that I was in 2016. And, I had my 20 minutes of my body remembers that moment and brings it back up to remind you. But now I'm here, and I'm here to talk through this with you guys. Oh my God, I can barely keep up with this chat though. Can we talk about the votes that people threw at Jill Stein because of Palestine? Do they not know that Trump will make the genocide worse? They just handed Trump a victory. Let's level set here. The third-party votes and the non-votes are a very, very real thing that we are going to contend with. We want to know what the effect of that was, and that will become clear once we see how many total Jill Stein and third-party votes were cast. But I think we need to be very, very abundantly clear here that third-party voters are probably not what lost this election for Kamala Harris. what lost this election for Kamala Harris is white women probably not showing up as hard for her as they should have or could have, and men voting more and more red all the time, especially working class, non-college educated. That's the demographic that she struggled with the most. And we also saw a very real movement from holy fuck, I really can't believe this is happening. This is literally insane. And we saw a real movement of, specifically men of color, and we've talked about this throughout the night tonight, breaking for Trump and breaking for Republicans in ways that the Democratic Party really hasn't seen before. And I really do want to take a moment to say, if you think, I don't know how many of you were cogent, alive human beings in 2008 or 2012, but it just, Democrats have strayed so far from that rainbow Obama coalition that brought two of the biggest victories, certainly in my lifetime, but in a lot of people's lifetimes, and we've just gone so far from that. Please don't riot, and Dems don't riot. I think that agree. I think with both of those sentiments. I think there's what you can look forward to for many of you, or feel relieved by for others of you. I don't think that this is going to get violent in the way that it would have had it gone in the other direction. I think you're going to see a lot more of that organized resistance from Democrats in the way of the Women's March of 2017 era, of, March for Our Lives against gun violence. Those kind of mass movements had no presence in this year that everybody called the most consequential election year in history. And we weren't seeing that Democratic organizing on the level of thousands and thousands, 1 million people descending upon Washington, D.C. to rally for something. So I think Democrats are going to be doing a lot of soul searching. I think a necessary part of that is confronting where you have erred, where you have done wrong, where you have misassessed, where you have misunderstood somebody. So we're going to have to be very frank with ourselves, all of us in this country, about how we can move forward together and what we need to contribute to that process. A lot of that is going to look like grieving. My therapist was like, you need to set some time aside for your girls, and you guys need to grieve about what it's like seeing women not reach the final destination twice. We actually have to talk about these things. We, as women, all feel them inside, very strongly, but we don't talk about them together. We need to do that better. And Darth says, I feel the difference for me versus Republicans is that I vote for what helps the people who need help. I feel like Republicans vote for helping themselves. This is a fair point of, what are people's motivations when they get into the voting booth? Because I, for example, I get in there and I'm like, you can raise my taxes. I'm actually okay with that. That doesn't bother me. If that means somebody else can have access to some sort of health care that they wouldn't otherwise access, if that means somebody can gain stable housing or employment, please, yeah, increase my taxes. I feel like that is a very altruistic, not to pat myself on the back or anything, view of political participation. And I do feel like Republicans are they might think that this is what's best for the country, but that is through the lens of what their view of the country is and the direction that they think we should go in is. Okay. Erie went red. That's why PA went red. We were looking at that earlier. We were right about that. Silver lining, he won't be able to run ever again after this. That's, well, we'll see if they change the rules on that. Is this technically still projected winner? Yeah, I think there's still a lot of things outstanding, so they cannot say it with certainty. But the projected winner usually is like they're comfortable saying that. Only good thing about the past 24 hours is Missouri repealing the abortion ban. Correct. Arizona doing that too. We continue to see on a statewide level people showing up to protect women's reproductive freedoms. Just weirdly not seeing that anywhere else, which I've told you I can't understand that. I really can't. Yeah, Trump 67,000, Harris 65,000. Yeah, small margins there. BTC, so there's no chance for blue to win. I think that I do agree with that. It's just figuring out how to win. We're winning by how much. One thing I do want to call out, and then as we wrap this up, just so I can, huddle with my team and talk about what we're doing, is I anticipate that in the next, 24 hours, 12 hours even, Kamala Harris will concede this race. I don't anticipate that she'll get on stage and say it was rigged. They've cheated me out of an election that I deserved, and this was a scam, and everything about this was stolen. That's not what anybody in government does except Donald Trump. Conversely, he started the night saying that cheating was happening in Pennsylvania. He has now won Pennsylvania, so I wonder if that Truth Social post is going to mysteriously disappear from the internet tonight. I really want to look at and engage with many of you for if this is your first time kind of being like in this election shit. Watch how she's going to handle this in opposition with how Trump handled it in 2016 and with how Hillary Clinton handled it in 2016. That's what I want you to look for. His concession last time versus hers this time. There is a big difference in people who can accept a loss and move forward from there. I'm interested to see what level of nasty he might take it to, of like the loser Democrats, whatever, like if he's really going to be an ugly winner, or if he will find a shred of dignity and kindness to be like, we ran a good race and let's figure out how to move forward from here. Do I believe that he can be an outstretched hand? No. And even if he is an outstretched hand, will it be one that Democrats are willing to take and walk forward with him? Also no. But we're going to take it one day at a time. So you can find me for the rest of tonight in my Discord, the Weinstein server. We can drop the link in here. You can follow the Recount. Keep updated on our Instagram, our TikTok, our Twitter, everywhere else. You can always find me on Snapchat. My email is in the link in my bio. Please stay in touch. There's my mom here if you need me. We will all be okay. Not going to be easy, but lots of company to keep moving forward. This is the company you keep. You heard it from my mother, so that means you're hearing it from me. Much love. Let me put the Discord in the chat. Sorry, obviously going out on the most awkward note. I can't believe 92 people are here. I hate to leave you guys. Love you, Soph. Here's the Discord chat for everybody. I'm going to give that a couple seconds to vibe out. I love you all. Let's keep talking through this week. I'm here to listen to you. I hope you're here to listen to me. We're going to talk through all of this together. We're going to get through all of this together. I promise. Big love. Big love. We'll talk soon. How do I end this?
I got you. Good.
Ending going out the same way I came in. Yeah. Absolutely helpless, you guys.